Then I said to you, have no fear of them. The Lord your God who goes before you will be fighting for you, and will do such wonders as he did for you in Egypt before your eyes, and in the wasteland, where you have seen how the Lord was supporting you, as a man does his son, in all your journeying till you came to this place. But for all this, you had no faith in the Lord your God, who goes before you on your way, looking for a place where you may put up your tents, in fire by night, lighting up the way you are to go, and in a cloud by day. And the Lord, hearing your words, was angry, and said with an oath, truly, not one of this evil generation will see that good land which I said I would give to your fathers, but only Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, he will see it, and to him and to his children I will give the land over which his feet have gone, because he has been true to the Lord with all his heart. And, in addition, the Lord was angry with me because of you, saying, you yourself will not go into it. Joshua, the son of Nun, your servant, he will go into the land. Say to him that he is to be strong, for he will be Israel's guide into their heritage. And your little ones, who, you said, would come into strange hands, your children, who now have no knowledge of good or evil, they will go into that land, and to them I will give it and it will be theirs. But as for you, go back, journeying into the wasteland by the way of the Red Sea. Then you said to me, we have done evil against the Lord, we will go up to the attack, as the Lord our God has given us orders. And arming yourselves every one, you made ready to go up without care into the hill country. And the Lord said to me, say to them, do not go up to the attack, for I am not among you, and you will be overcome by those who are against you. This I said to you, but you gave no attention and went against the orders of the Lord, and in your pride went up into the hill country. And the Amorites who were in the hill country came out against you and put you to flight, rushing after you like bees, and overcame you in Seir, driving you even as far as Hormah. And you came back, weeping before the Lord, but the Lord gave no attention to your cries and did not give ear to you. Chapter 2. Then we went back, journeying into the wasteland by the way to the Red Sea, as the Lord had said to me, and we were a long time going round Mount Seir. And the Lord said to me, you have been journeying round this mountain long enough, now go to the north, and give the people orders, saying, you are about to go through the land of your brothers, the children of Esau, who are living in Seir, and they will have fear of you, so take care what you do, make no attack on them, for I will not give you any of their land, not even space enough for a man's foot, because I have given Mount Seir to Esau for his heritage. You may get food for your needs from them for a price, and water for drinking. For the blessing of the Lord your God has been on you in all the work of your hands, he has knowledge of your wanderings through this great waste. These 40 years the Lord your God has been with you, and you have been short of nothing. So we went on past our brothers, the children of Esau, living in Seir, by the road through the Arabah, from Elath and Ezion-Geber. And turning, we went by the road through the wasteland of Moab. And the Lord said to me, make no attack on Moab and do not go to war with them, for I will not give you any of his land, because I have given Ar to the children of Lot for their heritage. In the past the Emim were living there, a great people, equal in numbers to the Anakim and as tall. They are numbered among the Rephaim, like the Anakim, but are named Emim by the Moabites. And the Horites in earlier times were living in Seir, but the children of Esau took their place. They sent destruction on them and took their land for themselves, as Israel did to the land of his heritage which the Lord gave them. Get up now, and go over the stream Zerd. So we went over the stream Zerd. 38 years had gone by from the time when we came away from Kadesh Barnea until we went over the stream Zerd. By that time all the generation of the men of war among us were dead, as the Lord had said. For the hand of the Lord was against them, working their destruction, till all were dead. So when death had overtaken all the men of war among the people, the word of the Lord came to me, saying, you are about to go by Ar, the limit of the country of Moab, and when you come near the land of the children of Ammon, give them no cause of trouble and do not make war on them, for I will not give you any of the land of the children of Ammon for your heritage, because I have given it to the children of Lot. That land is said to have been a land of the Rephaim, for Rephaim had been living there in earlier times, but they were named Zamzumim by the Ammonites. They were a great people, tall as the Anakim, and equal to them in number, but the Lord sent destruction on them and the children of Ammon took their place, living in their land, as he did for the children of Esau living in Seir, when he sent destruction on the Horites before them, and they took their land where they are living to this day, and the Avim, living in the small towns as far as Gaza, came to destruction by the hands of the Caphtorim who came out from Caphtor and took their land. Get up now, and go on your journey, crossing over the valley of the Arnon. See, I have given into your hands Sihon, the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and all his land. Go forward to make it yours, and make war on him. From now on I will put the fear of you in all peoples under heaven, who, hearing of you, will be shaking with fear and grief of heart because of you. Then from the wasteland of Kedemoth I sent representatives to Sihon, king of Heshbon, with words of peace, saying, Let me go through your land, I will keep to the highway, not turning to the right or to the left. Let me have food, at a price, for my needs, and water for drinking, only let me go through on foot, as the children of Esau did for me in Seir and the Moabites in Ar, till I have gone over Jordan into the land which the Lord our God is giving us. But Sihon, king of Heshbon, would not let us go through, for the Lord your God made his spirit hard and his heart strong, so that he might give him up into your hands as at this day. And the Lord said to me, See, from now on I have given Sihon and his land into your hands, go forward now to take his land and make it yours. Then Sihon came out against us with all his people, to make an attack on us at Jahaz. And the Lord our God gave him into our hands, and we overcame him and his sons and all his people. At that time we took all his towns, and gave them over to complete destruction, together with men, women, and children. We had no mercy on any, only the cattle we took for ourselves, with the goods from the towns we had taken, from Aroer on the edge of the valley of the Arnon and from the town and the valley as far as Gilead. No town was strong enough to keep us out. The Lord our God gave them all into our hands. But you did not go near the land of the children of Ammon, that is, all the side of the river Jabbok or the towns of the hill country, wherever the Lord our God had said we were not to go. Chapter 3. Then turning we took the road to Bashan, and Og, king of Bashan, came out against us with all his people, and made an attack on us at Edrei. And the Lord said to me, Have no fear of him, for I have given him and all his people and his land into your hands. Do to him as you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who was ruling in Heshbon. So the Lord our God gave up Og, king of Bashan, and all his people into our hands, and we overcame him so completely that all his people came to their end in the fight. At that time we took all his towns. There was not one town of the 60 towns, all the country of Argob, the kingdom of Og and Bashan, which we did not take. All these towns had high walls round them with doors and locks, and in addition we took a great number of unwalled towns. And we put them to the curse, every town together with men, women, and children. But we took for ourselves all the cattle and the stored wealth of the towns. At that time we took their land from the 2 kings of the Amorites on the far side of Jordan, from the valley of the Arnon to Mount Hermon, by the Sidonians, Hermon is named Syrian, and by the Amorites Shinir, all the towns of the tableland and all Gilead and Bashan as far as Selekah and Edrei, towns of the kingdom of Og and Bashan. For Og, king of Bashan, was the last of all the Rephaim. His bed was made of iron. Is it not in Rabbah, in the land of the children of Ammon? It was 9 cubits long and 4 cubits wide, measured by the common cubit. And this land which we took at that time, from Aroer by the valley of the Arnon, and half the hill country of Gilead with its towns, I gave to the Reubenites and the Gadites. The rest of Gilead and all Bashan, the kingdom of Og, all the land of Argob, together with Bashan, I gave to the half-tribe of Manasseh. This land is named the land of the Rephaim. Yair, the son of Manasseh, took all the land of Argob, as far as the country of the Geshurites and the Maacathites, naming it Bashan, Hayath-Yair after himself, as it is to this day, and Gilead I gave to Machir. And the land from Gilead to the valley of the Arnon, with the middle of the valley as a limit, as far as the river Jabbok which is the limit of the country of the children of Ammon, I gave to the Reubenites and the Gadites, as well as the Arabah, with the river Jordan as their limit, from Chinnereth to the Salt Sea, under the slopes of Pisgah to the east. At that time I gave you orders, saying, The Lord has given you this land for your heritage. All the men of war are to go over armed before your brothers the children of Israel. But your wives and your little ones and your cattle, for it is clear that you have much cattle, may go on living in the towns I have given you, till the Lord has given rest to your brothers as to you. until they have taken for themselves the land which the Lord your God is giving them on the other side of Jordan. Then you may go back, every man of you, to the heritage which I have given you. And I gave orders to Joshua at that time, saying, Your eyes have seen what the Lord your God has done to these two kings, so will the Lord do to all the kingdoms into which you come. Have no fear of them, for the Lord your God will be fighting for you. And at that time I made request to the Lord, saying, O Lord God, you have now for the first time let your servant see your great power and the strength of your hand, for what God is there in heaven or on earth able to do such great works and such acts of power? Let me go over, O Lord, and see the good land on the other side of Jordan, and that fair mountain country, even Lebanon. But the Lord was angry with me because of you and would not give ear to my prayer, and the Lord said to me, Let it be enough, say no more about this thing. Go up to the top of Pisgah, and turning your eyes to the west and the north, to the south and the east, see the land with your eyes, for you are not to go over Jordan. But give my orders to Joshua, comforting him and making him strong, for he is to go over Jordan at the head of this people, and he will give them this land which you will see for their heritage. So we were waiting in the valley facing Beth Peor. Chapter 4. And now give ear, O Israel, to the laws and the decisions which I am teaching you, and do them, so that life may be yours, and you may go in and take for yourselves the land which the Lord, the God of your fathers, is giving you. Make no addition to the orders which I give you, and take nothing from them, but keep the orders of the Lord your God which I give you. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor, for destruction came from the Lord on all those among you who went after Baal Peor, but you who kept faith with the Lord are living, every one of you, today. I have been teaching you laws and decisions, as I was ordered to do by the Lord my God, so that you might keep them in the land to which you are going to take it for your heritage. So keep these laws and do them, for so will your wisdom and good sense be clear in the eyes of the peoples, who hearing all these laws will say, Truly, this great nation is a wise and far-seeing people. For what great nation has a God so near to them as the Lord our God is, whenever we are turned to him in prayer? And what great nation has laws and decisions so right as all this law which I put before you today? Only take care, and keep watch on your soul, for fear that the things which your eyes have seen go from your memory and from your heart all the days of your life, but let the knowledge of them be given to your children and to your children's children, that day when you were waiting before the Lord your God in Horeb, and the Lord said to me, Make all the people come together, so that hearing my words they may go in fear of me all the days of their life on earth and give this teaching to their children. And you came near, waiting at the foot of the mountain, and flames of fire went up from the mountain to the heart of heaven, with dark clouds, and all was black as night. And the voice of the Lord came to you out of the fire, the sound of his words came to your ears but you saw no form, there was nothing but a voice. And he gave you his agreement with you, the 10 rules which you were to keep, which he put in writing on the 2 stones of the law. And the Lord gave me orders at that time to make clear to you these laws and decisions, so that you might do them in the land to which you are going, and which is to be your heritage. So keep watch on yourselves with care, for you saw no form of any sort on the day when the voice of the Lord came to you in Horeb out of the heart of the fire, so that you may not be turned to evil ways and make for yourselves an image in the form of any living thing, male or female, or any beast of the earth, or winged bird of the air, or of anything which goes flat on the earth, or any fish in the water under the earth. And when your eyes are lifted up to heaven, and you see the sun and the moon and the stars, all the army of heaven, do not let yourselves be moved to give them worship, or become the servants of what the Lord has given equally to all peoples under heaven. But the Lord has taken you out of the flaming fire, out of Egypt, to be to him the people of his heritage, as you are today. And the Lord was angry with me because of you, and made an oath that I was not to go over Jordan into the good land which the Lord is giving you for your heritage. But death is to come to me in this land, I may not go over Jordan, but you will go over and take the good land for your heritage. Take care that you do not let the agreement of the Lord your God, which he has made with you, go out of your mind, or make for yourselves images of any sort, against the orders which the Lord your God has given you. For the Lord your God is an all-burning fire, and he will not let the honor which is his be given to any other. If, when you have had children and children's children, and have been living a long time in the land, you are turned to evil ways, and make an image of any sort, and do evil in the eyes of the Lord your God, moving him to wrath, may heaven and earth be my witnesses against you today, that destruction will quickly overtake you, cutting you off from that land which you are going over Jordan to take. Your days will not be long in that land, but you will come to a complete end. And the Lord will send you wandering among the peoples, only a small band of you will be kept from death among the nations where the Lord will send you. There you will be the servants of gods, made by men's hands, of wood and stone, having no power of seeing or hearing or taking food or smelling. But if in those lands you are turned again to the Lord your God, searching for him with all your heart and soul, he will not keep himself from you. When you are in trouble and all these things have come on you, if, in the future, you are turned again to the Lord your God, and give ear to his voice, because the Lord your God is a God of mercy, he will not take away his help from you or let destruction overtake you, or be false to the agreement which he made by an oath with your fathers. Give thought now to the days which are past, before your time, from the day when God first gave life to man on the earth, and searching from one end of heaven to the other, see if such a great thing as this has ever been, or if anything like it has been talked of in story. Has any people ever gone on living after hearing the voice of God out of the heart of the fire as you did? Has God ever before taken a nation for himself from out of another nation, by punishments and signs and wonders, by war and by a strong hand and a stretched out arm and great acts of wonder and fear, as the Lord your God did for you in Egypt, before your very eyes? All this he let you see, so that you might be certain that the Lord is God and there is no other. Out of heaven itself his voice came to you, teaching you, and on earth he let you see his great fire, and his words came to your ears out of the heart of the fire. And because of his love for your fathers, he took their seed and made it his, and he himself, present among you, took you out of Egypt by his great power, driving out before you nations greater and stronger than you, to take you into their land and give it to you for your heritage, as at this day. So today be certain, and keep the knowledge deep in your hearts, that the Lord is God, in heaven on high and here on earth, there is no other God. Then keep his laws and his orders which I give you today, so that it may be well for you and for your children after you, and that your lives may be long in the land which the Lord your God is giving you forever. Then Moses had 3 towns marked out on the far side of Jordan looking to the east, to which anyone causing the death of his neighbor in error and not through hate, might go in flight, so that in one of these towns he might be kept from death. The names of the towns were Bezer in the wasteland, in the tableland, for the Reubenites, and Ramoth and Gilead for the Gadiites, and Golan and Bashan for Manasseh. This is the law which Moses put before the children of Israel. These are the rules and the laws and the decisions which Moses gave to the children of Israel after they came out of Egypt, on the far side of Jordan, in the valley facing Beth Peor, in the land of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who was ruling in Heshbon, whom Moses and the children of Israel overcame after they had come out of Egypt, and they took his land for a heritage, and the land of Og, king of Bashan, the 2 kings of the Amorites, whose lands were on the other side of Jordan to the east, from Aroer on the edge of the valley of the Arnon as far as Mount Sion, which is Hermon, and all the Arabah on the far side of Jordan to the east, as far as the sea of the Arabah under the slopes of Pisgah. Chapter 5. And Moses sent for all Israel, and said to them, Give ear, O Israel, to the laws and the decisions which I give you today, and give attention to them so that you may keep and do them. The Lord our God made an agreement with us in Horeb. The Lord did not make this agreement with our fathers but with us, who are all living and present here today. The word of the Lord came to you face to face on the mountain, out of the heart of the fire. I was between the Lord and you at that time, to make clear to you the word of the Lord, because, through fear of the fire, you did not go up the mountain, saying, I am the Lord your God, who took you out of the land of Egypt, out of the prison house. You are to have no other gods but me. You may not make for yourselves an image in the form of anything in heaven or on earth or in the waters under the earth. You may not go down on your faces before them or give them worship, for I, the Lord your God, am a God who will not give his honor to another, and I will send punishment on the children for the wrongdoing of their fathers, to the 3rd and 4th generation of my haters, and I will have mercy through 1,000 generations on those who have love for me and keep my laws. You are not to make use of the name of the Lord your God for an evil purpose. Whoever takes the Lord's name on his lips for an evil purpose will be judged as a sinner by the Lord. Keep the Sabbath day as a holy day, as you have been ordered by the Lord your God. On 6 days do all your work, But the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. On that day do no work, you or your son or your daughter, or your manservant or your womanservant, or your ox or your ass or any of your cattle, or the man from a strange country who is living among you, so that your manservant and your womanservant may have rest as well as you. And keep in mind that you were a servant in the land of Egypt, and that the Lord your God took you out of that land by his strong hand and his stretched out arm. For this reason the Lord has given you orders to keep the Sabbath day. Give honor to your father and your mother, as you have been ordered by the Lord your God, so that your life may be long and all may be well for you in the land which the Lord your God is giving you. Do not put anyone to death without cause. Do not be false to the married relation. Do not take the property of another. Do not give false witness against your neighbor, or let your desire be turned to your neighbor's wife, or his house or his field or his manservant or his womanservant or his ox or his ass or anything which is your neighbor's. These words the Lord said to all of you together on the mountain, out of the heart of the fire, out of the cloud and the dark, with a great voice, and he said no more. He put them in writing on the 2 stones of the law and gave them to me. And after hearing the voice which came out of the dark while the mountain was burning with fire, all the heads of your tribes and your chiefs came to me, and said, The Lord has let us see his glory and his power, and his voice has come to us out of the fire. Today we have seen that a man may go on living even after hearing the voice of God. Why then is death to be our fate? For if the voice of the Lord our God comes to us any more, death will overtake us, and we will be burned up in this great fire. For what man is there in all the earth, who, hearing the voice of the living God as we have, out of the heart of the fire, has been kept from death? Do you go near, and after hearing everything which the Lord our God has to say, give us an account of all he has said to you, and we will give ear, and do it. Then the Lord, hearing your words to me, said to me, The words which this people have said to you have come to my ears. What they have said is well said. If only they had such a heart in them at all times, so that they might go in fear of me and keep my orders, and that it might be well for them and for their children forever. Now say to them, Go back to your tents. But as for you, keep your place here by me, and I will give you all the orders and the laws and the decisions which you are to make clear to them, so that they may do them in the land which I am giving them for their heritage. Take care, then, to do whatever the Lord your God has given you orders to do. Let there be no turning away to the right hand or to the left. Go on walking in the way ordered for you by the Lord your God, so that life may be yours and it may be well for you, and your days may be long in the land of your heritage. Chapter 6. Now these are the orders and the laws and the decisions which the Lord your God gave me for your teaching, so that you might do them in the land of your heritage to which you are going, so that living in the fear of the Lord your God, you may keep all his laws and his orders, which I give you, you and your son and your son's son, all the days of your life, and so that your life may be long. So give ear, O Israel, and take care to do this, so that it may be well for you, and you may be greatly increased, as the Lord the God of your fathers has given you his word, in a land flowing with milk and honey. Give ear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord, and the Lord your God is to be loved with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength. Keep these words, which I say to you this day, deep in your hearts, teaching them to your children with all care, talking of them when you are at rest in your house or walking by the way, when you go to sleep and when you get up. Let them be fixed as a sign on your hand, and marked on your brow. Have them lettered on the pillars of your houses and over the doors of your towns. And when the Lord your God has taken you into the land which he gave his oath to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, that he would give you, with great and fair towns which were not of your building, and houses full of good things not stored up by you, and places for storing water which you did not make, and vine gardens and olive trees not of your planting, and you have taken food and are full, then take care that you keep your hearts true to the Lord, who took you out of the land of Egypt, out of the prison house. Let the fear of the Lord your God be in your hearts, and be his servants, taking your oaths by his name. Do not go after other gods, the gods of the peoples round about you, for the Lord your God who is with you is a God who will not let his honor be given to another, or the wrath of the Lord will be burning against you, causing your destruction from the face of the earth. Do not put the Lord your God to the test as you did in Massah. Keep with care the orders of the Lord your God, and his rules and his laws which he has given you, and do what is upright and good in the eyes of the Lord your God, so that it may be well for you and you may go in and take for your heritage that good land from which the Lord undertook by an oath to your fathers, to send out from before you all those who are against you. And when your son says to you in time to come, what is the reason for these rules and laws and decisions which the Lord our God has given you? Then you will say to your son, we were servants under Pharaoh's yoke in Egypt, and the Lord took us out of Egypt with a strong hand, and the Lord did great signs and wonders against Egypt, and against Pharaoh and all his house, before our eyes, and he took us out from that place, guiding us here to give us this land, as he said in his oath to our fathers. And the Lord gave us orders to keep all these laws, in the fear of the Lord our God, so that it might be well for us forever, and that he might keep us from death, as he has done to this day. And it will be our righteousness if we take care to keep all this order before the Lord our God as he has given it to us. Chapter 7. When the Lord your God takes you into the land where you are going, which is to be your heritage, and has sent out the nations before you, the Hittites and the Girgashites and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and stronger than you, and when the Lord has given them up into your hands and you have overcome them, give them up to complete destruction, make no agreement with them, and have no mercy on them, do not take wives or husbands from among them. Do not give your daughters to their sons, or take their daughters for your sons. For through them your sons will be turned from me to the worship of other gods, and the Lord will be moved to wrath against you and send destruction on you quickly. But this is what you are to do to them, their altars are to be pulled down and their pillars broken, and their holy trees cut down and their images burned with fire. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God, marked out by the Lord your God to be his special people out of all the nations on the face of the earth. The Lord did not give you his love or take you for himself because you were more in number than any other people, for you were the smallest of the nations, but because of his love for you, and in order to keep his oath to your fathers, the Lord took you out with the strength of his hand, making you free from the prison house and from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Be certain, then, that the Lord your God is God, whose faith and mercy are unchanging, who keeps his word through 1,000 generations to those who have love for him and keep his laws, rewarding his haters to their face with destruction. He will have no mercy on his hater, but will give him open punishment. So keep the orders and the laws and the decisions which I give you today and do them. And it will be, that if you give attention to these decisions and keep and do them, then the Lord will keep his agreement with you and his mercy, as he said in his oath to your fathers. And he will give you his love, blessing you and increasing you. He will send his blessing on the offspring of your body and the fruit of your land, your grain and your wine and your oil, the increase of your cattle and the young of your flock, in the land which by his oath to your fathers he undertook to give you. You will have greater blessings than any other people, no male or female among you or among your cattle will be without offspring. And the Lord will take away from you all disease, and will not put on you any of the evil diseases of Egypt which you have seen, but will put them on your haters. And you are to send destruction on all the peoples which the Lord your God gives into your hands. Have no pity on them, and do not give worship to their gods, for that will be a cause of sin to you. If you say in your hearts, these nations are greater in number than we are, how are we to take their land from them? Have no fear of them, but keep well in mind what the Lord your God did to Pharaoh and to all Egypt, the great punishments which your eyes saw, and the signs and the wonders and the strong hand and the stretched out arm, by which the Lord your God took you out. So will the Lord your God do to all the peoples who are the cause of your fears. And the Lord will send a hornet among them, till all the rest who have kept themselves safe from you in secret places have been cut off. Have no fear of them, for the Lord your God is with you, a great God greatly to be feared. The Lord your God will send out the nations before you little by little, they are not to be rooted out quickly, for fear that the beasts of the field may be increased overmuch against you. But the Lord your God will give them up into your hands, overpowering them till their destruction is complete. He will give their kings into your hands, and you will put their names out of existence under heaven. There is not one of them who will not give way before you, till their destruction is complete. The images of their gods are to be burned with fire. Have no desire for the gold and silver on them, and do not take it for yourselves, for it will be a danger to you. It is a thing disgusting to the Lord your God, and you may not take a disgusting thing into your house, and so become cursed with its curse, but keep yourselves from it, turning from it with fear and hate, for it is a cursed thing. Chapter 8. Take care to keep all the orders which I give you today, so that you may have life and be increased and go in and take as a heritage the land which the Lord, by his oath to your fathers, undertook to give you. And keep in mind the way by which the Lord your God has taken you through the wasteland these 40 years, so that he might make low your pride and put you to the test, to see what was in your heart and if you would keep his orders or not. And he made low your pride and let you be without food and gave you manna for your food, a thing new to you, which your fathers never saw, so that he might make it clear to you that bread is not man's only need, but his life is in every word which comes out of the mouth of the Lord. Through all these 40 years your clothing did not get old or your feet become tired. Keep in mind this thought, that as a son is trained by his father, so you have been trained by the Lord your God. Then keep the orders of the Lord your God, fearing him and walking in his ways. For the Lord your God is guiding you into a good land, a land of water springs, of fountains, and deep streams flowing out from the valleys and the hills, a land of grain and vines and fig trees and fair fruits, a land of oil-giving olive trees and honey, where there will be bread for you in full measure and you will be in need of nothing, a land where the very stones are iron and from whose hills you may get copper. And you will have food enough and be full, praising the Lord your God for the good land he has given you. Then take care that you are not turned away from the Lord your God and from keeping his orders and decisions and laws which I give you this day, and when you have taken food and are full, and have made fair houses for yourselves and are living in them, and when your herds and your flocks are increased, and your stores of silver and gold, and you have wealth of every sort, take care that your hearts are not lifted up in pride, giving no thought to the Lord your God who took you out of the land of Egypt, out of the prison house, who was your guide through that great and cruel waste, where there were poison snakes and scorpions and a dry land without water, who made water come out of the hard rock for you, who gave you manna for your food in the wasteland, a food which your fathers had never seen, so that your pride might be broken and your hearts tested for your good in the end. Say not then, in your hearts, my power and the strength of my hands have got me this wealth, but keep in mind the Lord your God, for it is he who gives you the power to get wealth, so that he may give effect to the agreement which he made by his oath with your fathers, as at this day. And it is certain that if at any time you are turned away from the Lord your God, and go after other gods, to be their servants and to give them worship, destruction will overtake you. Like the nations which the Lord is cutting off before you, so you will be cut off, because you would not give ear to the voice of the Lord your God. Chapter 9. Give ear, O Israel, today you are to go over Jordan, to take the heritage of nations greater and stronger than yourselves, and towns of great size with walls as high as heaven, a people great and tall, the sons of the Anakim, of whom you have knowledge and of whom it has been said, all are forced to give way before the sons of Anak. Be certain then today that it is the Lord your God who goes over before you like an all-burning fire. He will send destruction on them, crushing them before you, and you will send them in flight, putting an end to them quickly, as the Lord has said. And after the Lord has sent them in flight from before you, say not in your heart, because of my righteousness the Lord has given me this land, when it is because of their evil doing that the Lord is driving these nations out before you. Not for your righteousness or because your hearts are upright are you going in to take their land, but because of the evil doing of these nations the Lord your God is driving them out from before you, and to give effect to his oath to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Be certain then that the Lord your God is not giving you this good land as a reward for your righteousness, for you are a stiff-necked people. Keep well in mind how you made the Lord your God angry in the wasteland, from the day when you went out of Egypt till you came to this place. You have gone against the orders of the Lord. Again in Horeb you made the Lord angry, and in his wrath he would have put an end to you. When I had gone up into the mountain to be given the stones on which was recorded the agreement which the Lord made with you, I was on the mountain for 40 days and 40 nights without taking food or drinking water. And the Lord gave me the 2 stones with writing on them done by the finger of God. On them were recorded all the words which the Lord said to you on the mountain out of the heart of the fire, on the day of the great meeting. Then at the end of 40 days and 40 nights the Lord gave me those stones, the stones of the agreement. And the Lord said to me, Get up now, and go down quickly from this place, for the people you have taken out of Egypt have given themselves over to evil, they have quickly been turned from the way in which I gave them orders to go, they have made themselves a metal image. And then the Lord said to me, I have seen that this people is stiff-necked, Let me send destruction on them till their very name is cut off, and I will make of you a nation greater and stronger than they." So turning round I came down from the mountain, and the mountain was burning with fire, and the 2 stones of the agreement were in my hands. And I saw that you had done evil against the Lord, and had made for yourselves a metal image of a young ox. You had quickly been turned from the way in which the Lord had given you orders to go. And I let the stones go from my hands, and they were broken before your eyes. And I went down on my face before the Lord, as at the first, for 40 days and 40 nights, without taking food or drinking water, because of all your sin, in doing evil in the eyes of the Lord and moving him to wrath. For I was full of fear because of the wrath of the Lord which was burning against you, with your destruction in view. But again the Lord's ear was open to my prayer, and the Lord, in his wrath, would have put Aaron to death, and I made prayer for Aaron at the same time. And I took your sin, the image which you had made, and put it in the fire and had it hammered and crushed very small till it was only dust, and the dust I put in the stream flowing down from the mountain. Again at Taberah and at Massah and at Kibroth Hattaavah you made the Lord angry. And when the Lord sent you from Kadesh Barnea, saying, "Go up and take the land which I have given you," you went against the orders of the Lord your God, and had no faith in him, and would not give ear to his voice. From the day when I first had knowledge of you, you have gone against the word of the Lord. So I went down on my face in prayer before the Lord for 40 days and 40 nights as I did at first, because the Lord had said that he would put an end to you. And I made prayer to the Lord and said, "O Lord God, do not send destruction on your people and your heritage, to whom, by your great power, you have given salvation, whom you have taken out of Egypt by the strength of your hand. Keep in mind your servants, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, not looking at the hard heart of this people, or their evil doing and their sin, or it may be said in the land from which you have taken them, because the Lord was not able to take them into the land which he said he would give them, and because of his hate for them, he has taken them out to put them to death in the wasteland. But still they are your people and your heritage, whom you took out by your great power and by your stretched out arm." Chapter 10. At that time the Lord said to me, "Make 2 other stones, cut like the first 2, and come up to me on the mountain, and make an ark of wood. And I will put on the stones the words which were on the first stones which were broken by you, and you are to put them into the ark." So I made an ark of hard wood, and had 2 stones cut like the others, and went up the mountain with the stones in my hands. And he put on the stones, as in the first writing, the 10 rules which the Lord gave you on the mountain out of the fire on the day of the great meeting, and the Lord gave the stones to me. And turning round I came down from the mountain and put the stones in the ark which I had made, and there they are as the Lord gave me orders. And the children of Israel went on from Beroth Beni-Hakan to Mosra. Their death came to Aaron and he was put to rest in the earth, and Eleazar, his son, took his place as priest. From there they went on to Gujjodah, and from Gujjodah to Jotbathah, a land of streams of water. At that time the Lord had the tribe of Levi marked out to take up the ark of the Lord's agreement, to be before the Lord and to do his work and to give blessings in his name, to this day. For this reason Levi has no part or heritage for himself among his brothers, the Lord is his heritage, as the Lord your God said to him. And I was in the mountain, as at the first time, for 40 days and 40 nights, and again the ears of the Lord were open to my prayer, and he did not send destruction on you. Then the Lord said to me, "Get up and go on your journey before the people, so that they may go in and take the land which I said in my oath to their fathers that I would give them." And now, Israel, what would the Lord your God have you do, but to go in the fear of the Lord your God, walking in all his ways and loving him and doing his pleasure with all your heart and all your soul, doing the orders of the Lord and keeping his laws which I give you this day for your good. The Lord your God is ruler of heaven, of the heaven of heavens, and of the earth with everything in it. But the Lord had delight in your fathers and love for them, marking out for himself their seed after them, even you, from all peoples, as at this day. Let your circumcision be of the heart, and put away your pride. For the Lord your God is God of gods and Lord of lords, the great God, strong in power and greatly to be feared, who has no respect for any man's position and takes no rewards, judging uprightly in the cause of the widow and of the child who has no father, and giving food and clothing in his mercy to the man from a strange country. So be kind to the man from a strange country who is living among you, for you yourselves were living in a strange country in the land of Egypt. Let the fear of the Lord your God be before you, Give him worship and be true to him at all times, taking your oaths in his name. He is your God, the God of your praise, your God who has done for you all these works of power which your eyes have seen. Your fathers went down into Egypt with 70 persons, and now the Lord your God has made you like the stars of heaven in number. Chapter 11. So have love for the Lord your God, and give him worship, and keep his laws and his decisions and his orders at all times. And be certain in your minds this day, for these words are not said to your children, who have had no experience of the training of the Lord your God, and who have not seen his great power or his strong hand and his stretched out arm, or his signs and wonders which he did in Egypt, to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and all his land, and what he did to the army of Egypt, to their horses and their war carriages, how he made the waters of the Red Sea come up over them when they went after you, and how the Lord put an end to them even to this day, and what he did for you in the wasteland, till you came to this place, and what he did to Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, the son of Reuben, when they went down into the open mouth of the earth, with their families and their tents and every living thing which was theirs, before the eyes of all Israel. But your eyes have seen all the great works of the Lord which he has done. So keep all the orders which I give you today, so that you may be strong, and go in and take the land which is to be your heritage, and that your days may be long in the land which the Lord gave by an oath to your fathers and to their seed after them, a land flowing with milk and honey. For the land where you are going is not like the land of Egypt from which you have come, where you put in your seeds, watering them with your foot, like a planted garden, but the land where you are going is a land of hills and valleys, drinking in the rain of heaven, a land cared for by the Lord your God. The eyes of the Lord your God are on it at all times from one end of the year to the other. And it will be that if you truly give ear to the orders which I put before you this day, loving the Lord your God and worshipping him with all your heart and all your soul, then I will send rain on your land at the right time, the early rains and the late rains, so that you may get in your grain and your wine and your oil. And I will give grass in your fields for your cattle, so that you may have food in full measure. But take care that your hearts are not turned to false ways so that you become servants and worshippers of other gods, for if you do so, the wrath of the Lord will be burning against you, and the heaven will be shut up so that there is no rain and the land will give no fruit, and in a very little time you will be cut off from the good land which the Lord is giving you. So keep these words deep in your heart and in your soul, and have them fixed on your hand for a sign and marked on your brow, teaching them to your children, and talking of them when you are at rest in your house or walking by the way, when you go to sleep and when you get up, writing them on the pillars of your houses and over the doors of your towns, so that your days, and the days of your children, may be long in the land which the Lord by his oath to your fathers said he would give them, like the days of the eternal heavens. For if you take care to keep all the orders which I give you, and to do them, loving the Lord your God and walking in all his ways and being true to him, then the Lord will send these nations in flight before you, and you will take the lands of nations greater and stronger than yourselves. Every place where you put your foot will be yours, from the wasteland and Lebanon, from the river Euphrates as far as the great sea, will be the limits of your land. All people will give way before you, for the Lord your God will put the fear of you on all the land through which you go, as he has said. Today I put before you a blessing and a curse. The blessing if you give ear to the orders of the Lord your God, which I give you this day, and the curse if you do not give ear to the orders of the Lord your God, but let yourselves be turned from the way which I have put before you this day, and go after other gods which are not yours. And when the Lord your God has taken you into the land of your heritage, you are to put the blessing on Mount Gerizim and the curse on Mount Ebal. Are they not on the other side of Jordan, looking west, in the land of the Canaanites living in the Arabah, opposite Gilgal, by the holy tree of Moreh? For you are about to go over Jordan to take the heritage which the Lord your God is giving you, and it will be your resting place. And you are to take care to keep all the laws and the decisions which I put before you today. Chapter 12. These are the laws and the decisions which you are to keep with care in the land which the Lord, the God of your fathers, has given you to be your heritage all the days of your life on earth. You are to give up to the curse all those places where the nations, whom you are driving out, gave worship to their gods, on the high mountains and the hills and under every green tree. Their altars and their pillars are to be broken down, and their holy trees burned with fire, and the images of their gods cut down. You are to take away their names out of that place. Do not sow to the Lord your God, But let your hearts be turned to the place which will be marked out by the Lord your God, among your tribes, to put his name there, and there you are to take your burnt offerings and other offerings, and the 10th part of your goods, and the offerings to be lifted up to the Lord, and the offerings of your oaths, and those which you give freely from the impulse of your hearts, and the first births among your herds and your flocks. There you and all your families are to make a feast before the Lord your God, with joy in everything to which you put your hand, because the Lord has given you his blessing. You are not to do things then in the way in which we now do them here, every man as it seems right to him, for you have not come to the rest and the heritage which the Lord your God is giving you, but when you have gone over Jordan and are living in the land which the Lord your God is giving you as your heritage, and when he has given you rest from all those on every side who are fighting against you, and you are living there safely, then there will be a place marked out by the Lord your God as the resting place for his name, and there you will take all the things which I give you orders to take, your burnt offerings and other offerings, and the 10th part of your goods, and the offerings to be lifted up, and the offerings of your oaths which you make to the Lord, and you will be glad before the Lord your God, you and your sons and your daughters, and your men servants and your women servants, and the Levite who is with you in your house, because he has no part or heritage among you. Take care that you do not make your burnt offerings in any place you see, but in the place marked out by the Lord in one of your tribes, there let your burnt offerings be offered, and there do what I have given you orders to do. Only you may put to death animals, such as the gazelle or the roe, for your food in any of your towns, at the desire of your soul, in keeping with the blessing of the Lord your God which he has given you. The unclean and the clean may take of it. But you may not take the blood for food, it is to be drained out on the earth like water. In your towns you are not to take as food the 10th part of your grain, or of your wine or your oil, or the first births of your herds or of your flocks, or anything offered under an oath, or freely offered to the Lord, or given as a lifted offering, but they will be your food before the Lord your God in the place of his selection, where you may make a feast of them, with your son and your daughter, and your manservant and your womanservant, and the Levite who is living with you, and you will have joy before the Lord your God in everything to which you put your hand. See that you do not give up caring for the Levite as long as you are living in your land. When the Lord your God makes wide the limit of your land, as he has said, and you say, I will take flesh for my food, because you have a desire for it, then you may take whatever flesh you have a desire for. If the place marked out by the Lord your God as the resting place for his name is far away from you, then take from your herds and from your flocks which the Lord has given you, as I have said, and have a meal of it in the towns where you may be living. It will be your food, like the gazelle and the roe, the unclean and the clean may take of it, but see that you do not take the blood for food, for the blood is the life, and you may not make use of the life as food with the flesh. Do not take it for food but let it be drained out on the earth like water. Do not take it for food, so that it may be well for you and for your children after you, while you do what is right in the eyes of the Lord. But the holy things which you have, and the offerings of your oaths, you are to take to the place which will be marked out by the Lord, offering the flesh and the blood of your burnt offerings on the altar of the Lord your God, and the blood of your offerings is to be drained out on the altar of the Lord your God, and the flesh will be your food. Take note of all these orders I am giving you and give attention to them, so that it may be well for you and for your children after you forever, while you do what is good and right in the eyes of the Lord your God. When the people of the land where you are going have been cut off before you by the Lord your God, and you have taken their land and are living in it, after their destruction take care that you do not go in their ways, and that you do not give thought to their gods, saying, how did these nations give worship to their gods? I will do as they did. Do not so to the Lord your God, for everything which is disgusting to the Lord and hated by him they have done in honor of their gods, even burning their sons and daughters in the fire to their gods. You are to keep with care all the words I give you, making no addition to them and taking nothing from them. Chapter 13. If ever you have among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams and he gives you a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder takes place, and he says to you, let us go after other gods, which are strange to you, and give them worship, then give no attention to the words of that prophet or that dreamer of dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you, to see if all the love of your heart and soul is given to him. But keep on in the ways of the Lord your God, fearing him and keeping his orders and hearing his voice, worshipping him and being true to him. And that prophet or that dreamer of dreams is to be put to death, for his words were said with the purpose of turning you away from the Lord your God, who took you out of the land of Egypt and made you free from the prison house, and of forcing you out of the way in which the Lord your God has given you orders to go. So you are to put away the evil from among you. If your brother, the son of your mother, or your son or your daughter or the wife of your heart, or the friend who is as dear to you as your life, working on you secretly says to you, "Let us go and give worship to other gods, strange to you and to your fathers, gods of the peoples round about you, near or far, from one end of the earth to the other," do not be guided by him or give attention to him, have no pity on him or mercy, and give him no cover, but put him to death without question. Let your hand be the first stretched out against him to put him to death, and then the hands of all the people. Let him be stoned with stones till he is dead, because it was his purpose to make you false to the Lord your God, who took you out of the land of Egypt, out of the prison house. And all Israel, hearing of it, will be full of fear, and no one will again do such evil as this among you. And if word comes to you, in one of the towns which the Lord your God is giving you for your resting place, that good-for-nothing persons have gone out from among you, turning the people of their town from the right way and saying, "Let us go and give worship to other gods, of whom you have no knowledge," then let a full search be made, and let questions be put with care, and if it is true and certain that such a disgusting thing has been done among you, then take up arms against the people of that town and give it up to the curse, with all its cattle and everything in it. And take all the goods into the middle of its open space, burning the town and all its property with fire as an offering to the Lord your God. It is to be a waste forever, there is to be no more building there. Keep not a thing of what is cursed for yourselves, so the Lord may be turned away from the heat of his wrath, and have mercy on you, and give you increase as he said in his oath to your fathers, so long as you give ear to the voice of the Lord your God, and keep all his orders which I give you today, and do what is right in the eyes of the Lord your God. Chapter 14. You are the children of the Lord your God. You are not to make cuts on your bodies or take off the hair on your brows in honor of the dead, for you are a holy people to the Lord your God, and the Lord has taken you to be a special people out of all the nations on the face of the earth. No disgusting thing may be your food. These are the beasts which you may have for food, the ox, the sheep, and the goat, the hart, the gazelle, and the roe, the mountain goat and the pig and the antelope and the mountain sheep. Any beast which has a division in the horn of its foot and whose food comes back into its mouth to be crushed again, may be used for food. But even among these, there are some which may not be used for food, such as the camel, the hare, and the coney, which are unclean to you, because, though their food comes back, the horn of their feet is not parted in two. And the pig is unclean to you, because though it has a division in the horn of its foot, its food does not come back. Their flesh may not be used for food or their dead bodies touched by you. And of the things living in the waters, you may take all those who have wings for swimming with and skins formed of thin plates. But any which have no skin plates or wings for swimming, you may not take, they are unclean for you. All clean birds may be used for food. But these birds you may not take, the eagle and the gereagle and the osprey, the falcon and the kite, and birds of that sort, every raven, and all birds of that sort, and the ostrich and the nighthawk and the seahawks and birds of that sort, the little owl and the great owl and the water hen, and the pelican and the vulture and the cormorant, the stork and the heron and birds of that sort, and the hoopoe and the bat. Every winged thing which goes flat on the earth is unclean to you and may not be used as food. But all clean birds you may take. You may not have as food anything which has come to a natural death. The man from another country who is living with you may take it for food, or you may get a price for it from one of another nation, for you are a holy people to the Lord your God. The young goat is not to be cooked in its mother's milk. Put on one side 1/10 of all the increase of your seed, produced year by year. And make a feast before the Lord your God, in the place which is to be marked out, where his name will be forever, of the 10th part of your grain and your wine and your oil, and the first births of your herds and your flocks, so that you may have the fear of the Lord your God in your hearts at all times. And if the way is so long that you are not able to take these things to the place marked out by the Lord your God for his name, when he has given you his blessing, because it is far away from you, then let these things be exchanged for money, and, taking the money in your hand, Go to the place marked out by the Lord your God for himself, and with the money get whatever you have a desire for, oxen or sheep or wine or strong drink, whatever your soul's desire may be, and make a feast there before the Lord your God, and be glad, you and all your house, and give a thought to the Levite who is living among you, for he has no part or heritage in the land. At the end of every 3 years take a tenth part of all your increase for that year, and put it in store inside your walls, and the Levite, because he has no part or heritage in the land, and the man from a strange country, and the child who has no father, and the widow, who are living among you, will come and take food and have enough, and so the blessing of the Lord your God will be on you in everything you do. Chapter 15. At the end of every 7 years there is to be a general forgiveness of debt. This is how it is to be done: every creditor is to give up his right to whatever he has let his neighbor have. He is not to make his neighbor, his countryman, give it back, because a general forgiveness has been ordered by the Lord. A man of another nation may be forced to make payment of his debt, but if your brother has anything of yours, let it go, but there will be no poor among you, for the Lord will certainly give you his blessing in the land which the Lord your God is giving you for your heritage, if only you give ear to the voice of the Lord your God, and take care to keep all these orders which I give you today. For the Lord your God will give you his blessing as he has said, you will let other nations have the use of your money, but you will not make use of theirs. You will be rulers over a number of nations, but they will not be your rulers. If in any of your towns in the land which the Lord your God is giving you, there is a poor man, one of your countrymen, do not let your heart be hard or your hand shut to him, but let your hand be open to give him the use of whatever he is in need of. And see that there is no evil thought in your heart, moving you to say to yourself, the 7th year, the year of forgiveness is near, and so looking coldly on your poor countryman you give him nothing, and he will make an outcry to the Lord against you, and it will be judged as sin in you. But it is a right for you to give to him, without grief of heart, for because of this, the blessing of the Lord your God will be on all your work and on everything to which you put your hand. For there will never be a time when there are no poor in the land, and so I give orders to you. Let your hand be open to your countrymen, to those who are poor and in need in your land. If one of your countrymen, a Hebrew man or woman, becomes your servant for a price and does work for you 6 years, in the 7th year let him go free. And when you make him free, do not let him go away with nothing in his hands, but give him freely from your flock and from your grain and your wine, in the measure of the wealth which the Lord your God has given you, you are to give to him. And keep in mind that you yourself were a servant in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God made you free, so I give you this order today. But if he says to you, I have no desire to go away from you, because you and your family are dear to him and he is happy with you, then take a sharp-pointed instrument, driving it through his ear into the door, and he will be your servant forever. And you may do the same for your servant girl. Let it not seem hard to you that you have to send him away free, for he has been working for you for 6 years, which is twice the regular time for a servant, and the blessing of the Lord your God will be on you in everything you do. All the first males to come to birth in your herd and your flock are to be holy to the Lord your God. The first birth of your ox is not to be used for work, the wool of your first lamb is not to be cut. But year by year you and all your house are to take a meal of it before the Lord, in the place of his selection. But if it has any mark on it, if it is blind or has damaged legs, or if there is anything wrong with it, it may not be offered to the Lord your God. It may be used for food in your houses, the unclean and the clean may take of it, as of the gazelle and the roe. Only do not take its blood for food, but let it be drained out on the earth like water. Chapter 16. Take note of the month of Abib and keep the Passover to the Lord your God, for in the month of Abib the Lord your God took you out of Egypt by night. The Passover offering, from your flock or your herd, is to be given to the Lord your God in the place marked out by him as the resting place of his name. Take no leavened bread with it. For 7 days let your food be unleavened bread, that is, the bread of sorrow, for you came out of the land of Egypt quickly, so the memory of that day, when you came out of the land of Egypt, will be with you all your life. For 7 days let no leaven be used through all your land, and nothing of the flesh which is put to death in the evening of the first day is to be kept through the night till morning. The Passover offering is not to be put to death in any of the towns which the Lord your God gives you, but in the place marked out by the Lord your God as the resting place of his name. There you are to put the Passover to death in the evening, at sundown. at that time of the year when you came out of Egypt. It is to be cooked and taken as food in the place marked out by the Lord, and in the morning you are to go back to your tents. For 6 days let your food be unleavened bread, and on the 7th day there is to be a holy meeting to the Lord your God, no work is to be done. Let 7 weeks be numbered from the first day when the grain is cut. Then keep the feast of weeks to the Lord your God, with an offering freely given to him from the wealth he has given you. Then you are to be glad before the Lord your God, you and your son and your daughter, your manservant and your womanservant, and the Levite who is with you, and the man from a strange country, and the child without a father, and the widow, who are living among you, in the place marked out by the Lord your God as a resting place for his name. And you will keep in mind that you were a servant in the land of Egypt, and you will take care to keep all these laws. You are to keep the Feast of Tents for 7 days after you have gotten all your grain and made your wine. You are to keep the feast with joy, you and your son and your daughter, your manservant and your womanservant, and the Levite, and the man from a strange country, and the child without a father, and the widow, who are living among you. Keep the feast to the Lord your God for 7 days, in the place marked out by the Lord, because the blessing of the Lord your God will be on all the produce of your land and all the work of your hands, and you will have nothing but joy. 3 times in the year let all your males come before the Lord your God in the place named by him, at the feast of unleavened bread, the feast of weeks, and the feast of tents, and they are not to come before the Lord with nothing in their hands. Every man is to give as he is able, in the measure of the blessing which the Lord your God has given you. You are to make judges and overseers in all your towns which the Lord your God gives you, for every tribe, and they are to be upright men, judging the people in righteousness. You are not to be moved in your judging by a man's position, you are not to take rewards, for rewards make the eyes of the wise man blind, and the decisions of the upright false. Let righteousness be your guide, so that you may have life, and take for your heritage the land which the Lord your God is giving you. Let no holy tree of any sort be planted by the altar of the Lord your God which you will make. You are not to put up stone pillars, for they are hated by the Lord your God. Chapter 17. No ox or sheep which has a mark on it or is damaged in any way may be offered to the Lord your God, for that is disgusting to the Lord your God. If there is any man or woman among you, in any of the towns which the Lord your God gives you, who does evil in the eyes of the Lord your God, sinning against his agreement, by becoming a servant of other gods and worshipping them or the sun or the moon or all the stars of heaven, against my orders, if word of this comes to your ears, then let this thing be looked into with care, and if there is no doubt that it is true, and such evil has been done in Israel, then you are to take the man or woman who has done the evil to the public place of your town, and they are to be stoned with stones till they are dead. On the word of 2 or 3 witnesses, a man may be given the punishment of death, but he is not to be put to death on the word of 1 witness. The hands of the witnesses will be the first to put him to death, and after them the hands of all the people. So you are to put away the evil from among you. If you are not able to give a decision as to who is responsible for a death, or who is right in a cause, or who gave the first blow in a fight, and there is a division of opinion about it in your town, then go to the place marked out by the Lord your God, and come before the priests, the Levites, or before him who is judge at the time, and they will go into the question and give you a decision, and you are to be guided by the decision they give in the place named by the Lord, and do whatever they say, acting in agreement with their teaching and the decision they give, not turning to one side or the other from the word they have given you. And any man who, in his pride, will not give ear to the priest whose place is there before the Lord your God, or to the judge, is to be put to death. You are to put away the evil from Israel. And all the people, hearing of it, will be full of fear and put away their pride. When you have come into the land which the Lord your God is giving you, and have taken it for a heritage and are living in it, if it is your desire to have a king over you, like the other nations round about you, then see that you take as your king the man named by the Lord your God. Let your king be one of your countrymen, not a man of another nation who is not one of yourselves. And he is not to get together a great army of horses for himself, or make the people go back to Egypt to get horses for him, because the Lord has said, you will never again go back that way. And he is not to have a great number of wives, for fear that his heart may be turned away, or great wealth of silver and gold. And when he has taken his place on the seat of his kingdom, he is to make in a book a copy of this law, from that which the priests, the Levites, have in their care, and it is to be with him for his reading all the days of his life, so that he may be trained in the fear of the Lord his God to keep and do all the words of this teaching and these laws, so that his heart may not be lifted up over his countrymen, and he may not be turned away from the orders, to one side or the other, but that his life and the lives of his children may be long in his kingdom in Israel. Chapter 18. The priests, the Levites, that is, all the tribe of Levi, will have no part or heritage with Israel. Their food and their heritage will be the offerings of the Lord made by fire. And they will have no heritage among their countrymen, the Lord is their heritage, as he has said to them. And this is to be the priest's right: those who make an offering of a sheep or an ox are to give to the priest the top part of the leg and the two sides of the head and the stomach. And in addition you are to give him the first of your grain and wine and oil, and the first wool cut from your sheep. For he, and his sons after him forever, have been marked out by the Lord your God from all your tribes, to do the work of priests in the name of the Lord. And if a Levite, moved by a strong desire, comes from any town in all Israel where he is living to the place marked out by the Lord, then he will do the work of a priest in the name of the Lord his God, with all his brothers the Levites who are there before the Lord. His food will be the same as theirs, in addition to what has come to him as the price of his property. When you have come into the land which the Lord your God is giving you, do not take as your example the disgusting ways of those nations. Let there not be seen among you anyone who makes his son or his daughter go through the fire, or anyone using secret arts, or a maker of strange sounds, or a reader of signs, or any wonder worker, or anyone using secret force on people, or putting questions to a spirit, or having secret knowledge, or going to the dead for directions. For all who do such things are disgusting to the Lord, and because of these disgusting things the Lord your God is driving them out before you. You are to be upright in heart before the Lord your God. For these nations, whose land you are taking, give attention to readers of signs and to those using secret arts, but the Lord your God will not let you do so. The Lord your God will give you a prophet from among your people, like me. You will give ear to him, in answer to the request you made to the Lord your God in Horeb on the day of the great meeting, when you said, "Let not the voice of the Lord my God come to my ears again, and let me not see this great fire any more, or death will overtake me." Then the Lord said to me, "What they have said is well said. I will give them a prophet from among themselves, like you, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he will say to them whatever I give him orders to say. And whoever does not give ear to my words which he will say in my name, will be responsible to me. But the prophet who takes it on himself to say words in my name which I have not given him orders to say, or who says anything in the name of other gods, will come to his death." And if you say in your hearts, "How are we to be certain that the word does not come from the Lord?" When a prophet makes a statement in the name of the Lord, if what he says does not take place and his words do not come true, then his word is not the word of the Lord. The words of the prophet were said in the pride of his heart, and you are to have no fear of him. Chapter 19. When the nations, whose land the Lord your God is giving you, have been cut off by him, and you have taken their place and are living in their towns and in their houses, you are to have 3 towns marked out in the land which the Lord your God is giving you for your heritage. You are to make ready a way, and see that the land which the Lord your God is giving you for your heritage, is marked out into 3 parts, to which any taker of life may go in flight. This is to be the rule for anyone who goes in flight there, after causing the death of his neighbor in error and not through hate. For example, if a man goes into the woods with his neighbor for the purpose of cutting down trees, and when he takes his axe to give a blow to the tree, the head of the axe comes off, and falling onto his neighbor gives him a wound causing his death, then the man may go in flight to one of these towns and be safe, for if not, he who has the right of punishment may go running after the taker of life in the heat of his wrath, and overtake him because the way is long, and give him a death blow, though it is not right for him to be put to death because he was not moved by hate. And so I am ordering you to see that 3 towns are marked out for this purpose. And if the Lord your God makes wide the limits of your land, as he said in his oath to your fathers, and gives you all the land which he undertook to give to your fathers, if you keep and do all these orders which I give you today, loving the Lord your God and walking ever in his ways, then let 3 more towns, in addition to these 3, be marked out for you, so that in all your land, which the Lord your God is giving you for your heritage, no man may be wrongly put to death, for which you will be responsible. But if any man has hate for his neighbor, and waiting for him secretly makes an attack on him and gives him a blow causing his death, and then goes in flight to one of these towns, the responsible men of his town are to send and take him, and give him up to the one who has the right of punishment to be put to death. Have no pity on him, so that Israel may be clear from the crime of putting a man to death without cause, and it will be well for you. Your neighbor's landmark, which was put in its place by the men of old times, is not to be moved or taken away in the land of your heritage which the Lord your God is giving you. One witness may not make a statement against a man in relation to any sin or wrongdoing which he has done. On the word of 2 or 3 witnesses a question is to be judged. If a false witness makes a statement against a man, saying that he has done wrong, then the 2 men, between whom the argument has taken place, are to come before the Lord, before the priests and judges who are then in power, and the judges will have the question looked into with care, and if the witness is seen to be false and to have made a false statement against his brother, then do to him what it was his purpose to do to his brother, and so put away the evil from among you. And the rest of the people, hearing of it, will be full of fear, and never again do such evil among you. Have no pity, let life be given for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Chapter 20. When you go out to war against other nations, and come face to face with horses and war carriages and armies greater in number than yourselves, have no fear of them, for the Lord your God is with you, who took you up out of the land of Egypt. And when you are on the point of attacking, let the priest come forward and say to the people, Give ear, O Israel, today you are going forward to the fight, let your heart be strong, do not let uncontrolled fear overcome you because of those who are against you. For the Lord your God goes with you, fighting for you to give you salvation from those who are against you. And let the overseers say to the people, If there is any man who has made for himself a new house and has not gone into it, let him go back to his house, so that in the event of his death in the fight, another may not take his house for himself. Or if any man has made a vine garden without taking the first fruits of it, let him go back to his house, so that in the event of his death in the fight, another may not be the first to make use of the fruit. Or if any man is newly married and has had no sex relations with his wife, let him go back to his house, so that in the event of his death in the fight, another man may not take her. And let the overseers go on to say to the people, If there is any man whose heart is feeble with fear, let him go back to his house before he makes the hearts of his countrymen feeble. Then, after saying these words to the people, let the overseers put captains over the army. When you come to a town, before attacking it, make an offer of peace. And if it gives you back an answer of peace, opening its doors to you, then all the people in it may be put to forced work as your servants. If however it will not make peace with you, but war, then let it be shut in on all sides, and when the Lord your God has given it into your hands, let every male in it be put to death without mercy. But the women and the children and the cattle and everything in the town and all its wealth, you may take for yourselves, the wealth of your haters, which the Lord your God has given you, will be your food. So you are to do to all the towns far away, which are not the towns of these nations, but in the towns of these peoples whose land the Lord your God is giving you for your heritage, let no living thing be kept from death, give them up to the curse, the Hittite, the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, as the Lord your God has given you orders, so that you may not take them as your example and do all the disgusting things which they do in the worship of their gods, so sinning against the Lord your God. If in war a town is shut in by your armies for a long time, do not let its trees be cut down and made waste, for their fruit will be your food. Are the trees of the countryside meant for you to take up arms against them? Only those trees which you are certain are not used for food may be cut down and put to destruction, and you are to make walls of attack against the town till it is taken. Chapter 21. If, in the land which the Lord your God is giving you, you come across the dead body of a man in the open country, and you have no idea who has put him to death, then your responsible men and your judges are to come out, and give orders for the distance from the dead body to the towns round about it to be measured, and whichever town is nearest to the body, the responsible men of that town are to take from the herd a young cow which has never been used for work or put under the yoke, and they are to take the cow into a valley where there is flowing water, and which is not plowed or planted, and there the neck of the cow is to be broken. Then the priests, the sons of Levi, are to come near, for they have been marked out by the Lord your God to be his servants and to give blessings in the name of the Lord, and by their decision every argument and every blow is to be judged, and all the responsible men of that town which is nearest to the dead man, washing their hands over the cow whose neck was broken in the valley, will say, This death is not the work of our hands and our eyes have not seen it. Have mercy, O Lord, on your people Israel whom you have made free, and take away from your people the crime of a death without cause. Then they will no longer be responsible for the man's death. So you will take away the crime of a death without cause from among you, when you do what is right in the eyes of the Lord. When you go out to war against other nations, and the Lord your God gives them up into your hands and you take them as prisoners, if among the prisoners you see a beautiful woman and it is your desire to make her your wife, then take her back to your house, and let her hair and her nails be cut, and let her take off the dress in which she was made prisoner and go on living in your house and weeping for her father and mother for a full month, and after that you may go into her and be her husband and she will be your wife. But if you have no delight in her, you are to let her go wherever she will. You may not take a price for her as if she was your property, for you have made use of her for your pleasure. If a man has 2 wives, one greatly loved and the other hated, and the 2 of them have had children by him, and if the first son is the child of the hated wife, then when he gives his property to his sons for their heritage, he is not to put the son of his loved one in the place of the first son, the son of the hated wife, but he is to give his first son his birthright, and twice as great a part of his property, for he is the first fruits of his strength and the right of the first son is his. If a man has a son who is hard-hearted and uncontrolled, who gives no attention to the voice of his father and mother, and will not be ruled by them, though they give him punishment, then let his father and mother take him to the responsible men of the town, to the public place, and say to them, This son of ours is hard-hearted and uncontrolled, he will not give attention to us, he gives himself up to pleasure and strong drink. Then he is to be stoned to death by all the men of the town, so you are to put away the evil from among you, and all Israel, hearing of it, will be full of fear. If a man does a crime for which the punishment is death, and he is put to death by hanging him on a tree, do not let his body be on the tree all night, but put it to rest in the earth the same day, for the man who undergoes hanging is cursed by God, so do not make unclean the land which the Lord your God is giving you for your heritage. Chapter 22. If you see your brother's ox or his sheep wandering, do not go by without helping, but take them back to your brother. If their owner is not near, or if you are not certain who he is, then take the beast to your house and keep it till its owner comes in search of it, and then you are to give it back to him. Do the same with his ass or his robe or anything which is gone from your brother's keeping and which you have come across, do not keep it to yourself. If you see your brother's ox or his ass falling down on the road, do not go by without giving him help in lifting it up again. It is not right for a woman to be dressed in man's clothing, or for a man to put on a woman's robe. Whoever does such things is disgusting to the Lord your God. If by chance you see a place which a bird has made for itself in a tree or on the earth, with young ones or eggs, and the mother bird seated on the young ones or on the eggs, do not take the mother bird with the young, see that you let the mother bird go, but the young ones you may take, so it will be well for you and your life will be long. If you are building a house, make a railing for the roof, so that the blood of any man falling from it will not come on your house. Do not have your vine garden planted with 2 sorts of seed, or all of it may become a loss, the seed you have put in as well as the increase. Do not do your plowing with an ox and an ass yoked together. Do not have clothing made of 2 sorts of thread, wool and linen together. On the 4 edges of your robe, with which your body is covered, put ornaments of twisted threads. If any man takes a wife, and having had connection with her, has no delight in her, and says evil things about her and gives her a bad name, saying, I took this woman, and when I had connection with her it was clear to me that she was not a virgin, then let the girl's father and mother put before the responsible men of the town, in the public place, signs that the girl was a virgin, and let the girl's father say to the responsible men, I gave my daughter to this man for his wife, but he has no love for her, and now he has put shame on her, saying that she is not a virgin, but here is the sign that she is a virgin. Then they are to put her clothing before the responsible men of the town. Then the responsible men of the town are to give the man his punishment. They will take from him 100 shekels of silver, which are to be given to the father of the girl, because he has given an evil name to a virgin of Israel, she will go on being his wife, he may never put her away all his life. But if what he has said is true, and she is seen to be not a virgin, then they are to make the girl come to the door of her father's house, and she will be stoned to death by the men of the town, because she has done evil and put shame on Israel, by acting as a loose woman in her father's house. So you are to put away evil from among you. If a man is taken in the act of going into a married woman, the two of them, the man as well as the woman, are to be put to death, so you are to put away the evil from Israel. If a young virgin has given her word to be married to a man, and another man meeting her in the town, has connection with her, then you are to take the two of them to the doorway of the town, and have them stoned to death, the young virgin, because she gave no cry for help, though it was in the town, and the man, because he has put shame on his neighbor's wife. So you are to put away evil from among you. But if the man, meeting such a virgin in the open country, takes her by force, then only the man is to be put to death, nothing is to be done to the virgin, because there is no cause of death in her. It is the same as if a man made an attack on his neighbor and put him to death, for he came across her in the open country, and there was no one to come to the help of the virgin in answer to her cry. If a man sees a young virgin, who has not given her word to be married to anyone, and he takes her by force and has connection with her, and discovery is made of it, then the man will have to give the virgin's father 50 shekels of silver and make her his wife, because he has put shame on her. He may never put her away all his life. A man may not take his father's wife or have sex relations with a woman who is his father's. Chapter 23. No man whose private parts have been wounded or cut off may come into the meeting of the Lord's people. One whose father and mother are not married may not come into the meeting of the Lord's people, or any of his family to the 10th generation. No Ammonite or Moabite or any of their people to the 10th generation may come into the meeting of the Lord's people, because they gave you no bread or water on your way, when you came out of Egypt, and they got Balaam, the son of Peor, from Pethor in Aram-naharaim to put curses on you. But the Lord your God would not give ear to Balaam, but let the curse be changed into a blessing to you, because of his love for you. Do nothing for their peace or well-being forever. But have no hate for an Edomite, because he is your brother, or for an Egyptian, for you are living in his land. Their children in the 3rd generation may come into the meeting of the Lord's people. When you go out to war and put your tents in position, keep from every evil thing. If any man among you becomes unclean through anything which has taken place in the night, he is to go out from the tent circle and keep outside it, but when evening comes near, let him take a bath, and after sundown he may come back to the tents. Let there be a place outside the tent circle to which you may go, and have among your arms a spade, and when you have been to that place, let that which comes from you be covered up with earth, for the Lord your God is walking among your tents, to keep you safe and to give up into your hands those who are fighting against you. Then let your tents be holy, so that he may see no unclean thing among you, and be turned away from you. Do not give back to his master a servant who has gone in flight from his master and come to you. Let him go on living among you in whatever place is most pleasing to him. Do not be hard on him. No daughter of Israel is to let herself be used as a loose woman for a strange god, and no son of Israel is to give himself to a man. Do not take into the house of the Lord your God, as an offering for an oath, the price of a loose woman or the money given to one used for sex purposes in the worship of the gods, for these two things are disgusting to the Lord your God. Do not take interest from an Israelite on anything, money or food or any other goods, which you let him have. From men of other nations you may take interest, but not from an Israelite, so that the blessing of the Lord your God may be on everything to which you put your hand, in the land which you are about to take as your heritage. When you take an oath to the Lord, do not be slow to give effect to it, for without doubt the Lord your God will make you responsible, and will put it to your account as sin. But if you take no oath, there will be no sin. Whatever your lips have said, see that you do it, for you gave your word freely to the Lord your God. When you go into your neighbor's vine garden, you may take of his grapes at your pleasure, but you may not take them away in your vessel. When you go into your neighbor's field, you may take the heads of grain with your hand, but you may not put your blade to his grain. Chapter 24. If a man takes a wife, and after they are married she is unpleasing to him because of some bad quality in her, let him give her a statement in writing and send her away from his house. And when she has gone away from him, she may become another man's wife. And if the second husband has no love for her and, giving her a statement in writing, sends her away, or if death comes to the second husband to whom she was married, her first husband, who had sent her away, may not take her back after she has been wife to another, for that is disgusting to the Lord, and you are not to be a cause of sin in the land which the Lord your God is giving you for your heritage. A newly married man will not have to go out with the army or undertake any business, but may be free for 1 year, living in his house for the comfort of his wife. No one is to take, on account of a debt, the stones with which grain is crushed, for in doing so he takes a man's living. If a man takes by force one of his countrymen, the children of Israel, using him as his property or getting a price for him, that thief is to be put to death, so you are to put away evil from among you. In connection with the leper's disease, take care to keep and do every detail of the teaching of the priests, the Levites, as I gave them orders, so you are to do. Keep in mind what the Lord your God did to Miriam on the way, when you came out of Egypt. If you let your brother have the use of anything which is yours, do not go into his house and take anything of his as a sign of his debt, but keep outside till he comes out and gives it to you. If he is a poor man, do not keep his property all night, but be certain to give it back to him when the sun goes down, so that he may have his clothing for sleeping in, and will give you his blessing, and this will be put to your account as righteousness before the Lord your God. Do not be hard on a servant who is poor and in need, if he is one of your countrymen or a man from another nation living with you in your land. Give him his payment day by day, not keeping it back overnight, for he is poor and his living is dependent on it, and if his cry against you comes to the ears of the Lord, it will be judged as sin in you. Fathers are not to be put to death for their children or children for their fathers, every man is to be put to death for the sin which he himself has done. Be upright in judging the cause of the man from a strange country and of him who has no father. Do not take a widow's clothing on account of a debt, but keep in mind that you were a servant in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God made you free, for this is why I give you orders to do this. When you get in the grain from your field, if some of the grain has been dropped by chance in the field, do not go back and get it, but let it be for the man from a strange land, the child without a father, and the widow, so that the blessing of the Lord your God may be on all the work of your hands. When you are shaking the fruit from your olive trees, do not go over the branches a second time, let some be for the man from a strange land, the child without a father, and the widow. When you are pulling the grapes from your vines, do not take up those which have been dropped, let them be for the man from a strange land, the child without a father, and the widow. Keep in mind that you were a servant in the land of Egypt, for this is why I give you orders to do this. Chapter 25. If there is an argument between men and they go to law with one another, let the judges give their decision for the upright, and against the wrongdoer. And if the wrongdoer is to undergo punishment by whipping, the judge will give orders for him to go down on his face and be whipped before him, the number of the blows being in relation to his crime. He may be given 40 blows, not more, for if more are given, your brother may be shamed before you. Do not keep the ox from taking the grain when he is crushing it. If brothers are living together and one of them, at his death, has no son, the wife of the dead man is not to be married outside the family to another man. Let her husband's brother go into her and make her his wife, doing as it is right for a brother-in-law to do. Then the first male child she has will take the rights of the brother who is dead, so that his name may not come to an end in Israel. But if the man says he will not take his brother's wife, then let the wife go to the responsible men of the town, and say, My husband's brother will not keep his brother's name living in Israel, he will not do what it is right for a husband's brother to do. Then the responsible men of the town will send for the man, and have talk with him, and if he still says, I will not take her, then his brother's wife is to come to him, before the responsible men of the town, and take his shoe off his foot, and put shame on him, and say, So let it be done to the man who will not take care of his brother's name. And his family will be named in Israel, the house of him whose shoe has been taken off. If 2 men are fighting, and the wife of one of them, coming to the help of her husband, takes the other by the private parts, her hand is to be cut off. Have no pity on her. Do not have in your bag different weights, a great and a small, or in your house different measures, a great and a small. But have a true weight and a true measure, so that your life may be long in the land which the Lord your God is giving you. For all who do such things, and all whose ways are not upright, are disgusting to the Lord your God. Keep in mind what Amalek did to you on your way from Egypt, how, meeting you on the way, he made an attack on you when you were tired and without strength, cutting off all the feeble ones at the end of your line, and the fear of God was not in him. So when the Lord your God has given you rest from all who are against you on every side, in the land which the Lord your God is giving you for your heritage, see to it that the memory of Amalek is cut off from the earth. Keep this in mind. Chapter 26. Now when you have come into the land which the Lord is giving you for your heritage, and you have made it yours and are living in it, you are to take a part of the first fruits of the earth, which you get from the land which the Lord your God is giving you, and put it in a basket, and go to the place marked out by the Lord your God, as the resting place of his name. And you are to come to him who is priest at that time, and say to him, I give witness today before the Lord your God, that I have come into the land which the Lord made an oath to our fathers to give us. Then the priest will take the basket from your hand and put it down in front of the altar of the Lord your God. And these are the words which you will say before the Lord your God, My father was a wandering Aramean, and he went down with a small number of people into Egypt, there he became a great and strong nation, and the Egyptians were cruel to us, crushing us under a hard yoke, and our cry went up to the Lord, the God of our fathers, and the Lord's ear was open to the voice of our cry, and his eyes took note of our grief and the crushing weight of our work, and the Lord took us out of Egypt with a strong hand and a stretched out arm, with works of power and signs and wonders, and he has been our guide to this place, and has given us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey. So now, I have come here with the first of the fruits of the earth which you, O Lord, have given me. Then you will put it down before the Lord your God and give him worship, and you will have joy in every good thing which the Lord your God has given to you and to your family, and the Levite, and the man from a strange land who is with you, will take part in your joy. When you have taken out a tenth from the tenth of all your produce in the third year, which is the year when this has to be done, give it to the Levite, and the man from a strange land, and the child without a father, and the widow, so that they may have food in your towns and be full, and say before the Lord your God, I have taken all the holy things out of my house and have given them to the Levite, and the man from a strange land, and him who has no father, and the widow, as you have given me orders. I have kept in mind all your orders, in nothing have I gone against them, no part of these things has been used for food in a time of weeping, or put away when I was unclean, or given for the dead. I have given ear to the voice of the Lord my God, and have done all you have given me orders to do. So, looking down from your holy place in heaven, send your blessing on your people Israel and on the land which you have given us, as you said in your oath to our fathers, a land flowing with milk and honey. Today the Lord your God gives you orders to keep all these laws and decisions, so then keep and do them with all your heart and all your soul. Today you have given witness that the Lord is your God, and that you will go in his ways and keep his laws and his orders and his decisions and give ear to his voice, and the Lord has made it clear this day that you are a special people to him, as he gave you his word, and that you are to keep all his orders, and that he will make you high over all the nations he has made, in praise, in name, and in honor, and that you are to be a holy people to the Lord your God as he has said. Chapter 27. Then Moses and the responsible men of Israel gave the people these orders, Keep all the orders which I have given you this day, and on the day when you go over Jordan into the land which the Lord your God is giving you, put up great stones, coating them with building paste, and writing on them all the words of this law, after you have gone over, so that you may take the heritage which the Lord your God is giving you, a land flowing with milk and honey, as the Lord, the God of your fathers, has said. And when you have gone over Jordan, you are to put up these stones, as I have said to you today, in Mount Ebal, and have them coated with building paste. There you are to make an altar to the Lord your God, of stones on which no iron instrument has been used. You are to make the altar of the Lord your God of uncut stones, offering on it burnt offerings to the Lord your God, and you are to make your peace offerings, feasting there with joy before the Lord your God. And put on the stones all the words of this law, writing them very clearly. Then Moses and the priests, the Levites, said to all Israel, Be quiet and give ear, O Israel, today you have become the people of the Lord your God. For this cause you are to give ear to the voice of the Lord your God, and do his orders and his laws which I give you this day. That same day Moses said to the people, These are to take their places on Mount Gerizim for blessing the people when you have gone over Jordan, Simeon and Levi and Judah and Issachar and Joseph and Benjamin, and these are to be on Mount Ebal for the curse, Reuben, Gad, and Asher, and Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. Then the Levites are to say in a loud voice to all the men of Israel, Cursed is the man who makes any image of wood or stone or metal, disgusting to the Lord, the work of man's hands, and puts it up in secret, and let all the people say, So be it. Cursed is he who does not give honor to his father or mother. And let all the people say, So be it. Cursed is he who takes his neighbor's landmark from its place. And let all the people say, So be it. Cursed is he by whom the blind are turned out of the way. And let all the people say, So be it. Cursed is he who gives a wrong decision in the cause of a man from a strange land, or of one without a father, or of a widow. And let all the people say, So be it. Cursed is he who has sex relations with his father's wife, for he has put shame on his father. And let all the people say, So be it. Cursed is he who has sex relations with any sort of beast. And let all the people say, So be it. Cursed is he who has sex relations with his sister, the daughter of his father or of his mother. And let all the people say, So be it. Cursed is he who has sex relations with his mother-in-law. And let all the people say, So be it. Cursed is he who takes his neighbor's life secretly. And let all the people say, So be it. Cursed is he who for a reward puts to death one who has done no wrong. And let all the people say, So be it. Cursed is he who does not take this law to heart to do it. And let all the people say, So be it. Chapter 28. Now if you give ear to the voice of the Lord your God, and keep with care all these orders which I have given you today, then the Lord your God will put you high over all the nations of the earth, and all these blessings will come on you and overtake you, if your ears are open to the voice of the Lord your God. A blessing will be on you in the town, and a blessing in the field. A blessing will be on the fruit of your body, and on the fruit of your land, on the fruit of your cattle, the increase of your herd, and the young of your flock. A blessing will be on your basket and on your bread basin. A blessing will be on your coming in and on your going out. By the power of the Lord, those who take arms against you will be overcome before you. They will come out against you one way, and will go in flight from you 7 ways. The Lord will send his blessing on your storehouses and on everything to which you put your hand. His blessing will be on you in the land which the Lord your God is giving you. The Lord will keep you as a people holy to himself, as he has said to you in his oath, if you keep the orders of the Lord your God and go on walking in his ways. And all the peoples of the earth will see that the name of the Lord is on you, and they will go in fear of you. And the Lord will make you fertile in every good thing, in the fruit of your body, and the fruit of your cattle, and the fruit of your fields, in the land which the Lord, by his oath to your fathers, said he would give you. Opening his storehouse in heaven, the Lord will send rain on your land at the right time, blessing all the work of your hands. Other nations will make use of your wealth, and you will have no need of theirs. The Lord will make you the head and not the tail, and you will ever have the highest place, if you give ear to the orders of the Lord your God which I give you today, to keep and to do them, not turning away from any of the orders which I give you today, to the right hand or to the left, or going after any other gods to give them worship. But if you do not give ear to the voice of the Lord your God, and take care to do all his orders and his laws which I give you today, then all these curses will come on you and overtake you. You will be cursed in the town and cursed in the field. A curse will be on your basket and on your bread basin. A curse will be on the fruit of your body, and on the fruit of your land, on the increase of your cattle, and the young of your flock. You will be cursed when you come in and cursed when you go out. The Lord will send on you cursing and trouble and punishment in everything to which you put your hand, till sudden destruction overtakes you, because of your evil ways in which you have been false to me. The Lord will send disease after disease on you, till you have been cut off by death from the land to which you are going. The Lord will send wasting disease, and burning pain, and flaming heat against you, keeping back the rain till your land is waste and dead, so will it be till your destruction is complete. And the heaven over your heads will be brass, and the earth under you hard as iron. The Lord will make the rain of your land powder and dust, sending it down on you from heaven till your destruction is complete. The Lord will let you be overcome by your haters. You will go out against them one way, and you will go in flight before them 7 ways. You will be the cause of fear among all the kingdoms of the earth. Your bodies will be meat for all the birds of the air and the beasts of the earth, there will be no one to send them away. The Lord will send on you the disease of Egypt, and other sorts of skin diseases which nothing will make well. He will make your minds diseased, and your eyes blind, and your hearts wasted with fear. You will go feeling your way when the sun is high, like a blind man for whom all is dark, and nothing will go well for you. You will be crushed and made poor forever, and you will have no savior. You will take a wife, but another man will have the use of her. The house which your hands have made will never be your resting place. You will make a vine garden, and never take the fruit of it. Your ox will be put to death before your eyes, but its flesh will not be your food. Your ass will be violently taken away before your face, and will not be given back to you. Your sheep will be given to your haters, and there will be no savior for you. Your sons and your daughters will be given to another people, and your eyes will be wasted away with looking and weeping for them all the day, and you will have no power to do anything. The fruit of your land and all the work of your hands will be food for a nation which is strange to you and to your fathers. You will only be crushed down and kept under forever, so that the things which your eyes have to see will send you out of your minds. The Lord will send a skin disease, attacking your knees and your legs, bursting out from your feet to the top of your head, so that nothing will make you well. And you, and the king whom you have put over you, will the Lord take away to a nation strange to you and to your fathers. There you will be servants to other gods of wood and stone. And you will become a wonder and a name of shame among all the nations where the Lord will take you. You will take much seed out into the field, and get little in, for the locust will get it. You will put in vines and take care of them, but you will get no wine or grapes from them, for they will be food for worms. Your land will be full of olive trees, but there will be no oil for the comfort of your body, for your olive tree will give no fruit. You will have sons and daughters, but they will not be yours, for they will go away prisoners into a strange land. All your trees and the fruit of your land will be the locusts. The man from a strange land who is living among you will be lifted up higher and higher over you, while you go down lower and lower. He will let you have his wealth at interest, and will have no need of yours. He will be the head and you the tail. And all these curses will come after you and overtake you, till your destruction is complete, because you did not give ear to the voice of the Lord your God, or keep his laws and his orders which he gave you. These things will come on you and on your seed, to be a sign and a wonder forever, because you did not give honor to the Lord your God, worshipping him gladly, with joy in your hearts on account of all your wealth of good things. For this cause you will become servants to those whom the Lord your God will send against you, without food and drink and clothing, and in need of all things, and he will put a yoke of iron on your neck till he has put an end to you. The Lord will send a nation against you from the farthest ends of the earth, coming with the flight of an eagle, a nation whose language is strange to you, a hard-faced nation, who will have no respect for the old or mercy for the young. He will take the fruit of your cattle and of your land till death puts an end to you. He will let you have nothing of your grain or wine or oil or any of the increase of your cattle or the young of your flock, till he has made your destruction complete. Your towns will be shut in by his armies, till your high walls, in which you put your faith, have come down. His armies will be round your towns, through all your land which the Lord your God has given you. And your food will be the fruit of your body, the flesh of the sons and daughters which the Lord your God has given you, because of your bitter need and the cruel grip of your haters. That man among you who is soft and used to comfort will be hard and cruel to his brother, and to his dear wife, and to of those his children who are still living, and will not give to any of them the flesh of his children which will be his food because he has no other, in the cruel grip of your haters on all your towns. The most soft and delicate of your women, who would not so much as put her foot on the earth, so delicate is she, will be hard-hearted to her husband and to her son and to her daughter, and to her baby newly come to birth, and to the children of her body, for having no other food, she will make a meal of them secretly, because of her bitter need and the cruel grip of your haters on all your towns. If you will not take care to do all the words of this law, recorded in this book, honoring the name of glory and of fear, the Lord your God, then the Lord your God will make your punishment, and the punishment of your seed, a thing to be wondered at, great punishments and cruel diseases stretching on through long years. He will send on you again all the diseases of Egypt, which were a cause of fear to you, and they will take you in their grip. And all the diseases and the pains not recorded in the book of this law will the Lord send on you till your destruction is complete. And you'll become a very small band, though your numbers were like the stars of heaven, because you did not give ear to the voice of the Lord your God. And as the Lord took delight in doing you good and increasing you, so the Lord will take pleasure in cutting you off and causing your destruction, and you will be uprooted from the land which you are about to take as your heritage. And the Lord will send you wandering among all peoples, from one end of the earth to the other. There you will be servants to other gods, of wood and stone, gods of which you and your fathers had no knowledge. And even among these nations there will be no peace for you, and no rest for your feet, but the Lord will give you there a shaking heart and wasting eyes and weariness of soul. Your very life will be hanging in doubt before you, and day and night will be dark with fears, and nothing in life will be certain. In the morning you will say, if only it was evening. And at evening you will say, if only morning would come, because of the fear in your hearts and the things which your eyes will see. And the Lord will take you back to Egypt again in ships, by the way of which I said to you, you will never see it again. There you will be offering yourselves as men servants and women servants to your haters for a price, and no man will take you. Chapter 29. These are the words of the agreement which Moses was ordered by the Lord to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moab, in addition to the agreement which he made with them in Horeb. And Moses said in the hearing of all Israel, you have seen all the Lord did before your eyes in the land of Egypt to Pharaoh and to all his servants and all his land, the great tests which your eyes saw, and the signs and wonders. But even to this day the Lord has not given you a mind open to knowledge, or seeing eyes or hearing ears. For 40 years I have been your guide through the wasteland, your clothing has not become old on your backs, or your shoes on your feet. You have had no bread, or wine, or strong drink, so that you might see that I am the Lord your God. When you came to this place, Sihon, king of Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, came out to make war against us, and we overcame them, and we took their land and gave it to the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half-tribe of Manasseh, for their heritage. So keep the words of this agreement and do them, so that it may be well for you in everything you do. You have come here today, all of you, before the Lord your God, the heads of your tribes, the overseers, and those who are in authority over you, with all the men of Israel, and your little ones, your wives, and the men of other lands who are with you in your tents, down to the woodcutter and the servant who gets water for you, with the purpose of taking part in the agreement of the Lord your God, and his oath which he makes with you today, and so that he may make you his people today, and be your God, as he has said to you, and as he made an oath to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And not with you only do I make this agreement and this oath, but with everyone who is here with us today before the Lord our God, as well as with those who are not here, for you have in mind how we were living in the land of Egypt, and how we came through all the nations which were on your way, and you have seen their disgusting doings, and the images of wood and stone and silver and gold which were among them, so that there may not be among you any man or woman or family or tribe whose heart is turned away from the Lord our God today, to go after other gods and give them worship, or any root among you whose fruit is poison and bitter sorrow. If such a man, hearing the words of this oath, takes comfort in the thought that he will have peace even if he goes on in the pride of his heart, taking whatever chance may give him, the Lord will have no mercy on him, but the wrath of the Lord will be burning against that man, and all the curses recorded in this book will be waiting for him, and the Lord will take away his name completely from the earth. He will be marked out by the Lord, from all the tribes of Israel, for an evil fate, in keeping with all the curses of the agreement recorded in this book of the law. And future generations, your children coming after you, and travelers from far countries, will say, when they see the punishments of that land and the diseases which the Lord has sent on it, and that all the land is a salt and smoking waste, not planted or giving fruit or clothed with grass, but wasted like Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboim, on which the Lord sent destruction in the heat of his wrath, truly all the nations will say, why has the Lord done so to this land? What is the reason for this great and burning wrath? Then men will say, because they gave up the agreement of the Lord, the God of their fathers, which he made with them when he took them out of the land of Egypt, and they went after other gods and gave them worship, gods who were strange to them, and whom he had not given them, and so the wrath of the Lord was moved against this land, to send on it all the curse recorded in this book, rooting them out of their land, in the heat of his wrath and passion, and driving them out into another land, as at this day. The secret things are the Lord our God's, but the things which have been made clear are ours and our children's forever, so that we may do all the words of this law. Chapter 30. Now when all these things have come on you, the blessing and the curse which I have put before you, if the thought of them comes back to your minds, when you are living among the nations where the Lord your God has sent you, and your hearts are turned again to the Lord your God, and you give ear to his word which I give you today, you and your children, with all your heart and with all your soul, then the Lord will have pity on you, changing your fate, and taking you back again from among all the nations where you have been forced to go. Even if those who have been forced out are living in the farthest part of heaven, the Lord your God will go in search of you, and take you back, placing you again in the land of your fathers as your heritage, and he will do good, increasing you till you are more in number than your fathers were. And the Lord your God will give to you and to your seed a circumcision of the heart, so that, loving him with all your heart and all your soul, you may have life. And the Lord your God will put all these curses on those who are against you, and on your haters who put a cruel yoke on you. And you will again give ear to the voice of the Lord, and do all his orders which I have given you today. And the Lord your God will make you fertile in all good things, blessing the work of your hands, and the fruit of your body, and the fruit of your cattle, and the fruit of your land, for the Lord will have joy in you, as he had in your fathers, if you give ear to the voice of the Lord your God, keeping his orders and his laws which are recorded in this book of the law, and turning to the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. For these orders which I have given you today are not strange and secret, and are not far away. They are not in heaven, for you to say, who will go up to heaven for us and give us knowledge of them so that we may do them? And they are not across the sea, for you to say, who will go over the sea for us and give us news of them so that we may do them? But the word is very near you, in your mouth and in your heart, so that you may do it. See, I have put before you today, life and good, and death and evil, in giving you orders today to have love for the Lord your God, to go in his ways and keep his laws and his orders and his decisions, so that you may have life and be increased, and that the blessing of the Lord your God may be with you in the land where you are going, the land of your heritage. But if your heart is turned away and your ear is shut, and you go after those who would make you servants and worshippers of other gods, I give witness against you this day that destruction will certainly be your fate, and your days will be cut short in the land where you are going, the land of your heritage on the other side of Jordan. Let heaven and earth be my witnesses against you this day that I have put before you life and death, a blessing and a curse, so take life for yourselves and for your seed, in loving the Lord your God, hearing his voice and being true to him, for he is your life and by him will your days be long, so that you may go on living in the land which the Lord gave by an oath to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Chapter 31. So Moses said all these things to Israel. Then he said to them, I am now 120 years old, I am no longer able to go out and come in, and the Lord has said to me, you are not to go over Jordan. The Lord your God, he will go over before you, he will send destruction on all those nations, and you will take their land as your heritage, and Joshua will go over at your head as the Lord has said. The Lord will do to them as he did to Sihon and to Og, the kings of the Amorites, and to their land, whom he put to destruction. The Lord will give them up into your hands, and you are to do to them as I have given you orders. Be strong and take heart, and have no fear of them, for it is the Lord your God who is going with you, he will not take away his help from you. Then Moses sent for Joshua, and before the eyes of all Israel said to him, Be strong and take heart, for you are to go with this people into the land which the Lord, by his oath to their fathers, has given them. By your help they will take it for their heritage. It is the Lord who goes before you, he will be with you, he will not take away his help from you or give you up, so have no fear. Then Moses put all this law in writing, and gave it to the priests, the sons of Levi, who take up the ark of the Lord's agreement, and to all the responsible men of Israel. And Moses said to them, At the end of every 7 years, at the time fixed for the ending of debts, at the Feast of Tents, when all Israel has come before the Lord your God in the place named by him, let a reading be given of this law in the hearing of all Israel. Make all the people come together, men and women and children, and anyone from another country who is with you, so that hearing they may become wise in the fear of the Lord your God, and take care to do all the words of this law, and so that your children, to whom it is new, may give ear and be trained in the fear of the Lord your God, while you are living in the land which you are going over Jordan to take for your heritage. At that time the Lord said to Moses, The day of your death is near, send for Joshua, and come to the tent of meeting so that I may give him his orders. So Moses and Joshua went to the tent of meeting. And the Lord was seen in the tent in a pillar of cloud resting by the door of the tent. And the Lord said to Moses, Now you are going to rest with your fathers, and this people will be false to me, uniting themselves to the strange gods of the land where they are going. They will be turned away from me and will not keep the agreement I have made with them. In that day my wrath will be moved against them, and I will be turned away from them, veiling my face from them, and destruction will overtake them, and unnumbered evils and troubles will come on them, so that in that day they will say, Have not these evils come on us because our God is not with us? Truly, my face will be turned away from them in that day, because of all the evil they have done in going after other gods. Make then this song for yourselves, teaching it to the children of Israel, put it in their mouths, so that this song may be a witness for me against the children of Israel. For when I have taken them into the land named in my oath to their fathers, a land flowing with milk and honey, and they have made themselves full of food and are fat, then they will be turned to other gods and will give them worship, no longer honoring me or keeping my agreement. Then when evils and troubles without number have overtaken them, this song will be a witness to them, for the words of it will be clear in the memories of their children. For I see the thoughts which are moving in their hearts even now, before I have taken them into the land of my oath. So that same day Moses made this song, teaching it to the children of Israel. Then he gave orders to Joshua, the son of Nun, saying to him, Be strong and take heart, for you are to go at the head of the children of Israel into the land which I made an oath to give them, and I will be with you. Now after writing all the words of this law in a book till the record of them was complete, Moses said to the Levites who were responsible for taking up the ark of the Lord's agreement, Take this book of the law and put it by the ark of the Lord's agreement, so that it may be a witness against you. For I have knowledge of your heart and uncontrolled hearts. Even now, while I am still living, you will not be ruled by the Lord, how much less after my death. Get together before me all those who are in authority in your tribes, and your overseers, so that I may say these things in their hearing, and make heaven and earth my witnesses against them. For I am certain that after my death you will give yourselves up to sin, wandering from the way which I have given you, and evil will overtake you in the end, because you will do evil in the eyes of the Lord, moving him to wrath by the work of your hands. Then in the hearing of all the meeting of Israel, Moses said the words of this song, to the end. Chapter 32. Give ear, O heavens, to my voice, let the earth take note of the words of my mouth. My teaching is dropping like rain, coming down like dew on the fields, like rain on the young grass and showers on the garden plants. For I will give honor to the name of the Lord, let our God be named great. He is the rock, complete is his work, for all his ways are righteousness, a God without evil who keeps faith, true and upright is he. They have become false, they are not his children, the mark of sin is on them, they are an evil and hard-hearted generation. Is this your answer to the Lord, O foolish people and unwise? Is he not your Father who has given you life? He has made you and given you your place. Keep in mind the days of the past, give thought to the years of generations gone by. Go to your father and he will make it clear to you, to the old men and they will give you the story. When the Most High gave the nations their heritage, separating into groups the children of men, he had the limits of the peoples marked out, keeping in mind the number of the children of Israel. For the Lord's wealth is his people, Jacob is the land of his heritage. He came to him in the wasteland, in the unpeopled waste of sand, putting his arms round him and caring for him. He kept him as the light of his eye. As an eagle, teaching her young to make their flight, with her wings outstretched over them, takes them up on her strong feathers. So the Lord only was his guide, no other God was with him. He put him on the high places of the earth, his food was the increase of the field, honey he gave him out of the rock and oil out of the hard rock, butter from his cows and milk from his sheep, with fat of lambs and sheep of Bashan, and goats, and the heart of the grain, and for your drink, wine from the blood of the grape. But Yeshurun became fat and would not be controlled. You have become fat, you are thick and full of food. Then he was untrue to the God who made him, giving no honor to the rock of his salvation. The honor which was his they gave to strange gods. By their disgusting ways he was moved to wrath. They made offerings to evil spirits which were not God, to gods who were strange to them, which had newly come up, not feared by your fathers. You have no thought for the rock, your father, you have no memory of the God who gave you birth. And the Lord saw with disgust the evil doing of his sons and daughters. And he said, My face will be veiled from them, I will see what their end will be, for they are an uncontrolled generation, children in whom is no faith. They have given my honor to that which is not God, moving me to wrath with their false worship. I will give their honor to those who are not a people, moving them to wrath by a foolish nation, for my wrath is a flaming fire, burning to the deep parts of the underworld, burning up the earth with her increase, and firing the deep roots of the mountains. I will send a rain of troubles on them, my arrows will be showered on them. They will be wasted from need of food, and overcome by burning heat and bitter destruction, and the teeth of beasts I will send on them, with the poison of the worms of the dust. Outside they will be cut off by the sword, and in the inner rooms by fear. Death will take the young man and the virgin, the baby at the breast and the gray-haired man. I said I would send them wandering far away, I would make all memory of them go from the minds of men, but for the fear that their haters, uplifted in their pride, might say, Our hand is strong, the Lord has not done all this. For they are a nation without wisdom, there is no sense in them. If only they were wise, if only this was clear to them, and they would give thought to their future. How would it be possible for one to overcome 1,000, and two to send 10,000 in flight, if their rock had not let them go, if the Lord had not given them up? For their rock is not like our rock, even our haters themselves being judges. For their vine is the vine of Sodom, from the fields of Gomorrah, their grapes are the grapes of evil, and the berries are bitter, their wine is the poison of dragons, the cruel poison of snakes. Is not this among my secrets, kept safe in my storehouse? Punishment is mine and reward, at the time of the slipping of their feet, for the day of their downfall is near, sudden will be their fate. For the Lord will be judge of his people, he will have pity for his servants, when he sees that their power is gone, there is no one, shut up or free. And he will say, Where are their gods, the rock in which they put their faith? Who took the fat of their offerings, and the wine of their drink offering? Let them now come to your help, let them be your salvation. See now, I myself am he, there is no other God but me, giver of death and life, wounding and making well, and no one has power to make you free from my hand. For lifting up my hand to heaven I say, by my unending life, if I make sharp my shining sword, and my hand is outstretched for judging, I will give punishment to those who are against me, and their right reward to my haters. I will make my arrows red with blood, my sword will be feasting on flesh, with the blood of the dead and the prisoners, of the long-haired heads of my haters. Be glad, O you his people, over the nations, for he will take payment for the blood of his servants, and will give punishment to his haters, and take away the sin of his land, for his people. So Moses said all the words of this song in the hearing of the people, he and Hoshea, the son of Nun. And after saying all this to the people, Moses said to them, Let the words which I have said to you today go deep into your hearts, and give orders to your children to do every word of this law. And this is no small thing for you, but it is your life, and through this you may make your days long in the land which you are going over Jordan to take for your heritage. That same day the Lord said to Moses, Go up into this mountain of Abarim, to Mount Nebo in the land of Moab opposite Jericho, there you may see the land of Canaan, which I am giving to the children of Israel for their heritage, and let death come to you on the mountain where you are going, and be put to rest with your people, as death came to Aaron, your brother, on Mount Hor, where he was put to rest with his people, because of your sin against me before the children of Israel at the waters of Meribah Kadesh in the wasteland of Zin, because you did not keep my name holy among the children of Israel. So you will see the land before you, but you will not go into the land which I am giving to the children of Israel. Chapter 33. Now this is the blessing which Moses, the man of God, gave to the children of Israel before his death. He said, The Lord came from Sinai, dawning on them from Seir, shining out from Mount Paran, coming from Meribah Kadesh. From his right hand went flames of fire, his wrath made waste the peoples. All his holy ones are at his hand, they go at his feet, they are lifted up on his wings. Moses gave us a law, a heritage for the people of Jacob. And there was a king in Yeshurun, when the heads of the people and the tribes of Israel came together. Let life not death be Reuben's, let not the number of his men be small. And this is the blessing of Judah, he said, Give ear, O Lord, to the voice of Judah and make him one with his people, let your hands take up his cause, and be his help against his attackers. And of Levi he said, give your Thummim to Levi and let the Urim be with your loved one, whom you put to the test at Massa, with whom you were angry at the waters of Meribah, who said of his father, who is he, and of his mother, I have not seen her. He kept himself separate from his brothers and had no knowledge of his children, for they have given ear to your word and kept your agreement. They will be the teachers of your decisions to Jacob and of your law to Israel. The burning of perfumes before you will be their right, and the ordering of burnt offerings on your altar. Let your blessing, O Lord, be on his substance, may the work of his hands be pleasing to you, may those who take up arms against him and all who have hate for him, be wounded through the heart, never to be lifted up again. And of Benjamin he said, Benjamin is the loved one of the Lord, he will be kept safe at all times, he will be covered by the Most High, resting between his arms. And of Joseph he said, let the blessing of the Lord be on his land, for the good things of heaven on high, and the deep waters flowing under the earth, and the good things of the fruits of the sun, and the good things of the growth of the moons, and the chief things of the oldest mountains, and the good things of the eternal hills, the good things of the earth and all its wealth, the good pleasure of him who was seen in the burning tree, may they come on the head of Joseph, on the head of him who was prince among his brothers. He is a young ox, glory is his horns are the horns of the mountain ox, with which all peoples will be wounded, even to the ends of the earth, they are the 10,000s of Ephraim and the thousands of Manasseh. And of Zebulun he said, be glad, Zebulun, in your going out, and, Issachar, in your tents. They will send out the word for the people to come to the mountain, taking there the offerings of righteousness, for the store of the seas will be theirs, and the secret wealth of the sand. Of Gad he said, a blessing be on him who makes wide the limits of Gad, he takes his rest like a she lion, taking for himself the arm and the crown of the head. He kept for himself the first part, for his was the ruler's right, he put in force the righteousness of the Lord, and his decisions for Israel. And of Dan he said, Dan is a young lion, springing out from Bashan. And of Naphtali he said, O Naphtali, made glad with grace and full of the blessing of the Lord, the sea and its fishes will be his. And of Asher he said, let Asher have the blessing of children, may he be pleasing to his brothers, and let his foot be wet with oil. Your shoes will be iron and brass, and as your days, so may your work be. No other is like the God of Yeshurun, coming on the heavens to your help, and letting his glory be seen in the skies. The God of your fathers is your safe resting place, and under you were his eternal arms, driving out the forces of your haters from before you. He said, let destruction overtake them. And Israel is living in peace, the fountain of Jacob by himself, in a land of grain and wine, with dew dropping from the heavens. Happy are you, O Israel, who is like you, a people whose Savior is the Lord, whose help is your cover, whose sword is your strength. All those who are against you will put themselves under your rule, and your feet will be planted on their high places. Chapter 34. And Moses went up from the tablelands of Moab to Mount Nebo, to the top of Pisgah which is facing Jericho. And the Lord let him see all the land of Gilead as far as Dan, and all Naphtali and the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, and all the land of Judah, as far as the great sea of the west, and the south, and the circle of the valley of Jericho, the town of palm trees, as far as Zoar. And the Lord said to him, this is the land about which I made an oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, I will give it to your seed. Now I have let you see it with your eyes, but you will not go in there. So death came to Moses, the servant of the Lord, there in the land of Moab, as the Lord had said. And the Lord put him to rest in the valley in the land of Moab opposite Beth Peor, but no man has knowledge of his resting place to this day. And Moses at his death was 120 years old, his eye had not become clouded, or his natural force become feeble. For 30 days the children of Israel were weeping for Moses in the tablelands of Moab, till the days of weeping and sorrow for Moses were ended. And Joshua, the son of Nun, was full of the spirit of wisdom, for Moses had put his hands on him, and the children of Israel gave ear to him, and did as the Lord had given orders to Moses. There has never been another prophet in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord had knowledge of face to face, in all the signs and wonders which the Lord sent him to do in the land of Egypt, to Pharaoh and to all his servants in all his land, and in all the acts of power and fear which Moses did before the eyes of all Israel. The Book of Joshua. Chapter 1. Now after the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord, the word of the Lord came to Joshua, the son of Nun, Moses' helper, saying, Moses my servant is dead, so now get up. Go over Jordan, you and all this people, into the land which I am giving to them, to the children of Israel. Every place on which you put your foot I have given to you, as I said to Moses. From the wasteland and this mountain Lebanon, as far as the great river, the river Euphrates, and all the land of the Hittites to the great sea, in the west, will be your country. While you are living, all will give way before you, as I was with Moses, so I will be with you. I will not take away my help from you or give you up. Take heart and be strong, for you will give to this people for their heritage the land which I gave by an oath to their fathers. Only take heart and be very strong, take care to do all the law which Moses my servant gave you, not turning from it to the right hand or to the left, so that you may do well in all your undertakings. Let this book of the law be ever on your lips and in your thoughts day and night, so that you may keep with care everything in it, then a blessing will be on all your way, and you will do well. Have I not given you your orders? Take heart and be strong, have no fear and do not be troubled, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. Then Joshua gave their orders to those who were in authority over the people, saying, Go through the tents and give orders to the people, saying, Get ready a store of food, for in 3 days you are to go over this river Jordan and take for your heritage the land which the Lord your God is giving you. And to the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half-tribe of Manasseh, Joshua said, Keep in mind what Moses, the servant of the Lord, said to you, The Lord your God is sending you rest and will give you this land. Your wives, your little ones, and your cattle will be kept here in the land which Moses gave you on this side of Jordan, but you, the fighting men, are to go over before your brothers, armed, to give them help, till the Lord has given your brothers rest, as he has given it to you, and they have taken their heritage in the land which the Lord your God is giving them. Then you will go back to the land of your heritage which Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave you on the east side of Jordan. Then they said to Joshua in answer, Whatever you say to us we will do, and wherever you send us we will go. As we gave attention to Moses in all things, so we will give attention to you, and may the Lord your God be with you as he was with Moses. Whoever goes against your orders, and does not give attention to all your words, will be put to death. Only take heart and be strong. Joshua. Chapter 2. Then Joshua, the son of Nun, sent 2 men from Shittim secretly, with the purpose of searching out the land, and Jericho. So they went and came to the house of a loose woman of the town, named Rahab, where they took their rest for the night. And it was said to the king of Jericho, See, some men have come here tonight from the children of Israel with the purpose of searching out the land. Then the king of Jericho sent to Rahab, saying, Send out the men who have come to you and are in your house, for they have come with the purpose of searching out all the land. And the woman took the 2 men and put them in a secret place. Then she said, Yes, the men came to me, but I had no idea where they came from, and when it was the time for shutting the doors at dark, they went out. I have no idea where the men went, but if you go after them quickly, you will overtake them. But she had taken them up to the roof, covering them with the stems of flax which she had put out in order there. So the men went after them on the road to Jordan as far as the river crossing, and when they had gone out after them, the door into the town was shut. And before the men went to rest, she came up to them on the roof, and said to them, It is clear to me that the Lord has given you the land, and that the fear of you has come on us, for we have had news of how the Lord made the Red Sea dry before you when you came out of Egypt, and what you did to the 2 kings of the Amorites, on the other side of Jordan, to Sihon and Og, whom you gave up to the curse. And because of this news, our hearts became like water, and there was no more spirit in any of us because of you, for the Lord your God is God in heaven on high and here on earth. So now, will you give me your oath by the Lord, that, because I have been kind to you, you will be kind to my father's house, and that you will keep safe my father and mother and my brothers and sisters and all they have, so that death may not come on us? And the men said to her, Our life for yours if you keep our business secret, and when the Lord has given us the land, we will keep faith and be kind to you. Then she let them down from the window by a cord, for the house where she was living was on the town wall. And she said to them, Get away into the hill country, or the men who have gone after you will overtake you. Keep yourselves safe there for 3 days, till the searchers have come back, and then go on your way." And the men said to her, "We will only be responsible for this oath which you have made us take, if, when we come into the land, you put this cord of bright red thread in the window from which you let us down, and get your father and mother and your brothers and all your family into the house. Then if anyone goes out of your house into the street, his blood will be on his head, we will not be responsible, but if any damage comes to anyone in the house, his blood will be on our heads. But if you say anything about our business here, then we will be free from the oath you have made us take." And she said, "Let it be as you say." Then she sent them away, and they went, and she put the bright red cord in the window. And they went into the hill country and were there 3 days, till the men who had gone after them had come back, and those who went after them were searching for them everywhere without coming across them. Then the 2 men came down from the hill country and went over and came back to Joshua, the son of Nun, and they gave him a complete account of what had taken place. And they said to Joshua, "Truly, the Lord has given all the land into our hands, and all the people of the land have become like water because of us." Chapter 3. Then Joshua got up early in the morning, and, moving on from Shittim, he and all the children of Israel came to Jordan and were there for the night before going over. And at the end of 3 days, the men in authority over the people went through the tents, giving the people their orders, and saying, "When you see the ark of the agreement of the Lord your God lifted up by the priests, the Levites, then get up from your places and go after it, but let there be a space between you and it of about 2,000 cubits, come no nearer to it, so that you may see the way you have to go, for you have not been over this way before." And Joshua said to the people, "Make yourselves holy, for tomorrow the Lord will do works of wonder among you." Then Joshua said to the priests, "Take up the ark of the agreement and go over in front of the people." So they took up the ark of the agreement and went in front of the people. And the Lord said to Joshua, "From now on I will give you glory in the eyes of all Israel, so that they may see that, as I was with Moses, so I will be with you. And you are to give orders to the priests who take up the ark of the agreement, and say, when you come to the edge of the waters of Jordan, go no further." And Joshua said to the children of Israel, "Come to me here, and give ear to the words of the Lord your God." And Joshua said, "By this you will see that the living God is among you, and that he will certainly send out from before you the Canaanite and the Hittite and the Hivite and the Perizzite and the Girgashite and the Amorite and the Jebusite. See, the ark of the agreement of the Lord of all the earth is going over before you into Jordan. So take 12 men out of the tribes of Israel, a man from every tribe. And when the feet of the priests who take up the ark of the Lord of all the earth, come to rest in the waters of Jordan, the waters of Jordan will be cut off, all the waters flowing down from higher up, and will come together in a mass." So when the people went out from their tents to go over Jordan, the priests who took up the ark of the agreement were in front of the people, and when those who took up the ark came to Jordan, and the feet of the priests who took up the ark were touching the edge of the water, for the waters of Jordan are overflowing all through the time of the grain cutting, then the waters flowing down from higher up were stopped and came together in a mass a long way back at Adam, a town near Zarethan, and the waters flowing down to the sea of the Arabah, the salt sea, were cut off, and the people went across opposite Jericho. And the priests who took up the ark of the agreement of the Lord kept their places, with their feet on dry land in the middle of Jordan, while all Israel went over on dry land, till all the nation had gone over Jordan. Chapter 4. Now when all the nation had come to the other side of Jordan, the Lord said to Joshua, "Take 12 men from the people, a man for every tribe, and say to them, Take up from the middle of Jordan, from the place where the feet of the priests were resting, 12 stones, and take them over with you and put them down in the place where you take your rest tonight." So Joshua sent for the 12 men, whom he had ready, 1 man out of every tribe of the children of Israel, and he said to them, "Go over before the ark of the Lord your God into the middle of Jordan, and let every one of you take up a stone on his back, 1 for every tribe of the children of Israel, so that this may be a sign among you, when your children say to you in time to come, What is the reason for these stones? Then you will say to them, Because the waters of Jordan were cut off before the ark of the Lord's agreement, when it went over Jordan the waters of Jordan were cut off, and these stones will be a sign for the children of Israel, keeping it in their memory forever." So the children of Israel did as Joshua gave them orders, and took 12 stones from the middle of Jordan, as the Lord had said to Joshua, one for every tribe of the children of Israel. These they took across with them to their night's resting place and put them down there. And Joshua put up 12 stones in the middle of Jordan, where the feet of the priests who took up the ark of the agreement had been placed, and there they are to this day. For the priests who took up the ark kept there in the middle of Jordan till all the orders given to Joshua by Moses from the Lord had been done. Then the people went over quickly. And when all the people had come to the other side, the ark of the Lord went over, and the priests, before the eyes of the people. And the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh went over armed before the children of Israel as Moses had said to them. About 40,000 armed for war went over before the Lord to the fight, to the lowlands of Jericho. That day the Lord made Joshua great in the eyes of all Israel, and all the days of his life they went in fear of him, as they had gone in fear of Moses. Then the Lord said to Joshua, "Give orders to the priests who take up the ark of witness, to come up out of Jordan." So Joshua gave orders to the priests, saying, "Come up now out of Jordan." And when the priests who took up the ark of the Lord's agreement came up out of Jordan and their feet came out onto dry land, the waters of Jordan went back to their place, overflowing its edges as before. So on the 10th day of the first month the people came up out of Jordan, and put up their tents in Gilgal, on the east side of Jericho. And the 12 stones which they took out of Jordan, Joshua put up in Gilgal. And he said to the children of Israel, "When your children say to their fathers in time to come, 'What is the reason for these stones?' then give your children the story, and say, 'Israel came over this river Jordan on dry land.' For the Lord your God made the waters of Jordan dry before you till you had gone across, as he did to the Red Sea, drying it up before us till we had gone across, so that all the peoples of the earth may see that the hand of the Lord is strong, and that they may go in fear of the Lord your God forever." Chapter 5. Now when the news came to all the kings of the Amorites on the west side of Jordan, and all the kings of the Canaanites living by the sea, how the Lord had made the waters of Jordan dry before the children of Israel, till they had gone across, their hearts became like water, and there was no more spirit in them, because of the children of Israel. At that time the Lord said to Joshua, "Make yourself stone knives and give the children of Israel circumcision a second time." So Joshua made stone knives and gave the children of Israel circumcision at Gibeath ha-Araloth. And this is the reason why Joshua did so: all the males of the people who came out of Egypt, all the fighting men, had been overtaken by death in the wasteland on the way, after they came out of Egypt. All the people who came out had undergone circumcision, but all the people whose birth had taken place in the wasteland on their journey from Egypt had not. For the children of Israel were wandering in the wasteland for 40 years, till all the nation, that is, all the fighting men, who had come out of Egypt, were dead, because they did not give ear to the voice of the Lord, to whom the Lord said, with an oath, that he would not let them see the land which the Lord had given his word to their fathers to give us, a land flowing with milk and honey. And their children, who came up in their place, now underwent circumcision by the hands of Joshua, not having had it before, for there had been no circumcision on the journey. So when all the nation had undergone circumcision, they kept in their tents till they were well again. And the Lord said to Joshua, "Today the shame of Egypt has been rolled away from you." So that place was named Gilgal, to this day. So the children of Israel put up their tents in Gilgal, and they kept the Passover on the 14th day of the month, in the evening, in the lowlands of Jericho. And on the day after the Passover, they had for their food the produce of the land, unleavened cakes and dry grain on the same day. And there was no more manna from the day after they had for their food the produce of the land. The children of Israel had manna no longer, but that year the produce of the land of Canaan was their food. Now when Joshua was near Jericho, lifting up his eyes he saw a man in front of him, with his sword uncovered in his hand. And Joshua went up to him and said, "Are you for us or against us?" And he said, "No, but I have come as captain of the armies of the Lord." Then Joshua, falling down with his face to the earth in worship, said, "What has my Lord to say to his servant?" And the captain of the Lord's army said to Joshua, "Take off your shoes from your feet, for the place where you were is holy." Chapter 6. Now Jericho was all shut up because of the children of Israel, there was no going out or coming in. And the Lord said to Joshua, "See, I have given into your hands Jericho with its king and all its men of war. Now let all your fighting men make a circle round the town, going all round it once." Do this for 6 days. And let 7 priests go before the ark with 7 loud-sounding horns in their hands. On the 7th day you are to go round the town 7 times, the priests blowing their horns. And at the sound of a long note on the horns, let all the people give a loud cry, and the wall of the town will come down flat, and all the people are to go straight forward. Then Joshua, the son of Nun, sent for the priests and said to them, Take up the ark of the agreement, and let 7 priests take 7 horns in their hands and go before the ark of the Lord. And he said to the people, Go forward, circling the town, and let the armed men go before the ark of the Lord. So after Joshua had said this to the people, the 7 priests with their 7 horns went forward before the Lord, blowing on their horns, and the ark of the Lord's agreement went after them. And the armed men went before the priests who were blowing the horns, and the mass of the people went after the ark, blowing their horns. And to the people Joshua gave an order, saying, You will give no cry, and make no sound, and let no word go out of your mouth till the day when I say, Give a loud cry, then give a loud cry. So he made the ark of the Lord go all round the town once, then they went back to the tents for the night. And early in the morning Joshua got up, and the priests took up the ark of the Lord. And the 7 priests with their 7 horns went on before the ark of the Lord, blowing their horns. The armed men went before them, and the mass of the people went after the ark of the Lord, blowing their horns. The 2nd day they went all round the town once, and then went back to their tents, and so they did for 6 days. Then on the 7th day they got up early, at the dawn of the day, and went round the town in the same way, but that day they went round it 7 times. And the 7th time, at the sound of the priests' horns, Joshua said to the people, Now give a loud cry, for the Lord has given you the town. And the town will be put to the curse, and everything in it will be given to the Lord. Only Rahab, the loose woman, and all who are in the house with her, will be kept safe, because she kept secret the men we sent. And as for you, keep yourselves from the cursed thing, for fear that you may get a desire for it and take some of it for yourselves, and so be the cause of a curse and great trouble on the tents of Israel. But all the silver and gold and the vessels of brass and iron are holy to the Lord, they are to come into the storehouse of the Lord. So the people gave a loud cry, and the horns were sounded, and on hearing the horns the people gave a loud cry, and the wall came down flat, so that the people went up into the town, every man going straight before him, and they took the town. And they put everything in the town to the curse, men and women, young and old, ox and sheep and ass, they put to death without mercy. Then Joshua said to the 2 men who had been sent to make a search through the land, Go into the house of the loose woman, and get her out, and all who are with her, as you gave her your oath. So the searchers went in and got out Rahab and her father and mother and her brothers and all she had, and they got out all her family, and they took them outside the tents of Israel. Then, after burning up the town and everything in it, they put the silver and gold and the vessels of brass and iron into the storehouse of the Lord's house. But Joshua kept Rahab, the loose woman, and her father's family and all she had, from death, and so she got a living place among the children of Israel to this day, because she kept safe the men whom Joshua had sent to make a search through the land. Then Joshua gave the people orders with an oath, saying, Let that man be cursed before the Lord who puts his hand to the building up of this town. With the loss of his first son will he put the first stone of it in place, and with the loss of his youngest son he will put up its doors. Chapter 7. But the children of Israel did wrong about the cursed thing, for Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, of the family of Judah, took of the cursed thing, moving the Lord to wrath against the children of Israel. Now Joshua sent men from Jericho to Ai, which is by the side of Beth-aven, on the east side of Bethel, and said to them, Go up and make a search through the land. And the men went up and saw how I was placed. Then they came back to Joshua and said to him, Do not send all the people up, but let about 2,000 or 3,000 men go up and make an attack on Ai. There is no need for all the people to be tired with the journey there, for it is only a small town. So about 3,000 of the people went up, and were sent in flight by the men of Ai. The men of Ai put to death about 36 of them, driving them from before the town as far as the stoneworks, and overcoming them on the way down, and the hearts of the people became like water. Then Joshua, in great grief, went down on the earth before the ark of the Lord till the evening, and all the chiefs of Israel with him, and they put dust on their heads. And Joshua said, O Lord God, Why have you taken us over Jordan only to give us up into the hands of the Amorites for our destruction? If only it had been enough for us to keep on the other side of Jordan. O Lord, what am I to say now that Israel have given way before their attackers? For when the news comes to the Canaanites and all the people of the land, they will come up, shutting us in and cutting off our name from the earth. And what will you do for the honor of your great name? Then the Lord said to Joshua, Get up, what are you doing with your face to the earth? Israel has done wrong, sinning against the agreement which I made with them. They have even taken of the cursed thing, acting falsely like thieves they have put it among their goods. For this reason the children of Israel have given way, turning their backs in flight before their attackers, because they are cursed. I will no longer be with you, if you do not put the cursed thing away from among you. Up! Make the people holy, say to them, Make yourselves holy before tomorrow, for the Lord, the God of Israel, has said, There is a cursed thing among you, O Israel, and you will give way before your attackers in the fight till the cursed thing has been taken away from among you. So in the morning you are to come near, tribe by tribe, and the tribe marked out by the Lord is to come near, family by family, and the family marked out by the Lord is to come near, house by house, and the house marked out by the Lord is to come near, man by man. Then the man who is taken with the cursed thing is to be burned, with everything which is his, because he has gone against the agreement of the Lord and has done an act of shame in Israel. So Joshua got up early in the morning, and made Israel come before him by their tribes, and the tribe of Judah was taken. Then he made Judah come forward, and the family of the Zerahites was taken, and he made the family of the Zerahites come forward man by man, and Zabdi was taken. Then the house of Zabdi came forward man by man, and Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, was taken. And Joshua said to Achan, My son, give glory and praise to the Lord, the God of Israel. Give me word now of what you have done, and keep nothing back from me. And Achan, answering, said to Joshua, Truly I have done wrong against the Lord, the God of Israel, and this is what I have done. When I saw among their goods a fair robe of Babylon and 200 shekels of silver, and a mass of gold, 50 shekels in weight, I was overcome by desire and took them, and they are put away in the earth in my tent, and the silver is under it. So Joshua sent men quickly, and looking in his tent, they saw where the robe had been put away secretly with the silver under it. And they took them from the tent and came back with them to Joshua and the children of Israel, and put them before the Lord. Then Joshua and all Israel took Achan, the son of Zerah, and the silver and the robe and the mass of gold, and his sons and his daughters and his oxen and his asses and his sheep and his tent and everything he had, and they took them up into the valley of Achor. And Joshua said, Why have you been a cause of trouble to us? Today the Lord will send trouble on you. And all Israel took part in stoning him. They had him stoned to death and then burned with fire. And over him they put a great mass of stones, which is there to this day. Then the heat of the Lord's wrath was turned away. So that place was named, the Valley of Achor, to this day. Chapter 8. Then the Lord said to Joshua, Have no fear and do not be troubled. Take with you all the fighting men and go up against Ai, for I have given into your hands the king of Ai and his people and his town and his land, and you are to do to Ai and its king as you did to Jericho and its king, but their goods and their cattle you may take for yourselves. Let a secret force be stationed to make a surprise attack on the town from the back. So Joshua and the fighting men got ready to go up against Ai, and Joshua took 30,000 men of war, and sent them out by night. And he gave them their orders, saying, Go and take up your position secretly at the back of the town, do not go very far away, and let all of you be ready, and I and all the people with me will come near the town, and when they come out against us as they did before, we will go in flight from them, and they will come out after us, till we have got them away from the town, for they will say, They have gone in flight from us as before, so we will go in flight before them. Then you will get up from your secret position and take the town, for the Lord your God will give it up into your hands. And when you have taken the town, put fire to it, as the Lord has said. See, I have given you your orders. So Joshua sent them out, and they took up a secret position between Bethel and Ai, on the west side of Ai, but Joshua kept with the people that night. And early in the morning Joshua got up, and put the people in order, and he and the chiefs of Israel went up before the people to Ai. And all the fighting men who were with him went up and came near the town, and took up a position on the north side of Ai facing the town, with a valley between him and the town. And taking about 5,000 men, he put them in position for a surprise attack on the west side of Ai, between Bethel and Ai. So all the people were in their places, the army on the north side of the town and the secret force on the west, and that night Joshua went down into the valley. Now when the king of Ai saw it, he got up quickly and went out to war against Israel, he and all his people, to the slope going down to the valley, but he had no idea that a secret force was waiting at the back of the town. Then Joshua and all Israel, acting as if they were overcome before them, went in flight by way of the wasteland. And all the people in Ai came together to go after them, and they went after Joshua, moving away from the town. There was not a man in Ai and Bethel who did not go out after Israel, and the town was open and unwatched while they went after Israel. And the Lord said to Joshua, "Let your spear be stretched out against Ai, for I will give it into your hands." So Joshua took up his spear, stretching it out in the direction of the town. Then the secret force came quickly from their place, and running forward when they saw his hand stretched out, went into the town and took it, and put fire to it straightway. Then the men of Ai, looking back, saw the smoke of the town going up to heaven, and were unable to go this way or that, and the people who had gone in flight to the wasteland were turned back on those who were coming after them. And when Joshua and all Israel saw that the town had been taken by the surprise attack, and that the smoke of the town had gone up, turning round they overcame the men of Ai. Then the other force came out of the town against them, so that they were being attacked on this side and on that, and Israel overcame them and let not one of them get away with his life. But the king of Ai they made prisoner, and took him to Joshua. Then, after the destruction of all the people of Ai in the field and in the wasteland where they went after them, and when all the people had been put to death without mercy, all Israel went back to Ai, and put to death all who were in it without mercy. On that day 12,000 were put to death, men and women, all the people of Ai. For Joshua did not take back his hand with the outstretched spear till the destruction of the people of Ai was complete. But the cattle and the goods from that town, Israel took for themselves, as the Lord had given orders to Joshua. So Joshua gave Ai to the flames, and made it a waste mass of stones forever, as it is to this day. And he put the king of Ai to death, hanging him on a tree till evening, and when the sun went down, Joshua gave them orders to take his body down from the tree, and put it in the public place of the town, covering it with a great mass of stones, which is there to this day. Then Joshua put up an altar to the Lord, the God of Israel, in Mount Ebal, in the way ordered by Moses, the servant of the Lord, as it is recorded in the book of the law of Moses, an altar of uncut stones, untouched by any iron instrument, and on it they made burnt offerings and peace offerings to the Lord. And he made there on the stones a copy of the law of Moses, writing it before the eyes of the children of Israel. And all Israel, those who are Israelites by birth, as well as the men from other lands living with them, and their responsible men and their overseers and judges, took their places round the ark, in front of the priests, the Levites, whose work it was to take up the ark of the Lord's agreement. Half of them were stationed in front of Mount Gerizim and half in front of Mount Ebal, in agreement with the orders for the blessing of the children of Israel which Moses, the servant of the Lord, had given. And after, he gave them all the words of the law, the blessing and the curse, as it is all recorded in the book of the law, reading to all the meeting of Israel, with the women and the children and the men from other lands who were living among them, every word of the orders which Moses had given. Chapter 9. Now on hearing the news of these things, all the kings on the west side of Jordan, in the hill country and the lowlands and by the great sea in front of Lebanon, the Hittites and the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, came together with one purpose, to make war against Joshua and Israel. And the men of Gibeon, hearing what Joshua had done to Jericho and Ai, acting with deceit, got food together as if for a long journey, and took old food bags for their asses, and old and cracked wineskins kept together with cord, and put old stitched-up shoes on their feet, and old clothing on their backs, and all the food they had with them was dry and broken up. And they came to Joshua to the tent circle at Gilgal, and said to him and to the men of Israel, "We have come from a far country, so now make an agreement with us." And the men of Israel said to the Hivites, "It may be that you are living among us, how then may we make an agreement with you?" And they said to Joshua, "We are your servants." Then Joshua said to them, "Who are you and where do you come from?" And they said to him, Your servants have come from a very far country, because of the name of the Lord your God, for the story of his great name, and of all he did in Egypt has come to our ears, and what he did to the 2 kings of the Amorites east of Jordan, to Sihon, king of Heshbon, and to Og, king of Bashan, at Ashtaroth. So the responsible men and all the people of our country said to us, Take food with you for the journey and go to them, and say to them, We are your servants, so now make an agreement with us. This bread which we have with us for our food, we took warm and new from our houses when starting on our journey to you, but now see, it has become dry and broken up. And these wineskins were new when we put the wine in them, and now they are cracked as you see, and our clothing and our shoes have become old because of our very long journey here. And the men took some of their food, without requesting directions from the Lord. So Joshua made peace with them, and made an agreement with them that they were not to be put to death, and the chiefs of the people took an oath to them. Now 3 days after, when they had made this agreement with them, they had word that these men were their neighbors, living near them. And the children of Israel went forward on their journey, and on the 3rd day came to their towns. Now their towns were Gibeon and Chephirah and Beeroth and Kiriath-Jearim. And the children of Israel did not put them to death, because the chiefs of the people had taken an oath to them by the Lord, the God of Israel. And all the people made an outcry against the chiefs. But all the chiefs said to the people, We have taken an oath to them by the Lord, the God of Israel, and so we may not put our hands on them. This is what we will do to them, we will not put them to death, for fear that wrath may come on us because of our oath to them. Keep them living, and let them be servants, cutting wood and getting water for all the people. And all the people did as the chiefs had said to them. Then Joshua sent for them, and said to them, Why have you been false to us, saying, We are very far from you, when you are living among us? Now because of this you are cursed, and you will forever be our servants, cutting wood and getting water for the house of my God. And, answering Joshua, they said, Because it came to the ears of your servants that the Lord your God had given orders to his servant Moses to give you all this land, and to send destruction on all the people living in it, because of you, so, fearing greatly for our lives because of you, we have done this. And now we are in your hands, do to us whatever seems good and right to you. So he kept them safe from the children of Israel, and did not let them be put to death. And that day Joshua made them servants, cutting wood and getting water for the people and for the altar of the Lord, in the place marked out by him, to this day. Chapter 10. Now when it came to the ears of Adonizedek, king of Jerusalem, that Joshua had taken Ai, and had given it up to the curse, for as he had done to Jericho and its king, so he had done to Ai and its king, and that the people of Gibeon had made peace with Israel and were living among them, he was in great fear, because Gibeon was a great town, like one of the king's towns, greater than Ai, and all the men in it were men of war. So Adonizedek, king of Jerusalem, sent to Hoham, king of Hebron, and to Piram, king of Jarmuth, and to Japhia, king of Lachish, and to Debir, king of Eglon, saying, Come up to me and give me help, and let us make an attack on Gibeon, for they have made peace with Joshua and the children of Israel. So the 5 kings of the Amorites, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, and the king of Eglon, were banded together, and went up with all their armies and took up their position before Gibeon and made war against it. And the men of Gibeon sent to Joshua to the tent circle at Gilgal, saying, Be not slow to send help to your servants, come up quickly to our support and keep us safe, for all the kings of the Amorites from the hill country have come together against us. So Joshua went up from Gilgal with all his army and all his men of war. And the Lord said to Joshua, Have no fear of them, for I have given them into your hands, they will all give way before you. So Joshua, having come up from Gilgal all night, made a sudden attack on them. And the Lord made them full of fear before Israel, and they put great numbers of them to death at Gibeon, and went after them by the way going up to Beth-horon, driving them back to Azekah and Makta. And in their flight before Israel, on the way down from Beth-horon, the Lord sent down great stones from heaven on them all the way to Azekah, causing their death. Those whose death was caused by the stones were more than those whom the children of Israel put to death with the sword. It was on the day when the Lord gave up the Amorites into the hands of the children of Israel that Joshua said to the Lord, before the eyes of Israel, Sun, be at rest over Gibeon, and you, O moon, in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun was at rest and the moon kept its place till the nation had given punishment to their attackers. Is it not recorded in the book of Jashar? So the sun kept its place in the middle of the heavens, and was waiting, and did not go down, for the space of a day. And there was no day like that, before it or after it, when the Lord gave ear to the voice of a man, for the Lord was fighting for Israel. And Joshua, with all Israel, went back to the tent circle at Gilgal. But these 5 kings went in flight secretly to a hole in the rock at Makta. And word was given to Joshua that the 5 kings had been taken in a hole in the rock at Makta. And Joshua said, "Let great stones be rolled against the mouth of the hole, and let men keep watch by it. But do you, without waiting, go after their army, attacking them from the back. Do not let them get into their towns, for the Lord your God has given them into your hands." Now when Joshua and the children of Israel had come to the end of their war of complete destruction, and had put to death all but a small band who had got safely into the walled towns, all the people went back to Joshua to the tent circle at Makta in peace, and no one said a word against the children of Israel. Then Joshua said, "Take away the stones from the mouth of the hole in the rock, and make those 5 kings come out to me." And they did so, and made those 5 kings come out of the hole to him, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, and the king of Eglon. And when they had made those kings come out to Joshua, Joshua sent for all the men of Israel, and said to the chiefs of the men of war who had gone with him, "Come near and put your feet on the necks of these kings." So they came near and put their feet on their necks. And Joshua said to them, "Have no fear and do not be troubled, be strong and take heart, for so will the Lord do to all against whom you make war." Then Joshua had them put to death, hanging them on 5 trees, where they were till evening. And when the sun went down, they were taken down from the trees, by Joshua's orders, and put into the hole where they had gone to be safe, and great stones were placed at the mouth of the hole, where they are to this day. That day Joshua took Makta, and put it and its king to the sword, every soul in it he gave up to the curse without mercy, and he did to the king of Makta as he had done to the king of Jericho. Then Joshua and all Israel with him went on from Makta and came to Libnah, and made an attack on it, and again the Lord gave it and its king into the hands of Israel, and he put it and every person in it to the sword, till their destruction was complete, and he did to its king as he had done to the king of Jericho. Then Joshua and all Israel with him went on from Libnah to Lachish, and took up their position against it and made an attack on it, and the Lord gave Lachish into the hands of Israel, and on the 2nd day he took it, putting it and every person in it to the sword without mercy, as he had done to Libnah. Then Horam, king of Gezer, came up to the help of Lachish, and Joshua overcame him and his people, putting all of them to death. And Joshua and all Israel with him went on from Lachish to Eglon, and they took up their position against it and made an attack on it, and that day they took it, putting it and every person in it to the sword, as he had done to Lachish. And Joshua and all Israel with him went up from Eglon to Hebron, and made an attack on it, and took it, overcoming it and putting it and its king and its towns and every person in it to the sword, as he had done to Eglon. He put them all to death, and gave it up to the curse with every person in it. And Joshua and all Israel with him went on to make an attack on Debir, and he took it, with its king and all its towns, and he put them to the sword, giving every person in it to the curse. All were put to death, as he had done to Hebron, so he did to Debir and its king. So Joshua overcame all the land, the hill country and the south and the lowland and the mountain slopes, and all their kings. All were put to death, and every living thing he gave up to the curse, as the Lord, the God of Israel, had given him orders. Joshua overcame them from Kadesh Barnea to Gaza, and all the land of Goshen as far as Gibeon. And all these kings and their land Joshua took at the same time, because the Lord, the God of Israel, was fighting for Israel. Chapter 11. Now Jabin, king of Hazor, hearing of these things, sent to Jabab, king of Madon, and to the king of Shimron, and to the king of Achshaph, and to the kings on the north in the hill country, and in the Arabah south of Chinneroth, and in the lowland, and in the highlands of Dor on the west, and to the Canaanites on the east and on the west, and to the Amorites and the Hittites and the Perizzites, and the Jebusites in the hill country, and the Hivites under Hermon in the land of Mizpah. And they went out, they and all their armies with them, a great people, in number like the sand on the seaside, with horses and war carriages in great number. And all these kings came together, and put their forces in position at the waters of Merom, to make war on Israel. And the Lord said to Joshua, "Have no fear of them, for tomorrow at this time I will give them all up dead before Israel. You are to have the leg muscles of their horses cut and their war carriages burned with fire." So Joshua and all the men of war with him came against them suddenly at the waters of Merom, and made an attack on them. And the Lord gave them up into the hands of Israel, and they overcame them, driving them back to Great Zidon and to Misrephoth-Maim and into the valley of Mizpeh to the east, and they put them all to death. No man got away safely. And Joshua did to them as the Lord had said to him. He had the leg muscles of their horses cut and their war carriages burned with fire. At that time, Joshua went on to take Hazor and put its king to the sword, for in earlier times Hazor was the chief of all those kingdoms. And they put every person in it to death without mercy, giving every living thing up to the curse, and burning Hazor. And all the towns of these kings, and all the kings, Joshua took, and put them to the sword. He gave them up to the curse, as Moses, the servant of the Lord, had said. As for the towns made on hills of earth, not one was burned by Israel but Hazor, which was burned by Joshua. And all the goods taken from these towns, and their cattle, the children of Israel kept for themselves, but every man they put to death without mercy, till their destruction was complete, and there was no one living. As the Lord had given orders to Moses his servant, so Moses gave orders to Joshua, and so Joshua did. Every order which the Lord had given to Moses was done. So Joshua took all that land, the hill country and all the south, and all the land of Goshen, and the lowland and the Arabah, the hill country of Israel and its lowland, from Mount Halak, which goes up to Seir, as far as Baal-Gad in the valley of Lebanon under Mount Hermon, and all their kings he overcame and put to death. For a long time Joshua made war on all those kings. Not one town made peace with the children of Israel, but only the Hivites of Gibeon. They took them all in war. For the Lord made them strong in heart to go to war against Israel, so that he might give them up to the curse without mercy, and that destruction might come on them, as the Lord had given orders to Moses. And Joshua came at that time and put an end to the Anakim in the hill country, in Hebron, in Debir, in Anab, and in all the hill country of Judah and Israel. Joshua gave them and their towns to the curse. Not one of the Anakim was to be seen in the land of the children of Israel, only in Gaza, in Gath, and in Ashdod, some were still living. So Joshua took all the land, as the Lord had said to Moses, and Joshua gave it to the children of Israel as their heritage, making division of it among them by their tribes. And the land had rest from war. Chapter 12. Now these are the kings of the land whom the children of Israel overcame, taking as their heritage their land on the east side of Jordan, from the valley of the Arnon to Mount Hermon, and all the Arabah to the east, Sihon, king of the Amorites, who was living in Heshbon, ruling from Aroer, which is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and the town in the middle of the valley, and half Gilead, as far as the river Jabbok, the limits of the children of Ammon, and the Arabah to the sea of Chinneroth, to the east, and to the sea of the Arabah, that is the Salt Sea, to the east, the way to Beth Jeshimot, and on the south, under the slopes of Pisgah, and the land of Og, king of Bashan, of the rest of the Rephaim, who was living at Ashtaroth and at Edrei, ruling in the mountain of Hermon, and in Selica, and in all Bashan, as far as the limits of the Geshurites and the Maacathites, and half Gilead, to the land of Sihon, king of Heshbon. Moses, the servant of the Lord, and the children of Israel overcame them, and Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave their land for a heritage to the Reubenites, and the Gadiites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh. And these are the kings of the land whom Joshua and the children of Israel overcame on the west side of Jordan, from Baal-Gad in the valley of Lebanon to Mount Halak, which goes up to Seir, and Joshua gave the land to the tribes of Israel for a heritage, in keeping with their divisions, in the hill country, and in the lowland, and in the Arabah, and on the mountain slopes, and in the wasteland, and in the south, the Hittites, the Amorites, and the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. The king of Jericho, 1, the king of Ai, which is near Bethel, 1, the king of Jerusalem, 1, the king of Hebron, 1, the king of Jarmuth, 1, the king of Lachish, 1, the king of Eglon, 1, the king of Gezer, 1, the king of Debir, 1, the king of Jeter, 1, the king of Hormah, 1, the king of Arad, 1, the king of Libnah, 1, the king of Adullam, 1. The king of Makta, 1. The king of Bethel, 1. The king of Tapu, 1. The king of Heper, 1. The king of Aphek, 1. The king of Lasharon, 1. The king of Madon, 1. The king of Hazor, 1. The king of Shimron-Meron, 1. The king of Aksaph, 1. The king of Tanakh, 1. The king of Megiddo, 1. The king of Kadesh, 1. The king of Jonim and Carmel, 1. The king of Dor on the hill of Dor, 1. The king of Goyim in Gilgal, 1. The king of Tirzah, 1. All the kings together were 31. Chapter 13. Now Joshua was old and full of years, and the Lord said to him, You are old and full of years, and there is still very much land to be taken. This is the land which is still to be taken, all the country of the Philistines, and all the Geshurites, from the Shahor, which is before Egypt, to the edge of Ekron to the north, which is taken to be Canaanite property, the 5 chiefs of the Philistines, the Gesites, and the Ashdodites, the Ashkelonites, the Jattites, and the Ekronites, as well as the Avim, on the south, all the land of the Canaanites, and Merah which is the property of the Zidonians, to Aphek, as far as the limit of the Amorites, and the land of the Gebalites, and all Lebanon, looking east, from Baal-Gad under Mount Hermon as far as Hamath, all the people of the hill country from Lebanon to Misrephoth-Maim, all the Zidonians, them will I send out from before the children of Israel, only make division of it to Israel for a heritage, as I have given you orders to do. So now make division of this land for a heritage to the 9 tribes, and the half-tribe of Manasseh. With him the Reubenites and the Gadites have been given their heritage, which Moses gave them, on the east side of Jordan, as Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave them, from Aroer, on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and the town in the middle of the valley, and all the tableland from Medeba to Dibon, and all the towns of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who was ruling in Heshbon, to the limits of the children of Ammon, and Gilead, and the land of the Geshurites and the Maacathites, and all Mount Hermon, and all Bashan to Salekah, all the kingdom of Og and Bashan, who was ruling in Ashtaroth and in Edrei. He was one of the last of the Rephaim. These did Moses overcome, driving them out of their country. However, the people of Israel did not send out the Geshurites, or the Maacathites, but Geshur and Maacath are living among Israel to this day. Only to the tribe of Levi he gave no heritage, the offerings of the Lord, the God of Israel, made by fire as heritage, as he said to him. And Moses gave their heritage to the tribe of Reuben by their families. Their limit was from Aroer, on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and the town in the middle of the valley, and all the tableland by Medeba, Heshbon and all her towns in the tableland, Dibon, and Bamoth Baal, and Beth-Balmeon, and Jahaz, and Kedemoth, and Mephaath, and Kiriathaim, and Sibmah, and Zareth-Shahar in the mountain of the valley, and Beth-Peor, and the slopes of Pisgah, and Beth-Jeshimoth, and all the towns of the tableland, and all the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who was ruling in Heshbon, whom Moses overcame, together with the chiefs of Midian, Evi, and Rechem, and Zur, and Hur, and Reba, the chiefs of Sihon, who were living in the land. And Balaam, the son of Beer, the prophet, the children of Israel put to death with the sword. And the limit of the children of Reuben was the edge of Jordan. This was the heritage of the children of Reuben by their families, with its towns and its unwalled places. And Moses gave their heritage to the tribe of Gad by their families. And their limit was Yazer, and all the towns of Gilead, and half the land of the children of Ammon, to Aroer before Rabbah, and from Heshbon to Ramoth-Mizpeh, and Betonim, and from Mahanaim to the edge of Debir, and in the valley, Beth-Haram, and Beth-Nimrah, and Succoth, and Zaphon, the rest of the kingdom of Sihon, king of Heshbon, having Jordan for its limit, to the end of the sea of Chinnereth on the east side of Jordan. This is the heritage of the children of Gad by their families, with its towns and its unwalled places. And Moses gave their heritage to the half-tribe of Manasseh by their families. And their limit was from Mahanaim, all Bashan, all the kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, and all Haoth-Yair, in Bashan, 60 towns, and half Gilead, and Ashtaroth, and Edrei, towns of the kingdom of Og and Bashan, were for the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, for half of the children of Machir by their families. These are the heritages of which Moses made distribution in the lowlands of Moab, on the other side of Jordan and Jericho, to the east. But to the tribe of Levi Moses gave no heritage. The Lord, the God of Israel, is their heritage, as he said to them. Chapter 14. And these are the heritages which the children of Israel took in the land of Canaan, which Eleazar, the priest, and Joshua, the son of Nun, and the heads of the tribes of the children of Israel, gave out to them, their heritage by the Lord's decision, as he gave orders by Moses, for the 9 tribes and the half-tribe. For Moses had given their heritage to the 2 tribes and the half-tribe on the other side of Jordan, but to the Levites he gave no heritage among them, because the children of Joseph were 2 tribes, Manasseh and Ephraim, and they gave the Levites no part in the land, only towns for their living places, with the grasslands for their cattle and for their property. As the Lord had given orders to Moses, so the people of Israel did, and they made division of the land. Then the children of Judah went to Joshua in Gilgal, and Caleb, the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, said to him, You have knowledge of what the Lord said to Moses, the man of God, about me and about you in Kadesh Barnea. I was 40 years old when Moses, the servant of the Lord, sent me from Kadesh Barnea to make a search through the land, and the account which I gave him was in keeping with his desire. My brothers, however, who went up with me, made the heart of the people like water, but I was true to the Lord with all my heart. And on that day Moses took an oath, saying, Truly the land where your feet have been placed will become a heritage for you and your children forever, because you have been true to the Lord your God with all your heart. And now, as you see, the Lord has kept me safe these 45 years, from the time when the Lord said this to Moses, while Israel was wandering in the wasteland, and now I am 85 years old. And still, I am as strong today as I was when Moses sent me out. As my strength was then, so is it now, for war and for all the business of life. So now, give me this hill country named by the Lord at that time, for you had an account of it then, how the Anakim were there, and great walled towns. It may be that the Lord will be with me, and I will be able to take their land, as the Lord said. And Joshua gave him his blessing, and he gave Hebron to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, for his heritage. So Hebron became the heritage of Caleb, the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, to this day, because with all his heart he was true to the Lord, the God of Israel. In earlier times the name of Hebron had been Kiriath Arba, named after Arba, the greatest of the Anakim. And the land had rest from war. Chapter 15. Now the part of the land marked out for the children of Judah by families, went up to the edge of Edom, as far as the wasteland of Zin to the south, to the farthest point of it on the south. Their south limit was from the farthest part of the Salt Sea, from the inlet looking to the south. From there it goes south of the slope up to Akrabim, and on to Zin, then south past Kadesh Barnea, and on by Hezron and up to Adur, turning in the direction of Karka, then on to Asmon, ending at the stream of Egypt, and the end of the limit is at the sea. This will be your limit on the south. And the east limit is the Salt Sea as far as the end of Jordan. And the limit of the north part of the land is from the inlet of the sea at the end of Jordan. Then the line goes up to Beth Hoglah, past the north of Beth Arabah, and up to the stone of Bohan, the son of Reuben. Then the line goes up to Debir from the valley of Achor, and so to the north, in the direction of Gilgal, which is opposite the slope up to Adumim, on the south side of the river, and the line goes on to the waters of En-Shemesh, ending at En-Rogel. Then the line goes up by the valley of the son of Hinnom to the south side of the Jebusite, which is Jerusalem, then up to the top of the mountain in front of the valley of Hinnom to the west, which is at the farthest point of the valley of Rephaim on the north, and the limit is marked out from the top of the mountain to the fountain of the waters of Nephtoah, and out to the towns of Mount Ephron, as far as Bala, which is Kiriath Jearim. Then turning west, the line goes from Bala to Mount Seir, and on to the side of Mount Jearim, which is Chesalon, on the north, then down to Beth Shemesh, and on past Timnah, and out to the side of Ekron to the north. Then it is marked out to Shikharon and on to Mount Bala, ending at Jabneel. The end of the line is at the sea. And the limit on the west is the edge of the Great Sea. This is the line going round the land marked out for the children of Judah, by their families. And to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, he gave a part among the children of Judah, as the Lord had given orders to Joshua, that is, Kiriath Arba, named after Arba, the father of Anak which is Hebron. And the three sons of Anak, Shishai and Ahiman and Talmai, the children of Anak, were forced out from there by Caleb. From there he went up against the people of Debir. Now the name of Debir before that was Kiriath Sepher. And Caleb said, I will give Achsah, my daughter, as wife to the man who overcomes Kiriath Sepher and takes it. And Othniel, the son of Kenaz, Caleb's brother, took it, so he gave him his daughter Achsah for his wife. Now when she came to him, he put into her mind the idea of requesting a field from her father, and she got down from her ass, and Caleb said to her, What is it? And she said, Give me a blessing, because you have put me in dry Southland, now give me springs of water. So he gave her the higher spring and the lower spring. This is the heritage of the tribe of Judah, by their families. The farthest towns of the tribe of Judah in the direction of the limits of Edom to the south, were Kabzeel, and Eder, and Jagur, and Kena, and Dimona, and Adadah, and Kadesh, and Hazor, and Ithnan, Ziph, and Telem, and Beloth, and Hazor Hadadah, and Kerioth Hezron, which is Hazor, Amam, and Shema, and Melada, and Hazar-Gaddah, and Heshmon, and Beth Pelet, and Hazar-Shul, and Beersheba, and Beziothiah, Bala, Edom, and Dizim, and Eltolad, and Chezel, and Hormah, and Ziklag, and Madmannah, and Sansannah, and Leboth, and Shilhim, and Ain, and Rimmon. All the towns are 29, with their unwalled places. In the lowland, Eshtel, and Zorah, and Ashna, and Zanoah, and En-Ganim, Tappuah, and Enam, Jarmuth, and Adullam, Soko, and Azekah, and Sharim, and Aditham, and Gedra, and Jedarathaim, 14 towns with their unwalled places. Zenon, and Hadashah, and Migdal-Gad, and Dillon, and Mizpeh, and Jokeel, Lachish, and Bozkath, and Eglon, and Cabin, and Lamas, and Chithlish, and Jedaroth, Beth-Dagon, and Nama, and Makta, 16 towns with their unwalled places. Libnah, and Ether, and Ashan, and Iftah, and Ashna, and Nizib, and Kala, and Achzib, and Mareshah, 9 towns with their unwalled places. Ekron, with her daughter towns and her unwalled places, from Ekron to the sea, all the towns by the side of Ashdod, with their unwalled places. Ashdod, with her daughter towns and her unwalled places. Gaza, with her daughter towns and her unwalled places, to the stream of Egypt, with the great sea as a limit. And in the hill country, Shamir, and Jair, and Soko, and Dana, and Kiriath-Sanah, which is Debir, and Anab, and Eshtemo, and Anim, and Goshen, and Holon, and Gilo, 11 towns with their unwalled places. Arab, and Dumah, and Eshan, and Janim, and Beth-Tappuah, and Aphekah, and Humta, and Kiriath-Arba, which is Hebron, and Zair, 9 towns with their unwalled places. Maon, Carmel, and Ziph, and Judah, and Jezreel, and Jokdeam, and Zanoah, Cain, Gibeah, and Timnah, 10 towns with their unwalled places. Halhul, Beth-Zur, and Jeter, and Marith, and Bethanoth, and Eltekon, 6 towns with their unwalled places. Kiriath-Baal, which is Kiriath-Jearim, and Rabbah, 2 towns with their unwalled places. In the wasteland, Beth-Arabah, Middin, and Sekakah, and Nibshan, and the town of Salt, and En-Gedi, 6 towns with their unwalled places. And as for the Jebusites living in Jerusalem, the children of Judah were unable to make them go out, but the Jebusites are living with the children of Judah at Jerusalem, to this day. Chapter 16. And the limit of the land marked out for the children of Joseph went out from Jordan at Jericho, at the waters of Jericho on the east, in the wasteland, going up from Jericho through the hill country to Bethel, and it goes out from Bethel to Luz, and on as far as the limit of the Arkites to Ataroth, and it goes down to the west to the limit of the Japhletites, to the limit of Beth-horon the lower, as far as Gezer, ending at the sea. And the children of Joseph, Manasseh, and Ephraim, took their heritage. And the limit of the land of the children of Ephraim by their families was marked out in this way: the limit of their heritage to the east was Ataroth-Addar, to Beth-horon the higher. The line goes out to the west at Michmethath on the north, then turning to the east to Taanath-Shiloh, going past it on the east of Genoa, and from Genoa down to Ataroth, and to Nara, and touching Jericho, it goes on to Jordan. From Tappuah the line goes on to the west to the river of Kanah, ending at the sea. This is the heritage of the children of Ephraim by their families, together with the towns marked out for the children of Ephraim in the heritage of Manasseh, all the towns with their own walled places. And the Canaanites who were living in Gezer were not forced out, but the Canaanites have been living among Ephraim, to this day, as servants, doing forced work. Chapter 17. And this was the part marked out for the tribe of Manasseh, because he was the oldest son of Joseph. As for Machir, the oldest son of Manasseh, the father of Gilead, because he was a man of war, he had Gilead and Bashan. And as for the rest of the children of Manasseh, their heritage was given to them by families, for the children of Abiezer, and for the children of Helek, and for the children of Asriel, and for the children of Shechem, and for the children of Heper, and for the children of Shemida. These were the male children of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, by their families. But Zelophehad, the son of Heper, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, had no sons, but only daughters, and these are the names of his daughters, Mahlah, and Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. And they came before Eleazar the priest, and Joshua, the son of Nun, and before the chiefs, saying, The Lord gave orders to Moses to give us a heritage among our brothers, so in agreement with the orders of the Lord he gave them a heritage among their father's brothers. And 10 parts were given to Manasseh, in addition to the land of Gilead and Bashan, which is on the other side of Jordan, because the daughters of Manasseh had a heritage among his sons, and the land of Gilead was the property of the other sons of Manasseh. And the limit of Manasseh's land was from Asher to Michmethoth, which is before Shechem. The line goes on to the right hand, to the people of En-Tappuah. The land of Tappuah was the property of Manasseh, but Tappuah on the edge of Manasseh was the property of the children of Ephraim. And the limit goes down to the stream Kanah, to the south of the stream. These towns were Ephraim's among the towns of Manasseh. Manasseh's limit was on the north side of the stream, ending at the sea. To the south it is Ephraim's, and to the north it is Manasseh's, and the sea is his limit, and they are touching Asher on the north, and Issachar on the east. In Issachar and Asher, Manasseh had Bethshean and its daughter towns, and Ibleam and its daughter towns, and the people of Dor and its daughter towns, and the people of Endor and its daughter towns, and the people of Tanakh and its daughter towns, and the people of Megiddo and its daughter towns, that is, the 3 hills. But the children of Manasseh were not able to make the people of those towns go out, but the Canaanites would go on living in that land. And when the children of Israel had become strong, they put the Canaanites to forced work, in place of driving them out. Then the children of Joseph said to Joshua, Why have you given me only 1 part in 1 stretch of land for my heritage? For through the blessing given to me by the Lord up to now, I am a great people. Then Joshua said to them, If you are such a great people, go up into the woodlands, clearing a place there for yourselves in the land of the Perizzites and the Rephaim, if the hill country of Ephraim is not wide enough for you. And the children of Joseph said, The hill country is not enough for us, and all the Canaanites living in the valley have iron war carriages, those in Bethshean and its towns as well as those in the valley of Jezreel. Then Joshua said to the children of Joseph, to Ephraim and Manasseh, You are a great people, and have great power. You are not to have 1 property only, but the mountain shall be thine, for it is a wood, and thou shalt cut it down, and the outgoings of it shall be thine, for thou shalt drive out the Canaanites, though they have iron chariots, and though they be strong. Chapter 18. And all the meeting of the children of Israel came together at Shiloh and put up the tent of meeting there, and the land was crushed before them. But there were still 7 tribes among the children of Israel who had not taken up their heritage. Then Joshua said to the children of Israel, Why are you so slow to go in and take up your heritage in the land which the Lord, the God of your fathers, has given you? Take from among you 3 men from every tribe, and I will send them to go through the land and make a record of it for distribution as their heritage. Then let them come back to me, and let them make division of it into 7 parts. Let Judah keep inside his limit on the south, and let the children of Joseph keep inside their limit on the north. And you are to have the land marked out in 7 parts, and come back to me with a record, and I will make the distribution for you here by the decision of the Lord our God. For the Levites have no part among you, to be the Lord's priests is their heritage, and Gad and Reuben and the half-tribe of Manasseh have had their heritage on the east side of Jordan, given to them by Moses, the servant of the Lord. So the men got up and went, And Joshua gave orders to those who went, to make a record of the land, saying, Go up and down through the land, and make a record of it and come back here to me, and I will make the distribution for you here by the decision of the Lord in Shiloh. So the men went, traveling through the land, and made a record of it by towns in 7 parts in a book, and came back to Joshua to the tent circle at Shiloh. And Joshua made the distribution for them in Shiloh by the decision of the Lord, marking out the land for the children of Israel by their divisions. And the first heritage came out for the tribe of Benjamin by their families, and the limit of their heritage went between the children of Judah and the children of Joseph. And their limit on the north was from the Jordan, and the line goes up to the side of Jericho on the north and through the hill country to the west, ending at the wasteland of Bethaven. And from there the line goes south to Luz, to the side of Luz, which is Bethel, then down to Atarothadar, by the mountain to the south of Beth-horon the lower. And the limit is marked as coming round to the south on the west side from the mountain which is south of Beth-horon, and ending at Kiriath Baal, which is Kiriath Jearim, a town of the children of Judah. This is the west part. And the south part is from the farthest point of Kiriath Jearim, and the line goes out to the west to the fountain of the waters of Nephtoah, and the line goes down to the farthest part of the mountain facing the valley of the son of Hinnom, which is on the north of the valley of Rephaim. From there it goes down to the valley of Hinnom, to the side of the Jebusite on the south as far as Enrogel, and it goes to En-Shemesh and on to Jeliloth, opposite the way up to Adumim, and it goes down to the stone of Bohan, the son of Reuben, and it goes on to the side facing the Arabah to the north, and down to the Arabah, and on to the north side of Beth-hoglah, ending at the north inlet of the Salt Sea at the south end of Jordan. This is their limit on the south. And the limit of the east part is the Jordan. This is the heritage of the children of Benjamin, marked out for their families by these limits on all sides. And the towns of the children of Benjamin, given to them in the order of their families, are Jericho and Beth-hoglah and Emech-Keziz and Beth-arabah and Zemaraim and Bethel and Avim and Parah and Ophrah and Cheperamoni and Ophni and Geba, 12 towns with their unwalled places, Gibeon and Ramah and Beeroth and Mizpeh and Chephirah and Mozah and Rechem and Erpeel and Tarala and Zelah, Eleph and the Jebusite, which is Jerusalem, Jibeth and Kiriath, 14 towns with their unwalled places. Chapter 19. And the second heritage came out for the tribe of Simeon by their families, and their heritage was in the middle of the heritage of the children of Judah. And they had for their heritage Beersheba and Shema and Moladah and Hazar-Shual and Bala and Azim and Eltolad and Bethel and Hormah and Ziklag and Beth-Markaboth and Hazar-Susa and Beth-Lebaoth and Sharuhen, 13 towns with their unwalled places, Ain, Rimmon, and Ether and Ashan, 4 towns with their unwalled places, and all the unwalled places round about these towns as far as Baalath-beer-Ramah to the south. This is the heritage of the tribe of Simeon by their families. The heritage of Simeon was taken out of Judah's stretch of land, for Judah's part was more than they had need of, so the heritage of the children of Simeon was inside their heritage. And the third heritage came out for Zebulun by their families. The limit of their heritage was as far as Sarid, and their limit goes up to the west to Maralah, stretching to Dabsheth, and to the stream in front of Jonim, then turning east from Sarid to the limit of Chisloth-Tabor, it goes out to Dabarad, and up to Japhia, and from there it goes on east to Gath-Hepher, to Ethkazin, ending at Rimmon which goes as far as Neah, and the line goes round it on the north to Hanathan, ending at the valley of Iftael, and Katath and Nahalal and Shimron and Idalah and Bethlehem, 12 towns with their unwalled places. This is the heritage of the children of Zebulun by their families, these towns with their unwalled places. For Issachar the fourth heritage came out, for the children of Issachar by their families, and their limit was to Jezreel and Kisaloth and Shunem and Haparium and Shean and Anaharad and Rabbith and Kishan and Abez and Remoth and En-Ganim and En-Hattah and Beth-Paz, and their limit goes as far as Tabor and Shah-Ashma and Beth-Shemesh, ending at Jordan, 16 towns with their unwalled places. This is the heritage of the tribe of the children of Issachar by their families, these towns with their unwalled places. And the fifth heritage came out for the tribe of Asher by their families. And their limit was Helkath and Hali and Badan and Aksaph and Elamelech and Ammon and Mishal, stretching to Carmel on the west and Shahor-Libnath, turning to the east to Beth-Dragon and stretching to Zebulun in the valley of Iftael as far as Beth-Emek and Neel to the north. On the left it goes as far as Kabul and Ebron and Rehob and Hammon and Kanah, to Great Zidon, and the limit goes round to Ramah in the walled town of Tyre and Hosah, ending at the sea by Heleb and Akzib, and Umah and Aphek and Rehob, 22 towns with their unwalled places. This is the heritage of the tribe of the children of Asher by their families, these towns with their unwalled places. For the children of Naphtali the sixth heritage came out, for the children of Naphtali by their families, and their limit was from Heleph, from the oak tree in Zonanim, and Adami Hanakeb and Jabneel, as far as Lachim, ending at Jordan, and turning west to Aznoth Tabor. The limit goes out from there to Hukkok, stretching to Zebulun on the south, and Asher on the west, and Judah at Jordan on the east. And the walled towns are Ziddim, Zer, and Hamath, Rakkath, and Chinnereth and Adama and Ramah and Hazor and Kadesh and Edrei and En-Hazor and Iron and Migdalel, Hormah and Beth-Anath and Beth-Shemesh, 19 towns with their unwalled places. This is the heritage of the tribe of the children of Naphtali by their families, these towns with their unwalled places. For the tribe of Dan by their families the seventh heritage came out, and the limit of their heritage was Zorah and Eshtel and Ir-Shemesh and Shalabin and Ayalon and Ithla and Elon and Timnah and Akron and Eltekeh and Gibbethon and Baalath and Jehud and Beni-Barak and Gath-Rimmon, and on the west was opposite Joppa. But the limit of the children of Dan was not wide enough for them, so the children of Dan went up and made war on Lishem and took it, putting it to the sword without mercy, and they took it for their heritage and made a place for themselves there, giving it the name of Lishem Dan, after the name of their father, Dan. This is the heritage of the tribe of the children of Dan by their families, these towns with their unwalled places. So the distribution of the land and its limits was complete, and the children of Israel gave Joshua, the son of Nun, a heritage among them. By the orders of the Lord they gave him the town for which he made request, Timnath-Serah in the hill country of Ephraim. There, after building the town, he made his living place. These are the heritages which Eleazar the priest and Joshua, the son of Nun, and the heads of families of the tribes of the children of Israel gave out at Shiloh, by the decision of the Lord, at the door of the tent of meeting. So the distribution of the land was complete. Chapter 20. And the Lord said to Joshua, Say to the children of Israel, Let certain towns be marked out as safe places, as I said to you by the mouth of Moses, so that any man who in error and without design has taken the life of another, may go in flight to them, and they will be safe places for you from him who has the right of punishment for blood. And if anyone goes in flight to one of those towns, and comes into the public place of the town, and puts his cause before the responsible men of the town, they will take him into the town and give him a place among them where he may be safe. And if the one who has the right of punishment comes after him, they are not to give the taker of life up to him, because he was the cause of his neighbor's death without designing it and not in hate. And he is to go on living in that town till he has to come before the meeting of the people to be judged, till the death of him who is high priest at that time. Then the taker of life may come back to his town and to his house, to the town from which he had gone in flight. So they made selection of Kadesh in Galilee in the hill country of Naphtali, and Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim, and Kiriath Arba, which is Hebron, in the hill country of Judah. And on the east side of Jordan at Jericho, they made selection of Bezer in the wasteland, in the tableland, out of the tribe of Reuben, and Ramoth and Gilead out of the tribe of Gad, and Golan and Bashan out of the tribe of Manasseh. These were the towns marked out for all the children of Israel and for the man from a strange country living among them, so that anyone causing the death of another in error, might go in flight there, and not be put to death by him who has the right of punishment for blood till he had come before the meeting of the people. Chapter 21. Then the heads of the families of the Levites came to Eleazar the priest and Joshua, the son of Nun, and to the heads of families of the tribes of the children of Israel, and said to them in Shiloh in the land of Canaan, The Lord gave orders by Moses that we were to have towns for living in, with their grasslands for our cattle. And the children of Israel out of their heritage gave to the Levites these towns with their grasslands, by the order of the Lord. And the heritage came out for the families of the Kohathites, the children of Aaron the priest, who were of the Levites, were given 13 towns from the tribes of Judah, Simeon, and Benjamin. The rest of the children of Kohath by their families were given 10 towns from the tribes of Ephraim and Dan and the half-tribe of Manasseh. The children of Gershon by their families were given 13 towns from the tribes of Issachar and Asher and Naphtali and the half-tribe of Manasseh which was in Bashan. The children of Merari by their families were given 12 towns from the tribes of Reuben and Gad and Zebulun. All these towns with their grasslands the children of Israel gave by the decision of the Lord to the Levites, as the Lord had given orders by Moses. From the tribes of the children of Judah and the children of Simeon they gave these towns, listed here by name. These were for the children of Aaron among the families of the Kohathites, of the children of Levi, for they came first in the distribution. They gave them Kiriath Arba, the town of Arba, the father of Anak, which is Hebron, in the hill country of Judah, with its grasslands. But the open country round the town, and its unwalled places, they gave to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, as his property. And to the children of Aaron the priest they gave Hebron with its grasslands, the town where the taker of life might be safe, and Libnah with its grasslands, and Jair with its grasslands, and Eshtemoh with its grasslands, and Holon with its grasslands, and Debir with its grasslands, and Ain, and Juttah, and Beth-Shemesh, with their grasslands, 9 towns from those 2 tribes. And from the tribe of Benjamin they gave Gibeon and Geba with their grasslands, Anatoth and Almon with their grasslands, 4 towns. 13 towns with their grasslands were given to the children of Aaron, the priests. The rest of the families of the children of Kohath, the Levites, were given towns from the tribe of Ephraim. And they gave them Shechem with its grasslands in the hill country of Ephraim, the town where the taker of life might be safe, and Gezer with its grasslands, and Kibzaim and Beth-horon with their grasslands, 4 towns. And from the tribe of Dan, Elk and Gibbethon with their grasslands, Ailon and Gath-rimmon with their grasslands, 4 towns. And from the half-tribe of Manasseh, Tanakh and Gath-rimmon with their grasslands, 2 towns. All the towns of the rest of the families of the children of Kohath were 10 with their grasslands. And to the children of Gershon, of the families of the Levites, they gave from the half-tribe of Manasseh, Golan and Bashan with its grasslands, the town where the taker of life might be safe, and Ashtaroth with its grasslands, 2 towns. And from the tribe of Issachar, Kishon and Dabaroth with their grasslands, Jarmuth and En-gannim with their grasslands, 4 towns. And from the tribe of Asher, Mishal, and Abdon, with their grasslands, Helkath and Rehob with their grasslands, 4 towns. And from the tribe of Naphtali, Kadesh in Galilee with its grasslands, the town where the taker of life might be safe, and Hamath-dor and Kartan with their grasslands, 3 towns. All the towns of the Gershonites with their families were 13 with their grasslands. And to the rest of the Levites, that is, the families of the children of Merari, they gave from the tribe of Zebulun, Jonim and Kartah with their grasslands, Dimnah and Nahalal with their grasslands, 4 towns. And from the tribe of Reuben, Bezer and Jahaz with their grasslands, Kedemoth and Mephaath with their grasslands, 4 towns. And from the tribe of Gad, Ramoth in Gilead, the town where the taker of life might be safe, and Mahanaim with their grasslands, Heshbon and Yazer with their grasslands, 4 towns. All these towns were given to the children of Merari by their families, that is, the rest of the families of the Levites, and their heritage was 12 towns. All the towns of the Levites, among the heritage of the children of Israel, were 48 towns with their grasslands. Every one of these towns had grasslands round it. So the Lord gave to Israel all the land which he gave by oath to their fathers, so it became their heritage and their living place. And the Lord gave them peace on every side, as he had said to their fathers. All those who were against them gave way before them, for the Lord gave them all up into their hands. The Lord kept faith with the house of Israel about all the good which he said he would do for them, and all his words came true. Chapter 22. Then Joshua sent for the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half-tribe of Manasseh, and said to them, You have kept all the orders of Moses, the Lord's servant, and have done everything I gave you orders to do. You have now been with your brothers for a long time, till this day you have been doing the orders of the Lord your God. And now the Lord your God has given your brothers rest, as he said, so now you may go back to your tents, to the land of your heritage, which Moses, the Lord's servant, gave to you on the other side of Jordan. Only take great care to do the orders and the law which Moses, the Lord's servant, gave you, to have love for the Lord your God and to go in all his ways, and to keep his laws and to be true to him and to be his servants with all your heart and with all your soul. Then Joshua gave them his blessing and sent them away, and they went back to their tents. Now to the one half of the tribe of Manasseh, Moses had given a heritage in Bashan, but to the other half, Joshua gave a heritage among their brothers on the west side of Jordan. Now when Joshua sent them away to their tents, he gave them his blessing, and said to them, Go back with much wealth to your tents, and with very much cattle, with silver and gold and brass and iron, and with a very great store of clothing. Give your brothers a part of the goods taken in the war." So Reuben and Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh went back, parting from the children of Israel at Shiloh in the land of Canaan, to go to the land of Gilead, to the land of their heritage which had been given to them by the Lord's order to Moses. Now when they came to the country by Jordan in the land of Canaan, the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh put up there, by Jordan, a great altar, seen from far. And news came to the children of Israel, "See, the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh have put up an altar opposite the land of Canaan, in the country by Jordan on the side which is Israel's." Then all the meeting of the children of Israel, hearing this, came together at Shiloh to go up against them to war. And the children of Israel sent Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, to the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh, to the land of Gilead, and with him they sent 10 chiefs, one for every tribe of the children of Israel, every one of them the head of his house among the families of Israel. And they came to the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh, to the land of Gilead, and said to them, "This is what all the meeting of the people of the Lord has said. What is this wrong which you have done against the God of Israel, turning back this day from the Lord and building an altar for yourselves, and being false to the Lord? Was not the sin of Baal-peor great enough, from which we are not clear even to this day, though punishment came on the people of the Lord, that now you are turned back from the Lord? And, because you are false to him today, tomorrow his wrath will be let loose on all the people of Israel. But if the land you now have is unclean, come over into the Lord's land where his house is, and take up your heritage among us, but do not be false to the Lord and to us by building yourselves an altar in addition to the altar of the Lord our God." Did not Achan, the son of Zerah, do wrong about the cursed thing, causing wrath to come on all the people of Israel? And not on him only came the punishment of death. Then the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh said in answer to the heads of the families of Israel, "God, even God the Lord, God, even God the Lord, he sees, and Israel will see, if it is in pride or in sin against the Lord, that we have made ourselves an altar, being false to the Lord. Keep us not safe from death this day, and if for the purpose of offering burnt offerings on it and meal offerings, or peace offerings, let the Lord himself send punishment for it. And if we have not, in fact, done this designedly and with purpose, having in our minds the fear that in time to come your children might say to our children, What have you to do with the Lord, the God of Israel? For the Lord has made Jordan a line of division between us and you, the children of Reuben and the children of Gad. You have no part in the Lord, so your children will make our children give up fearing the Lord." So we said, "Let us now make an altar for ourselves, not for burnt offerings or for the offerings of beasts, but to be a witness between us and you, and between the future generations, that we have the right of worshipping the Lord with our burnt offerings and our offerings of beasts and our peace offerings, so that your children will not be able to say to our children in time to come, You have no part in the Lord." For we said to ourselves, if they say this to us or to future generations, then we will say, "See this copy of the Lord's altar which our fathers made, not for burnt offerings or offerings of beasts, but for a witness between us and you." Never let it be said that we were false to the Lord, turning back this day from him and building an altar for burnt offerings and meal offerings and offerings of beasts, in addition to the altar of the Lord our God which is before his house. Then Phinehas the priest and the chiefs of the meeting and the heads of the families of Israel who were with him, hearing what the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the children of Manasseh said, were pleased. And Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, said to the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the children of Manasseh, "Now we are certain that the Lord is among us, because you have not done this wrong against the Lord, and you have kept us from falling into the hands of the Lord." Then Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, and the chiefs went back from the land of Gilead, from the children of Reuben and the children of Gad, and came to the children of Israel and Canaan and gave them the news. And the children of Israel were pleased about this, and they gave praise to God, and had no more thought of going to war against the children of Reuben and the children of Gad for the destruction of their land. And the children of Reuben and the children of Gad gave to that altar the name of Ed. For, they said, "It is a witness between us that the Lord is God." Chapter 23. Now after a long time, when the Lord had given Israel rest from wars on every side, And Joshua was old and full of years. Joshua sent for all Israel, for their responsible men and their chiefs and their judges and their overseers, and said to them, I am old, and full of years. You have seen everything the Lord your God has done to all these nations because of you, for it is the Lord your God who has been fighting for you. Now I have given to you, as the heritage of your tribes, all these nations which are still in the land, together with those cut off by me, from Jordan as far as the great sea on the west. The Lord your God will send them away by force, driving them out before you, and you are to take their land for your heritage, as the Lord your God said to you. So be very strong to keep and do whatever is recorded in the book of the law of Moses, not turning away from it to the right or to the left. Have nothing to do with these nations who still are living among you, let not their gods be named by you or used in your oaths, do not be their servants or give them worship, but be true to the Lord your God as you have been till this day. For the Lord has sent out from before you nations great and strong, and they have all given way before you till this day. One man of you is able to put to flight 1,000, for it is the Lord your God who is fighting for you, as he has said to you. So keep watch on yourselves, and see that you have love for the Lord your God. For if you go back, joining yourselves to the rest of these nations who are still among you, getting married to them and living with them and they with you, then you may be certain that the Lord your God will not go on driving these nations out from before you, but they will become a danger and a cause of sin to you, a whip for your sides and thorns in your eyes, till you are cut off from this good land which the Lord your God has given you. Now I am about to go the way of all the earth, and you have seen and are certain, all of you, in your hearts and souls, that in all the good things which the Lord said about you, he has kept faith with you, everything has come true for you. And you will see that, as all the good things which the Lord your God undertook to do for you, have come to you, so the Lord will send down on you all the evil things till he has made your destruction complete, and you are cut off from the good land which the Lord your God has given you. If the agreement of the Lord your God, which was given to you by his orders, is broken, and you become the servants of other gods and give them worship, then the wrath of the Lord will be burning against you, and you will quickly be cut off from the good land. Chapter 24. Then Joshua got all the tribes of Israel together at Shechem, and he sent for the responsible men of Israel and their chiefs and their judges and their overseers, and they took their place before God. And Joshua said to all the people, These are the words of the Lord, the God of Israel. In the past your fathers, Terah, the father of Abraham, and the father of Nahor, were living on the other side of the river, and they were worshipping other gods. And I took your father Abraham from the other side of the river, guiding him through all the land of Canaan. I made his offspring great in number, and gave him Isaac. And to Isaac I gave Jacob and Esau. To Esau I gave Mount Seir, as his heritage, but Jacob and his children went down to Egypt. And I sent Moses and Aaron, troubling Egypt by all the signs I did among them, and after that I took you out. I took your fathers out of Egypt, and you came to the Red Sea, and the Egyptians came after your fathers to the Red Sea, with their war carriages and their horsemen. And at their cry, the Lord made it dark between you and the Egyptians, and made the sea go over them, covering them with its waters. Your eyes have seen what I did in Egypt. Then for a long time you were living in the wasteland. And I took you into the lands of the Amorites on the other side of Jordan, and they made war on you, and I gave them into your hands and you took their land, and I sent destruction on them before you. Then Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab, went up to war against Israel, and he sent for Balaam, the son of Beor, to put a curse on you, but I did not give ear to Balaam, and so he went on blessing you, and I kept you safe from him. Then you went over Jordan and came to Jericho, and the men of Jericho made war on you, the Amorites and the Perizzites and the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Girgashites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, and I gave them up into your hands. And I sent the hornet before you, driving out the 2 kings of the Amorites before you, not with your sword and your bow. And I gave you a land on which you had done no work, and towns not of your building, and you are now living in them. And your food comes from vine gardens and olive gardens not of your planting. So now, go in fear of the Lord, and be his servants with true hearts, put away the gods worshipped by your fathers across the river and in Egypt, and be servants of the Lord. And if it seems evil to you to be the servants of the Lord, make the decision this day whose servants you will be, of the gods whose servants your fathers were across the river, or of the gods of the Amorites in whose land you are living, but I and my house will be the servants of the Lord. Then the people in answer said, Never will we give up the Lord to be the servants of other gods, for it is the Lord our God who has taken us and our fathers out of the land of Egypt, out of the prison house, and who did all those great signs before our eyes, and kept us safe on all our journeys, and among all the peoples through whom we went, and the Lord sent out from before us all the peoples, the Amorites living in the land, so we will be the servants of the Lord, for he is our God. And Joshua said to the people, You are not able to be the servants of the Lord, for he is a holy God, a God who will not let his honor be given to another, he will have no mercy on your wrongdoing or your sins. If you are turned away from the Lord and become the servants of strange gods, then turning against you he will do you evil, cutting you off, after he has done you good. And the people said to Joshua, No. But we will be the servants of the Lord. And Joshua said to the people, You are witnesses against yourselves that you have made the decision to be the servants of the Lord. And they said, We are witnesses. Then, he said, Put away the strange gods among you, turning your hearts to the Lord, the God of Israel. And the people said to Joshua, We will be the servants of the Lord our God, and we will give ear to his voice. So Joshua made an agreement with the people that day, and gave them a rule and a law in Shechem. And Joshua put these words on record, writing them in the book of the law of God, and he took a great stone, and put it up there under the oak tree which was in the holy place of the Lord. And Joshua said to all the people, See now, this stone is to be a witness against us, for all the words of the Lord have been said to us in its hearing, so it will be a witness against you if you are false to the Lord your God. Then Joshua let the people go away, every man to his heritage. Now after these things, the death of Joshua, the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, took place, he being then 110 years old. And they put his body in the earth in the land of his heritage in Timnath-serah, in the hill country of Ephraim, to the north of Mount Gaash. And Israel was true to the Lord all the days of Joshua, and all the days of the older men who were still living after Joshua's death, and had seen what the Lord had done for Israel. And the bones of Joseph, which the children of Israel had taken up from Egypt, they put in the earth in Shechem, in the property which Jacob had got from the sons of Hamor, the father of Shechem, for 100 shekels, and they became the heritage of the children of Joseph. Then the death of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, took place, and his body was put in the earth in the hill of Phinehas his son, which had been given to him in the hill country of Ephraim. The Book of Judges. Chapter 1. Now after the death of Joshua, the children of Israel made request to the Lord, saying, Who is to go up first to make war for us against the Canaanites? And the Lord said, Judah is to go up, see, I have given the land into his hands. Then Judah said to Simeon his brother, Come up with me into my heritage, so that we may make war against the Canaanites, and I will then go with you into your heritage. So Simeon went with him. And Judah went up, and the Lord gave the Canaanites and the Perizzites into their hands, and they overcame 10,000 of them in Bezek. And they came across Adonizedek, and made war on him, and they overcame the Canaanites and the Perizzites. But Adonizedek went in flight, and they went after him and overtook him, and had his thumbs and his great toes cut off. And Adonizedek said, 70 kings, whose thumbs and great toes had been cut off, got broken meat under my table, as I have done, so has God done to me in full. And they took him to Jerusalem, and he came to his end there. Then the children of Judah made an attack on Jerusalem, and took it, burning down the town after they had put its people to the sword without mercy. After that the children of Judah went down to make war on the Canaanites living in the hill country and in the south and in the lowlands. And Caleb went against the Canaanites of Hebron. Now in earlier times Hebron was named Kiriath Arba, and he put Shishai and Ahiman and Talmai to the sword. And from there he went up against the people of Debir. Now the name of Debir in earlier times was Kiriath Sepher, and Caleb said, I will give Achsah, my daughter, as wife to the man who overcomes Kiriath Sepher and takes it. And Othniel, the son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother, took it, so he gave him his daughter Achsah for his wife. Now when she came to him, he put into her mind the idea of requesting a field from her father, and she got down from her ass, and Caleb said to her, What is it? And she said to him, Give me a blessing, because you have put me in a dry southland, now give me springs of water. So Caleb gave her the higher spring and the lower spring. Now Hobab the Kenite, Moses' father-in-law, had come up out of the town of palm trees, with the children of Judah, into the wasteland of Arad, and he went and was living among the Amalekites, and Judah went with Simeon, his brother, and overcame the Canaanites living in Zephath, and put it under the curse, and he gave the town the name of Hormah. Then Judah took Gaza and its limit, and Ashkelon and its limit, and Ekron and its limit. And the Lord was with Judah, and he took the hill country for his heritage, but he was unable to make the people of the valley go out, for they had war carriages of iron. And they gave Hebron to Caleb, as Moses had said, and he took the land of the 3 sons of Anak, driving them out from there. And the children of Judah did not make the Jebusites who were living in Jerusalem go out. The Jebusites are still living with the children of Benjamin in Jerusalem. And the family of Joseph went up against Bethel, and the Lord was with them. So they sent men to make a search round Bethel. Now the name of the town in earlier times was Luz, and the watchers saw a man coming out of the town, and said to him, "If you will make clear to us the way into the town, we will be kind to you." So he made clear to them the way into the town, and they put it to the sword, but they let the man and all his family get away safe. And he went into the land of the Hittites, building a town there and naming it Luz, which is its name to this day. And Manasseh did not take away the land of the people of Bethshean and its daughter towns, or of Tanakh and its daughter towns, or of the people of Dor and its daughter towns, or of the people of Ibleam and its daughter towns, or of the people of Megiddo and its daughter towns, driving them out, but the Canaanites would go on living in that land. And whenever Israel became strong, they put the Canaanites to forced work, without driving them out completely. And Ephraim did not make the Canaanites who were living in Gezer go out, but the Canaanites went on living in Gezer among them. Zebulun did not make the people of Kitron or the people of Nahalol go out, but the Canaanites went on living among them and were put to forced work. And Asher did not take the land of the people of Akko, or Zidon, or Alab, or Achzib, or Helba, or Aphek, or Rehob, driving them out, but the Asherites went on living among the Canaanites, the people of the land, without driving them out. Naphtali did not take the land of the people of Beth-Shemesh or of Beth-Anath, driving them out, but he was living among the Canaanites in the land. However, the people of Beth-Shemesh and Beth-Anath were put to forced work. And the children of Dan were forced into the hill country by the Amorites, who would not let them come down into the valley, for the Amorites would go on living in Mount Heres, in Ajalon, and in Shaalbim, but the children of Joseph became stronger than they, and put them to forced work. And the limit of the Edomites went from the slope of Akrabim from Selah and up. Chapter 2. Now the angel of the Lord came up from Gilgal to Bochim. And he said, I took you out of Egypt, guiding you into the land which I gave by an oath to your fathers, and I said, My agreement with you will never be broken by me, and you are to make no agreement with the people of this land. You are to see that their altars are broken down. But you have not given ear to my voice. What have you done? And so I have said, I will not send them out from before you, but they will be a danger to you, and their gods will be a cause of falling to you. Now on hearing these words which the angel of the Lord said to all the children of Israel, the people gave themselves up to loud crying and weeping. And they gave the place the name of Bochim, and made offerings there to the Lord. And Joshua let the people go away, and the children of Israel went, every man to his heritage, to take the land for themselves. And the people were true to the Lord all the days of Joshua, and all the days of the responsible men who were still living after the death of Joshua, and had seen all the great work of the Lord which he had done for Israel. And death came to Joshua, the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, he being 110 years old. And they put his body in the earth in the land of his heritage in Timnath-Heres, in the hill country of Ephraim to the north of Mount Gash. And in time death overtook all that generation, and another generation came after them, having no knowledge of the Lord or of the things which he had done for Israel. And the children of Israel did evil in the eyes of the Lord and became servants to the Baals, and they gave up the Lord, the God of their fathers, who had taken them out of the land of Egypt, and went after other gods, the gods of the peoples round about them, worshipping them and moving the Lord to wrath. And they gave up the Lord, and became the servants of Baal and the Astartes. And the wrath of the Lord was burning against Israel, and he gave them up into the hands of those who violently took their property, and into the hands of their haters all round them, so that they were forced to give way before them. Wherever they went out, the hand of the Lord was against them for evil, as the Lord had taken his oath it would be, and things became very hard for them. Then the Lord gave them judges, as their saviors from the hands of those who were cruel to them, but still they would not give ear to their judges, but went after other gods and gave them worship, quickly turning from the way in which their fathers had gone, keeping the orders of the Lord, but they did not do so. And whenever the Lord gave them judges, then the Lord was with the judge, and was their savior from the hands of their haters all the days of the judge, for the Lord was moved by their cries of grief because of those who were cruel to them. But whenever the judge was dead, they went back and did more evil than their fathers, going after other gods, to be their servants and their worshippers, giving up nothing of their sins and their hard-hearted ways. And the wrath of the Lord was burning against Israel, and he said, because this nation has not been true to my agreement which I made with their fathers, and has not given ear to my voice, from now on I will not go on driving out from before them any of the nations which at the death of Joshua were still living in this land, in order to put Israel to the test, and see if they will keep the way of the Lord, walking in it as their fathers did, or not. So the Lord let those nations go on living in the land, not driving them out quickly, and did not give them up into the hands of Joshua. Chapter 3. Now these are the nations which the Lord kept in the land for the purpose of testing Israel by them, all those who had had no experience of all the wars of Canaan, only because of the generations of the children of Israel, for the purpose of teaching them war, only those who up till then had no experience of it, the 5 chiefs of the Philistines, and all the Canaanites and the Zidonians and the Hivites living in Mount Lebanon, from the mountain Baal-Hermon as far as Hamath, for the purpose of testing Israel by them, to see if they would give ear to the orders of the Lord, which he had given to their fathers by the hand of Moses. Now the children of Israel were living among the Canaanites, the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and they took as wives the daughters of these nations and gave their daughters to their sons, and became servants to their gods. And the children of Israel did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and put out of their minds the Lord their God, and became servants to the Baals and the Astartes. So the wrath of the Lord was burning against Israel, and he gave them up into the hands of Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia, and the children of Israel were his servants for 8 years. And when the children of Israel made prayer to the Lord, he gave them a savior, Othniel, the son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother. And the Spirit of the Lord came on him and he became judge of Israel, and went out to war, and the Lord gave up Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia, into his hands and he overcame him. Then for 40 years the land had peace, till the death of Othniel, the son of Kenaz. Then the children of Israel again did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and the Lord made Eglon, king of Moab, strong against Israel, because they had done evil in the Lord's eyes. And Eglon got together the people of Ammon and Amalek, and they went and overcame Israel and took the town of palm trees. And the children of Israel were servants to Eglon, king of Moab, for 18 years. Then when the children of Israel made prayer to the Lord, he gave them a savior, Ehud, the son of Jerah, the Benjamite, a left-handed man, and the children of Israel sent an offering by him to Eglon, king of Moab. So Ehud made himself a 2-edged sword, a cubit long, which he put on at his right side under his robe. And he took the offering to Eglon, king of Moab, who was a very fat man. And after giving the offering, he sent away the people who had come with the offering. But he himself, turning back from the stone images at Gilgal, said, I have something to say to you in secret, O king. And he said, Let there be quiet. Then all those who were waiting before him went out. Then Ehud came into him while he was seated by himself in his summer house. And Ehud said, I have a word from God for you. And he got up from his seat. And Ehud put out his left hand, and took the sword from his right side, and sent it into his stomach, and the hand part went in after the blade, and the fat was joined up over the blade, for he did not take the sword out of his stomach. Then Ehud went out into the covered way, shutting the doors of the summer house on him and locking them. Now when he had gone, the king's servants came, and saw that the doors of the summer house were locked, and they said, It may be that he is in his summer house for a private purpose. And they went on waiting till they were shamed, but the doors were still shut, so they took the key, and, opening them, saw their lord stretched out dead on the floor. But Ehud had got away while they were waiting and had gone past the stone images and got away to Seirah. And when he came there, he had a horn sounded in the hill country of Ephraim, and all the children of Israel went down with him from the hill country, and he at their head. And he said to them, "Come after me, for the Lord has given the Moabites, your haters, into your hands." So they went down after him and took the crossing places of Jordan against Moab, and let no one go across. At that time they put about 10,000 men of Moab to the sword, every strong man and every man of war, not a man got away. So Moab was broken that day under the hand of Israel. And for 80 years the land had peace. And after him came Shamgar, the son of Anath, who put to death 600 Philistines with an ox stick, and he was another savior of Israel. Chapter 4. And the children of Israel again did evil in the eyes of the Lord when Ehud was dead. And the Lord gave them up into the hands of Jabin, king of Canaan, who was ruling in Hazor. The captain of his army was Sisera, who was living in Harosheth of the Gentiles. Then the children of Israel made prayer to the Lord, for he had 900 iron war carriages, and for 20 years he was very cruel to the children of Israel. Now Deborah, a woman prophet, the wife of Lapidoth, was judge of Israel at that time. And she had her seat under the palm tree of Deborah between Ramah and Bethel in the hill country of Ephraim. And the children of Israel came up to her to be judged, and she sent for Barak, the son of Abinoam, from Kadesh Naphtali, and said to him, "Has not the Lord, the God of Israel, given orders saying, Go and get your force into line in Mount Tabor, and take with you 10,000 men of the children of Naphtali and of the children of Zebulun? And I will make Sisera, the captain of Jabin's army, with his war carriages and his forces, come against you at the river Kishon, where I will give him into your hands." And Barak said to her, "If you will go with me then I will go, but if you will not go with me I will not go." And she said, "I will certainly go with you, though you will get no honor in your undertaking, for the Lord will give Sisera into the hands of a woman." So Deborah got up and went with Barak to Kadesh. Then Barak sent for Zebulun and Naphtali to come to Kadesh, and 10,000 men went up after him, and Deborah went up with him. Now Heber the Kenite, separating himself from the rest of the Kenites, from the children of Hobab, the brother-in-law of Moses, had put up his tent as far away as the oak tree in Zonanim, by Kadesh. And word was given to Sisera that Barak, the son of Abinoam, had gone up to Mount Tabor. So Sisera got together all his war carriages, 900 war carriages of iron, and all the people who were with him, from Harosheth of the Gentiles as far as the river Kishon. Then Deborah said to Barak, "Up, for today the Lord has given Sisera into your hands. Has not the Lord gone out before you?" So Barak went down from Mount Tabor and 10,000 men after him. And the Lord sent fear on Sisera and all his war carriages and all his army before Barak, and Sisera got down from his war carriage and went in flight on foot. But Barak went after the war carriages and the army as far as Harosheth of the Gentiles, and all Sisera's army was put to the sword, not a man got away. But Sisera went in flight on foot to the tent of Yael, the wife of Heber the Kenite, for there was peace between Jabin, king of Hazor, and the family of Heber the Kenite. And Yael went out to Sisera, and said to him, "Come in, my lord, come in to me without fear." So he went into her tent, and she put a cover over him. Then he said to her, "Give me now a little water, for I have need of a drink." And opening a skin of milk, she gave him drink, and put the cover over him again. And he said to her, "Take your place at the door of the tent, and if anyone comes and says to you, 'Is there any man here?' say, 'No.'" Then Yael, Heber's wife, took a tent pin and a hammer and went up to him quietly, driving the pin into his head, and it went through his head into the earth, for he was in a deep sleep from weariness, and so he came to his end. Then Yael went out, and meeting Barak going after Sisera, said to him, "Come, and I will let you see the man you are searching for." So he came into her tent and saw, and there was Sisera stretched out dead with the tent pin in his head. So that day God overcame Jabin, king of Canaan, before the children of Israel. And the power of the children of Israel went on increasing against Jabin, king of Canaan, till he was cut off. Chapter 5. At that time Deborah and Barak, the son of Abinoam, made this song, saying, "Because of the flowing hair of the fighters in Israel, because the people gave themselves freely, give praise to the Lord. Give attention, O kings, give ear, O rulers, I, even I, will make a song to the Lord, I will make melody to the Lord, the God of Israel. Lord, when you went out from Seir, moving like an army from the field of Edom, The earth was shaking and the heavens were troubled, and the clouds were dropping water. The mountains were shaking before the Lord, the God of Israel. In the days of Shamgar, the son of Anath, in the days of Yael, the highways were not used, and travelers went by side roads. Country towns were no more in Israel, till you, Deborah, came up, as a mother in Israel. They had no one to make arms, there were no more armed men in the towns. Was there a body cover or a spear to be seen among 40,000 in Israel? Come, you rulers of Israel, you who gave yourselves freely among the people, give praise to the Lord. Let them give thought to it, who go on white asses, and those who are walking on the road. Give ear to the women laughing by the water springs, there they will give again the story of the upright acts of the Lord, all the upright acts of his arm in Israel. Awake! Awake! Deborah, awake! Awake! Give a song, up! Barak, and take prisoner those who took you prisoner, O son of Abinoam. Then the chiefs went down to the doors, the Lord's people went down among the strong ones. Out of Ephraim they came down into the valley, after you, Benjamin, among your tribesmen. From Machir came down the captains, and from Zebulun those in whose hand is the ruler's rod. Your chiefs, Issachar, were with Deborah, and Naphtali was true to Barak. Into the valley they went rushing out at his feet. In Reuben there were divisions, and great searchings of heart. Why did you keep quiet among the sheep, hearing nothing but the watchers piping to the flocks? Gilead was living over Jordan, and Dan was waiting in his ships. Asher kept in his place by the sea's edge, living by his inlets. It was the people of Zebulun who put their lives in danger, even to death, with Naphtali on the high places of the field. The kings came on to the fight, the kings of Canaan were warring, in Tanakh by the waters of Megiddo, they took no profit in money. The stars from heaven were fighting, from their highways they were fighting against Sisera. The river Kishon took them violently away, stopping their flight, the river Kishon. Give praise, O my soul, to the strength of the Lord. Then loudly the feet of the horses were sounding with the stamping of their war horses. A curse on Meroz, said the angel of the Lord. A bitter curse on her townspeople. Because they came not to the help of the Lord, among the strong ones. Blessings be on Yael, more than on all women. Blessings greater than on any in the tents. His request was for water, she gave him milk, she put butter before him on a fair plate. She put out her hand to the tent pin, and her right hand to the workman's hammer, and she gave Sisera a blow, crushing his head, wounding and driving through his brow. Bent at her feet he went down, he was stretched out, bent at her feet he went down, where he was bent down, there he went down in death. Looking out from the window she gave a cry, the mother of Sisera was crying out through the window, why is his carriage so long in coming? When will the noise of his wheels be sounding? Her wise women gave answer to her, yes, she made answer again to herself, are they not parting the goods among them, a young girl or two to every man? And to Sisera robes of colored needlework, worked in fair colors on this side and on that, for the neck of the queen? So may destruction come on all your haters, O Lord, but let your lovers be like the sun going out in his strength. And for 40 years the land had peace. Chapter 6. And the children of Israel did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and the Lord gave them up into the hand of Midian for 7 years. And Midian was stronger than Israel. And because of the Midianites, the children of Israel made holes for themselves in the mountains, and hollows in the rocks, and strong places. And whenever Israel's grain was planted, the Midianites and the Amalekites and the people of the east came up against them, and put their army in position against them, and they took all the produce of the earth as far as Gaza, till there was no food in Israel, or any sheep or oxen or asses. For they came up regularly with their oxen and their tents, they came like the locusts in number. They and their camels were without number, and they came into the land for its destruction. And Israel was in great need because of Midian, and the cry of the children of Israel went up to the Lord. And when the cry of the children of Israel, because of Midian, came before the Lord sent a prophet to the children of Israel, who said to them, The Lord the God of Israel, has said, I took you up from Egypt, out of the prison house, and I took you out of the hands of the Egyptians and out of the hands of all who were cruel to you. And I sent them out by force from before you and gave you their land, and I said to you, I am the Lord your God, "You are not to give worship to the gods of the Amorites in whose land you are living, but you did not give ear to my voice." Now the angel of the Lord came and took his seat under the oak tree in Ophrah, in the field of Joash the Abiezrite, and his son Gideon was crushing grain in the place where the grapes were crushed, so that the Midianites might not see it. And the angel of the Lord came before his eyes, and said to him, "The Lord is with you, O man of war." Then Gideon said to him, "O my Lord, if the Lord is with us, why has all this come on us? And where are all his works of power, of which our fathers have given us word, saying, Did not the Lord take us out of Egypt? But now he has given us up, handing us over to the power of Midian." And the Lord, turning to him, said, "Go in the strength you have and be Israel's savior from Midian. Have I not sent you?" And he said to him, "O Lord, how may I be the savior of Israel? See, my family is the poorest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my father's house." Then the Lord said to him, "Truly, I will be with you, and you will overcome the Midianites as if they were one man." So he said to him, "If now I have grace in your eyes, then give me a sign that it is you who are talking to me. Do not go away till I come with my offering and put it before you." And he said, "I will not go away before you come back." Then Gideon went in and made ready a young goat, and with an ephah of meal he made unleavened cakes. He put the meat in a basket and the soup in which it had been cooked he put in a pot, and he took it out to him under the oak tree and gave it to him there. And the angel of God said to him, "Take the meat and the unleavened cakes and put them down on the rock over there, draining out the soup over them." And he did so. Then the angel of the Lord put out the stick which was in his hand, touching the meat and the cakes with the end of it, and a flame came up out of the rock, burning up the meat and the cakes, and the angel of the Lord was seen no longer. Then Gideon was certain that he was the angel of the Lord, and Gideon said, "I am in fear, O Lord God. For I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." But the Lord said to him, "Peace be with you, have no fear, you are in no danger of death." Then Gideon made an altar there to the Lord, and gave it the name Yahweh Shalom. To this day it is in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. The same night the Lord said to him, "Take 10 men of your servants and an ox 7 years old, and after pulling down the altar of Baal which is your father's, and cutting down the holy tree by its side, make an altar to the Lord your God on the top of this rock, in the ordered way, and take the ox and make a burnt offering with the wood of the holy tree which has been cut down." Then Gideon took 10 of his servants and did as the Lord had said to him, but fearing to do it by day, because of his father's people and the men of the town, he did it by night. And the men of the town got up early in the morning, and they saw the altar of Baal broken down, and the holy tree which was by it cut down, and the ox offered on the altar which had been put up there. And they said to one another, "Who has done this thing?" And after searching with care, they said, "Gideon, the son of Joash, has done this thing." Then the men of the town said to Joash, "Make your son come out to be put to death, for pulling down the altar of Baal and cutting down the holy tree which was by it." But Joash said to all those who were attacking him, "Will you take up the cause of Baal? Will you be his savior? Let anyone who will take up his cause be put to death while it is still morning. If he is a god, let him take up his cause himself because of the pulling down of his altar." So that day he gave him the name of Jerubbaal, saying, "Let Baal take up his cause against him because his altar has been broken down." Then all the Midianites and the Amalekites and the people of the east, banding themselves together, went over and put up their tents in the valley of Jezreel. But the Spirit of the Lord came on Gideon, and at the sound of his horn all Abiezer came together after him. And he sent through all Manasseh, and they came after him, and he sent to Asher and Zebulun and Naphtali, and they came up and were joined to the others. Then Gideon said to God, "If you are going to give Israel salvation by my hand, as you have said, see, I will put the wool of a sheep on the grain floor, if there is dew on the wool only, while all the earth is dry, then I will be certain that it is your purpose to give Israel salvation by my hand as you have said." And it was so, for he got up early on the morning after, and twisting the wool in his hands, he got a basin full of water from the dew on the wool. Then Gideon said to God, "Do not be moved to wrath against me if I say only this, let me make one more test with the wool, let the wool now be dry, while the earth is covered with dew." And that night God did so, for the wool was dry, and there was dew on all the earth round it. Chapter 7. Then Jerubbaal, that is, Gideon, and all the people with him, got up early and put up their tents by the side of the water spring of Harod, The tents of Midian were on the north side of him, under the hill of Moreh in the valley. And the Lord said to Gideon, So great is the number of your people, that if I give the Midianites into their hands they will be uplifted in pride over me and will say, I myself have been my Savior. So now, let it be given out to the people that anyone who is shaking with fear is to go back from Mount Gilad. So 22,000 of the people went back, but there were still 10,000. Then the Lord said to Gideon, There are still more people than is necessary, take them down to the water so that I may put them to the test for you there, then whoever I say is to go with you will go, and whoever I say is not to go will not go. So he took the people down to the water, and the Lord said to Gideon, Put on one side by themselves all those drinking up the water with their tongues like a dog, and in the same way, all those who go down on their knees to the water while drinking. Now the number of those who took up the water with their tongues was 300, all the rest of the people went down on their knees to the water. And the Lord said to Gideon, By those 300 who are drinking with their tongues I will give you salvation and give the Midianites into your hands, let the rest of the people go away, every man to his place. So they took the vessels of the people, and their horns from their hands, and he sent them away, every man to his tent, keeping only the 300, and the tents of Midian were lower down in the valley. The same night the Lord said to him, Up! Go down now against their army, for I have given them into your hands. But if you have fear of going down, take your servant Purah with you and go down to the tents, and after hearing what they are saying, you will get strength to go down against the army. So he went down with his servant Purah to the outer line of the tents of the armed men. Now the Midianites and the Amalekites and all the people of the east were covering the valley like locusts, and their camels were like the sand by the seaside, without number. When Gideon came there, a man was giving his friend an account of his dream, saying, See, I had a dream about a cake of barley bread which, falling into the tents of Midian, came onto the tent, overturning it so that it was stretched out flat on the earth. And his friend in answer said, This is certainly the sword of Gideon, the son of Joash, the men of Israel, into their hands God has given up all the army of Midian. Then Gideon, hearing the story of the dream and the sense in which they took it, gave worship. Then he went back to the tents of Israel, and said, Up, for the Lord has given the army of Midian into your hands. Then separating the 300 men into 3 bands, he gave every man a horn, and a vessel in which was a flaming branch. And he said to them, Keep your eyes on me, and do what I do. When I come to the outer line of tents, whatever I do, you are to do the same. At the sound of my horn, and the horns of those who are with me, let your horns be sounded all round the tents, and say, For the Lord and for Gideon. So Gideon and the 300 men who were with him came to the outer line of tents, at the start of the middle watch, when the watchmen had only then taken their stations, and the horns were sounded and the vessels broken. So the 3 bands all gave a loud note on their horns, and when the vessels had been broken, they took the flaming branches in their left hands, and the horns in their right hands ready for blowing, crying out, For the Lord and for Gideon. Then they made a line round the tents, every man in his place, and all the army, awaking from sleep, came running out, and with loud cries went in flight. And the 300 gave a loud note on their horns, and every man's sword was turned by the Lord against his brother all through the army. And the army went in flight as far as Bethshittah in the direction of Zeradah, to the edge of Abel-Meholah by Tabbath. And the men of Israel came together from Naphtali and from Asher and all Manasseh, and went after Midian. Then Gideon sent through all the hill country of Ephraim saying, Come down against Midian, and keep the ways across Jordan before they come. So all the men of Ephraim, massing themselves together, kept the ways across Jordan. And they took the 2 chiefs of Midian, Oreb and Zeb. And they put Oreb to death at the rock of Oreb, and Zeb they put to death at the place of the grape crushing in Zeb, and they went after Midian, but the heads of Oreb and Zeb they took across Jordan to Gideon. Chapter 8. And the men of Ephraim came and said to him, Why did you not send for us when you went to war against Midian? And they said sharp and angry words to him. And he said to them, What have I done in comparison with you? Is not that which Ephraim took up after the grape-cutting better than all the grapes which Abiezer got in from the grape-cutting? God has given into your hands the chiefs of Midian, Oreb and Zeb. What have I been able to do in comparison with you? And when he said this, their feeling about him became kinder. Then Gideon came to Jordan and went over it with his 300, overcome with weariness and in need of food. And he said to the men of Succoth, Give bread cakes to my people, for they are overcome with weariness, and I am going on after Zebah and Zalmunna, the kings of Midian. But the chiefs of Succoth said, Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna even now in your hand that we are to give bread to your army? Then Gideon said, Because of this, when the Lord has given Zebah and Zalmunna into my hands, I will have you stretched on a bed of thorns of the wasteland and on sharp stems, and have you crushed as grain is crushed on a grain floor. So he went up from there to Penuel and made the same request to the men of Penuel, but they gave him the same answer as the men of Succoth had given. So he said to the men of Penuel, When I come back in peace, I will have this tower broken down. Now Zebah and Zalmunna were in Karkor and their armies with them, about 15,000 men, those of all the army of the children of the east who were still living, for 120,000 of their swordsmen had been put to death. And Gideon went up by the way used by the people living in tents on the east of Nobah and Jogbeah, and made an attack on the army when they had no thought of danger. And Zebah and Zalmunna went in flight, and he went after them, and took the 2 kings of Midian, Zebah and Zalmunna, and put all the army to the curse. Then Gideon, the son of Joash, went back from the fight, and taking prisoner a young man of the people of Succoth, he got from him, in answer to his questions, a list of the chiefs of Succoth and the responsible men, 77 men. So he came to the men of Succoth and said, Here are Zebah and Zalmunna, on account of whom you made sport of me, saying, Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna even now in your hand, that we are to give bread to your army who are overcome with weariness? Then he took the responsible men of the town and had them crushed on a bed of thorns and sharp stems. And he had the tower of Penuel broken down and the men of the town put to death. Then he said to Zebah and Zalmunna, Where are the men whom you put to death at Tabor? And they gave answer, As you are, so were they, every one of them was like a king's son. And he said, They were my brothers, my mother's sons, by the life of the Lord, if you had kept them safe, I would not put you to death. Then he said to Jether, his oldest son, Up, put them to death. But the boy did not take out his sword, fearing because he was still a boy. Then Zebah and Zalmunna said, Up, put an end to us yourself, for you have a man's strength. Then Gideon got up and put Zebah and Zalmunna to death and took the ornaments which were on their camels' necks. Then the men of Israel said to Gideon, Be our ruler, you and your son's son after him, for you have been our savior from the hands of Midian. But Gideon said to them, I will not be a ruler over you, and my son will not be a ruler over you, it is the Lord who will be ruler over you. Then Gideon said to them, I have a request to make to you, let every man give me the earrings he has taken. For they had gold earrings, because they were Ishmaelites, and they gave answer, We will gladly give them. So they put down a robe, every man dropping into it the earrings he had taken. The weight of the gold earrings which he got from them was 1,700 shekels of gold, in addition to the moon ornaments and jewels and the purple robes which were on the kings of Midian, and the chains on their camels' necks. And Gideon made an ephod from them and put it up in his town Ophrah, and all Israel went after it there and were false to the Lord, and it became a cause of sin to Gideon and his house. So Midian was broken before the children of Israel, and the Midianites never got back their strength. And the land had peace for 40 years, in the days of Gideon. And Jerubbaal, the son of Joash, went back to his house and was living there. Gideon had 70 sons, the offspring of his body, for he had a number of wives. And the servant wife he had in Shechem had a son by him, to whom he gave the name Abimelech. And Gideon, the son of Joash, came to his end when he was very old, and his body was put in the resting place of Joash his father, in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. And after the death of Gideon, the children of Israel again went after the gods of Canaan and were false to the Lord, and made Baal-berith their god. And the children of Israel did not keep in their minds the Lord their God, who had been their Savior from all their haters on every side, and they were not kind to the house of Jerubbaal, that is, Gideon, in reward for all the good he had done to Israel. Chapter 9. Now Abimelech, the son of Jerubbaal, went to Shechem to his mother's family, and said to them and to all the family of his mother's father, Say now in the ears of all the townsmen of Shechem, Is it better for you to be ruled by all the 70 sons of Jerubbaal or by one man only? And keep in mind that I am your bone and your flesh. So his mother's family said all this about him in the ears of all the townsmen of Shechem, and their hearts were turned to Abimelech, for they said, he is our brother." And they gave him 70 shekels of silver from the house of Baal-berith, with which Abimelech got the support of a number of uncontrolled and good-for-nothing persons. Then he went to his father's house at Ophrah, and put his brothers, the 70 sons of Jerubbaal, to death on the same stone. However, Jotham, the youngest, kept himself safe by going away to a secret place. And all the townsmen of Shechem and all Beth Millo came together and went and made Abimelech their king, by the oak of the pillar in Shechem. Now Jotham, on hearing of it, went to the top of Mount Gerizim, and crying out with a loud voice said to them, "Give ear to me, you townsmen of Shechem, so that God may give ear to you." One day the trees went out to make a king for themselves, and they said to the olive tree, "Be king over us." But the olive tree said to them, "Am I to give up my wealth of oil, by which men give honor to God, and go waving over the trees?" Then the trees said to the fig tree, "You come and be king over us." But the fig tree said to them, "Am I to give up my sweet taste and my good fruit and go waving over the trees?" Then the trees said to the vine, "You come and be king over us." But the vine said to them, "Am I to give up my wine, which makes glad God and men, to go waving over the trees?" Then all the trees said to the thorn, "You come and be king over us." And the thorn said to the trees, "If it is truly your desire to make me your king, then come and put your faith in my shade, and if not, may fire come out of the thorn, burning up the cedars of Lebanon." So now, if you have done truly and uprightly in making Abimelech king, and if you have done well to Jerubbaal and his house in reward for the work of his hands, for my father made war for you, and put his life in danger, and made you free from the hands of Midian, and you have gone against my father's family this day, and have put to death his sons, even 70 men on one stone, and have made Abimelech, the son of his servant wife, king over the townsmen of Shechem because he is your brother. If then you have done what is true and upright to Jerubbaal and his family this day, may you have joy in Abimelech, and may he have joy in you. But if not, may fire come out from Abimelech, burning up the townsmen of Shechem and Beth Millo, and may fire come out from the townsmen of Shechem and Beth Millo, for the destruction of Abimelech. Then Jotham straightway went in flight to Beer, and was living there for fear of his brother Abimelech. So Abimelech was chief over Israel for 3 years. And God sent an evil spirit between Abimelech and the townsmen of Shechem, and the townsmen of Shechem were false to Abimelech, so that punishment for the violent attack made on the 70 sons of Jerubbaal, and for their blood, might come on Abimelech, their brother, who put them to death, and on the townsmen of Shechem who gave him their help in putting his brothers to death. And the townsmen of Shechem put secret watchers on the tops of the mountains, and they made attacks on all who went by on the road and took their goods, and word of this came to Abimelech. Then Gaal, the son of Ebed, came with his brothers, and went over to Shechem, and the men of Shechem put their faith in him. And they went out into their fields and got in the fruit of their vines, and when the grapes had been crushed, they made a holy feast and went into the house of their God, and over their food and drink they were cursing Abimelech. And Gaal, the son of Ebed, said, "Who is Abimelech and who is Shechem, that we are to be his servants? Is it not right for the son of Jerubbaal and Zebul his captain to be servants to the men of Hamor, the father of Shechem? But why are we to be his servants? If only I had authority over this people, I would put Abimelech out of the way, and I would say to Abimelech, Make your army strong, and come out." Now Zebul, the ruler of the town, hearing what Gaal, the son of Ebed, had said, was moved to wrath. And he sent to Abimelech at Arumah, saying, "See, Gaal, the son of Ebed, and his brothers have come to Shechem, and they are working up the town against you. So now, get up by night, you and your people, and keep watch in the field secretly, and in the morning, when the sun is up, get up early and make a rush on the town, and when he and his people come out against you, do to them whatever you have a chance to do." So Abimelech and the people with him got up by night, in 4 bands, to make a surprise attack on Shechem. And Gaal, the son of Ebed, went out, and took his place at the doorway into the town. Then Abimelech and his people got up from the place where they had been waiting. And when Gaal saw the people, he said to Zebul, "See, people are coming down from the tops of the mountains." And Zebul said to him, "You see the shade of the mountains like men." And Gaal said again, "See, people are coming down from the middle of the land, and one band is coming by way of the oak tree of the Seres." Then Zebul said to him, "Now where is your loud talk when you said, Who is Abimelech that we are to be his servants? Is this not the people whom you were rating so low? Go out now, and make war on them." So Gaal went out at the head of the townsmen of Shechem and made war on Abimelech. And Abimelech went after him, and he went in flight before him, and a great number were falling by the sword all the way up to the town. Then Abimelech went back to Arumah, and Zebul sent Gaal and his brothers away and would not let them go on living in Shechem. Now the day after, the people went out into the fields, and news of it came to Abimelech. And he took his people, separating them into 3 bands, and was waiting secretly in the field, and when he saw the people coming out of the town, he went up and made an attack on them. And Abimelech with his band made a rush, and took up their position at the doorway into the town, and the other 2 bands made a rush on all those who were in the fields, and overcame them. And all that day Abimelech was fighting against the town, and he took it, and put to death the people who were in it, and had the town pulled down and covered with salt. Then all the townsmen of the tower of Shechem, hearing of it, went into the inner room of the house of El-Berith. And word was given to Abimelech that all the men of the tower of Shechem were there together. Then Abimelech went up to Mount Zaman, with all his people, and Abimelech took an axe in his hand and, cutting down branches of trees, took them and put them on his back. And he said to the people who were with him, "Be quick and do as you have seen me do." So all the people got branches, every man cutting down a branch, and they went with Abimelech at their head and, massing the branches against the inner room, put fire to the room over them. So all those who were in the tower of Shechem, about 1,000 men and women, were burned to death with it. Then Abimelech went to Thebez, and put his army in position against Thebez and took it. But in the middle of the town there was a strong tower, to which all the men and women of the town went in flight and, shutting themselves in, went up to the roof of the tower. And Abimelech came to the tower and made an attack on it, and got near to the door of the tower for the purpose of firing it. But a certain woman sent a great stone, such as is used for crushing grain, onto the head of Abimelech, cracking the bone. Then quickly crying out to his body servant, he said to him, "Take out your sword and put an end to me straight away, so that men may not say of me, 'His death was the work of a woman.'" So the young man put his sword through him, causing his death. And when the men of Israel saw that Abimelech was dead, they went away, every man to his place. In this way Abimelech was rewarded by God for the evil he had done to his father in putting his 70 brothers to death, and God sent back onto the heads of the men of Shechem all the evil they had done, and the curse of Jotham, the son of Jerubbaal, came on them. Chapter 10. Now after Abimelech, Tola, the son of Puah, the son of Dodo, a man of Issachar, became the savior of Israel. He was living in Shamir in the hill country of Ephraim. He was judge over Israel for 23 years, and at his death his body was put to rest in the earth in Shamir. And after him came Yair the Gileadite, who was judge over Israel for 22 years. And he had 30 sons, who went on 30 young asses, and they had 30 towns in the land of Gilead, which are named Haoth Yair to this day. And at the death of Yair his body was put to rest in the earth in Kamon. And again the children of Israel did evil in the eyes of the Lord, worshipping the Baals and Astartes, and the gods of Aram and the gods of Zidon and the gods of Moab and the gods of the children of Ammon and the gods of the Philistines. They gave up the Lord and were servants to him no longer. And the wrath of the Lord was burning against Israel, and he gave them up into the hands of the Philistines and into the hands of the children of Ammon. And that year the children of Israel were crushed under their yoke. For 18 years all the children of Israel on the other side of Jordan, in the land of the Amorites which is in Gilead, were cruelly crushed down. And the children of Ammon went over Jordan, to make war against Judah and Benjamin and the house of Ephraim, and Israel was in great trouble. Then the children of Israel, crying out to the Lord, said, "Great is our sin against you, for we have given up our God and have been servants to the Baals." And the Lord said to the children of Israel, "Were not the Egyptians and the Amorites and the children of Ammon and the Philistines and the Zidonians and Amalek and Midian crushing you down, and in answer to your cry did I not give you salvation from their hands? But, for all this, you have given me up and have been servants to other gods, so I will be your Savior no longer. Go, send up your cry for help to the gods of your selection, let them be your saviors in the time of your trouble." And the children of Israel said to the Lord, "We are sinners, do to us whatever seems good to you, only give us salvation this day." So they put away the strange gods from among them, and became the Lord's servants, and his soul was angry because of the sorrows of Israel. Then the children of Ammon came together and put their army in position in Gilead. And the children of Israel came together and put their army in position in Mizpah. And the people of Israel said to one another, "Who will be the first to make an attack on the children of Ammon? We will make him head over all Gilead." Chapter 11. Now Jephthah the Gileadite was a great man of war. He was the son of a loose woman, and Gilead was his father. And Gilead's wife gave birth to sons, and when her sons became men, they sent Jephthah away, saying, "You have no part in the heritage of our father's house, for you are the son of another woman." So Jephthah went in flight from his brothers and was living in the land of Tob, where a number of good-for-nothing men, joining Jephthah, went out with him on his undertakings. Now after a time the children of Ammon made war against Israel. And when the children of Ammon made war against Israel, the responsible men of Gilead went to get Jephthah back from the land of Tob, and they said to Jephthah, "Come and be our chief so that we may make war against the children of Ammon." But Jephthah said to the responsible men of Gilead, "Did you not, in your hate for me, send me away from my father's house? Why do you come to me now when you are in trouble?" And the responsible men of Gilead said to Jephthah, "That is the reason we have come back to you, so go with us and make war against the children of Ammon, and we will make you our head over all the people of Gilead." Then Jephthah said to the responsible men of Gilead, "If you take me back to make war against the children of Ammon, and if with the help of the Lord I overcome them, will ye make me your head?" And the responsible men of Gilead said to Jephthah, "May the Lord be our witness, we will certainly do as you say." So Jephthah went with the responsible men of Gilead, and the people made him head and chief over them, and Jephthah said all these things before the Lord in Mizpah. Then Jephthah sent men to the king of the children of Ammon, saying, "What have you against me that you have come to make war against my land?" And the king of the children of Ammon said to the men sent by Jephthah, "Because Israel, when he came up out of Egypt, took away my land, from the Arnon as far as the Jabbok and as far as Jordan, so now, give me back those lands quietly." And Jephthah sent again to the king of the children of Ammon, and said to him, "This is the word of Jephthah, Israel did not take away the land of Moab or the land of the children of Ammon, but when they came up from Egypt, Israel went through the wasteland to the Red Sea and came to Kadesh. Then Israel sent men to the king of Edom saying, Let me now go through your land. But the king of Edom did not give ear to them. And in the same way he sent to the king of Moab, but he would not. So Israel went on living in Kadesh. Then he went on through the wasteland and round the land of Edom and the land of Moab, and came by the east side of the land of Moab, and put up their tents on the other side of the Arnon. They did not come inside the limit of Moab, for the Arnon was the limit of Moab. And Israel sent men to Sihon, king of the Amorites, the king of Heshbon, and Israel said to him, Let me now go through your land to my place. But Sihon would not give way and let Israel go through his land, and Sihon got together all his people, and put his army in position in Jahaz, and made war on Israel. And the Lord, the God of Israel, gave Sihon and all his people into the hands of Israel, and they overcame them, so all the land of the Amorites, the people of that land, became Israel's. All the limit of the Amorites was theirs, from the Arnon as far as the Jabbok and from the wasteland even to Jordan. So now the Lord, the God of Israel, has taken away their land from the Amorites and given it to his people Israel. Are you then to have it? Do you not keep the lands of those whom Chemosh your God sends out from before you? So we will keep all the lands of those whom the Lord our God sends out from before us. What? Are you any better than Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab? Did he ever take up a cause against Israel or make war against them? While Israel was living in Heshbon and its daughter towns and in Aroer and its daughter towns and in all the towns which are by the side of the Arnon, for 300 years, why did you not get them back at that time? So I have done no wrong against you, but you are doing wrong to me and fighting against me. May the Lord, who is judge this day, be judge between the children of Israel and the children of Ammon. The king of the children of Ammon, however, did not give ear to the words which Jephthah sent to him. Then the Spirit of the Lord came on Jephthah, and he went through Gilead and Manasseh, and came to Mizpeh of Gilead, and from Mizpeh of Gilead he went over to the children of Ammon. And Jephthah took an oath to the Lord, and said, If you will give the children of Ammon into my hands, then whoever comes out from the door of my house, meeting me when I come back in peace from the children of Ammon, will be the Lord's and I will give him as a burnt offering. So Jephthah went over to the children of Ammon to make war on them, and the Lord gave them into his hands. And he made an attack on them from Aroer all the way to Minnith, overrunning 20 towns, as far as Abel-cheramim, and put great numbers to the sword. So the children of Ammon were crushed before the children of Israel. Then Jephthah came back to his house in Mizpah, and his daughter came out, meeting him on his way with music and with dances. She was his only child, he had no other sons or daughters. And when he saw her he was overcome with grief, and said, "Ah, my daughter! I am crushed with sorrow, and it is you who are the chief cause of my trouble, for I have made an oath to the Lord and I may not take it back." And she said to him, "My father, you have made an oath to the Lord, do then to me whatever you have said, for the Lord has sent a full reward on your haters, on the children of Ammon." Then she said to her father, "Only do this for me, let me have 2 months to go away into the mountains with my friends, weeping for my sad fate." And he said, "Go then." So he sent her away for 2 months, and she went with her friends to the mountains, weeping for her sad fate. And at the end of 2 months she went back to her father, who did with her as he had said in his oath, and she had never been touched by a man. So it became a rule in Israel, for the women to go year by year sorrowing for the daughter of Jephthah the Gileadite, 4 days in every year. Chapter 12. Now the men of Ephraim came together and took up arms and went over to Zaphon, and they said to Jephthah, "Why did you go over to make war against the children of Ammon without sending for us to go with you? Now we will put your house on fire over you." And Jephthah said to them, "I and my people were in danger, and the children of Ammon were very cruel to us, and when I sent for you, you gave me no help against them. So when I saw that there was no help to be had from you, I put my life in my hand and went over against the children of Ammon, and the Lord gave them into my hands. Why then have you come up to me this day to make war on me?" Then Jephthah got together all the men of Gilead and made war on Ephraim, and the men of Gilead overcame Ephraim. And the Gileadites took the crossing places of Jordan against the Ephraimites, and when any of the men of Ephraim who had gone in flight said, "Let me go over," the men of Gilead said to him, "Are you an Ephraimite?" And if he said, "No," then they said to him, "Now say Shibboleth," and he said Sibboleth, and was not able to say it in the right way. Then they took him and put him to death at the crossing places of Jordan, and at that time 42,000 Ephraimites were put to death. Now Jephthah was judge of Israel for 6 years. And Jephthah the Gileadite came to his death, and his body was put to rest in his town, Mizpeh of Gilead. And after him, Ibizan of Bethlehem was judge of Israel. He had 30 sons, and 30 daughters whom he sent to other places, and he got 30 wives from other places for his sons. And he was judge of Israel for 7 years. And Ibizan came to his death and his body was put to rest at Bethlehem. And after him, Elon the Zebulunite was judge of Israel, and he was judge of Israel for 10 years. And Elon the Zebulunite came to his death, and his body was put to rest in Ailon in the land of Zebulun. And after him, Abdon, the son of Hillel, the Parathonite, was judge of Israel. He had 40 sons and 30 sons who went on 70 young asses, and he was judge of Israel for 8 years. And Abdon, the son of Hillel, came to his death, and his body was put to rest in Pirathon in the land of Ephraim, in the hill country of the Amalekites. Chapter 13. And the children of Israel again did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and the Lord gave them into the hands of the Philistines for 40 years. Now there was a certain man of Zorah of the family of the Danites, and his name was Manoah, and his wife had never given birth to a child. And the angel of the Lord came to the woman, and said to her, "See now, though you have never given birth to children, you will be with child and give birth to a son. Now then take care to have no wine or strong drink and to take no unclean thing for food, for you are with child and will give birth to a son. His hair is never to be cut, for the child is to be separate to God from his birth, and he will take up the work of freeing Israel from the hands of the Philistines." Then the woman came in, and said to her husband, "A man came to me, and his form was like the form of a god, causing great fear. I put no question to him about where he came from, and he did not give me his name, but he said to me, 'You are with child and will give birth to a son, and now do not take any wine or strong drink or let anything unclean be your food, for the child will be separate to God from his birth to the day of his death.'" Then Manoah made prayer to the Lord, and said, "O Lord, Let the man of God whom you sent come to us again and make clear to us what we are to do for the child who is to come." And God gave ear to the voice of Manoah, and the angel of God came to the woman again when she was seated in the field, but her husband Manoah was not with her. So the woman, running quickly, gave her husband the news, saying, "I have seen the man who came to me the other day." And Manoah got up and went after his wife, and came up to the man and said to him, "Are you the man who was talking to this woman?" And he said, "I am." And Manoah said, "Now when your words come true, what is to be the rule for the child and what will be his work?" And the angel of the Lord said to Manoah, "Let the woman take note of what I have said to her. She is to have nothing which comes from the vine for her food, and let her take no wine or strong drink or anything which is unclean. Let her take care to do all I have given her orders to do." And Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, "Now let us keep you while we make ready a young goat for you." And the angel of the Lord said to Manoah, "Though you keep me I will not take of your food, but if you will make a burnt offering, let it be offered to the Lord." For it had not come into Manoah's mind that he was the angel of the Lord. Then Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, "What is your name, so that when your words come true we may give you honor?" But the angel of the Lord said to him, "Why are you questioning me about my name, seeing that it is a wonder?" So Manoah took the young goat with its meal offering, offering it on the rock to the Lord, who did strange things. And when the flame went up to heaven from the altar, the angel of the Lord went up in the flame of the altar, while Manoah and his wife were looking on, and they went down on their faces to the earth. But the angel of the Lord was seen no more by Manoah and his wife. Then it was clear to Manoah that he was the angel of the Lord. And Manoah said to his wife, "Death will certainly be our fate, for it is a God whom we have seen." But his wife said to him, "If the Lord was purposing our death, he would not have taken our burnt offering and our meal offering, or have given us such orders about the child." So the woman gave birth to a son, and gave him the name Samson, and he became a man, and the blessing of the Lord was on him. And the Spirit of the Lord first came on him in Mahaneh-dan, between Zorah and Eshtaol. Chapter 14. Now Samson went down to Timnah, and saw a woman in Timnah, of the daughters of the Philistines, and when he came back he said to his father and mother, "I have seen a woman in Timnah, of the daughters of the Philistines, get her now for me for my wife." Then his father and mother said to him, "Is there no woman among the daughters of your relations or among all my people, that you have to go for your wife to the Philistines, who are without circumcision?" But Samson said to his father, "Get her for me, for she is pleasing to me." Now his father and mother had no knowledge that this was the purpose of the Lord, who had the destruction of the Philistines in mind. Now the Philistines at that time were ruling over Israel. Then Samson went down to Timnah, and his father and his mother, and came to the vine gardens of Timnah, and a young lion came rushing out at him. And the Spirit of the Lord came on him with power, and, unarmed as he was, pulling the lion in two as one might do to a young goat, he put him to death. But he said nothing to his father and mother of what he had done, so he went down and had talk with the woman, and she was pleasing to Samson. Then after a time he went back to take her, and turning from the road to see the dead body of the lion, he saw a mass of bees in the body of the lion, and honey there. And he took the honey in his hand, and went on, tasting it on the way, and when he came to his father and mother he gave some to them, but did not say that he had taken the honey from the body of the lion. Then Samson went down to the woman, and made a feast there, as was the way among young men, and he took 30 friends, and they were with him. And Samson said, "Now I have a hard question for you. If you are able to give me the answer before the 7 days of the feast are over, I will give you 30 linen robes and 30 changes of clothing, but if you are not able to give me the answer, then you will have to give me 30 linen robes and 30 changes of clothing." And they said to him, "Put your hard question and let us see what it is." And he said, "Out of the taker of food came food, and out of the strong came the sweet." And at the end of 3 days they were still not able to give the answer. So on the 4th day they said to Samson's wife, "Get from your husband the answer to his question by some trick or other, or we will have you and your father's house burned with fire. Did you get us here to take all we have?" Then Samson's wife, weeping over him, said, "Truly you have no love for me but only hate. You have put a hard question to the children of my people and have not given me the answer." And he said to her, "See, I have not given the answer even to my father or my mother, am I to give it to you?" And all the 7 days of the feast she went on weeping over him, and on the 7th day he gave her the answer, because she gave him no peace, and she sent word of it to the children of her people. Then on the 7th day, before he went into the bride's room, the men of the town said to him, "What is sweeter than honey? And what is stronger than a lion?" And he said to them, "If you had not been plowing with my cow you would not have got the answer to my question." And the Spirit of the Lord came rushing on him, and he went down to Ashkelon and, attacking 30 men there, took their clothing from them, and gave it to the man who had given the answer to his hard question. Then, full of wrath, he went back to his father's house. But Samson's wife was given to the friend who had been his best man. Chapter 15. Now a short time after, at the time of the grain cutting, Samson, taking with him a young goat, went to see his wife, and he said, "I will go into my wife into the bride's room." But her father would not let him go in. And her father said, "It seemed to me that you had only hate for her, so I gave her to your friend, but is not her younger sister fairer than she? So please take her in place of the other." Then Samson said to them, "This time I will give payment in full to the Philistines, for I am going to do them great evil." So Samson went and got 300 foxes and some sticks of firewood, and he put the foxes tail to tail with a stick between every 2 tails, then firing the sticks, he let the foxes loose among the uncut grain of the Philistines, and all the corded stems as well as the living grain and the vine gardens and the olives went up in flames. Then the Philistines said, "Who has done this?" And they said, "Samson, the son-in-law of the Timnite, because he took his wife and gave her to his friend." So the Philistines came up and had her and her father's house burned. And Samson said to them, "If you go on like this, truly I will take my full payment from you, and that will be the end of it." And he made an attack on them, driving them in uncontrolled flight, and causing great destruction. Then he went away to his safe place in the crack of the rock at Etam. Then the Philistines went and put up their tents in Judah, all round Lehi. And the men of Judah said, "Why have you come up against us?" And they said, "We have come up to take Samson, and to do to him as he has done to us." Then 3,000 of the men of Judah went down to the crack of the rock of Etam, and said to Samson, "Is it not clear to you that the Philistines are our rulers? What is this you have done to us?" And he said to them, "I only did to them as they did to me." Then they said to him, "We have come down to take you and give you up into the hands of the Philistines." And Samson said to them, "Give me your oath that you will not make an attack on me yourselves." And they said, "No, we will take you and give you up into their hands, but truly we will not put you to death." So knotting 2 new cords round him they took him up from the rock. And when he came to Lehi, the Philistines came out, meeting him with loud cries. Then the Spirit of the Lord came rushing on him, and the cords on his arms became like grass which has been burned with fire, and the bands came falling off his hands. And taking up the mouth bone of an ass newly dead, which he saw by chance on the earth, he put to death 1,000 men with it. And Samson said, "With a red ass's mouth bone I have made them red with blood, with a red ass's mouth bone I have sent destruction on 1,000 men." And having said these words, he let the mouth bone go out of his hand, so that place was named Ramoth Lehi. After this, he was in great need of water, and crying out to the Lord, he said, "You have given this great salvation by the hand of your servant, and now need of water will be my death, and I will be given into the hands of this people who are without circumcision." Then God made a crack in the hollow rock in Lehi and water came out of it, and after drinking, his spirit came back to him and he was strong again, so that place was named En-Hakkore. It is in Lehi to this day. Chapter 16. Now Samson went to Gaza, and there he saw a loose woman and went into her. And it was said to the Gazites, "Samson is here." So they went round, watching for him all day at the doorway of the town, but at night they kept quiet, saying, "When daylight comes we will put him to death." And Samson was there till the middle of the night. Then he got up, and took a grip on the doors of the town, pulling them up, together with their 2 supports and their locks, and put them on his back and took them up to the top of the hill in front of Hebron. Now after this, he was in love with a woman in the valley of Sorek, named Delilah. And the chiefs of the Philistines came up to her, and said to her, "Make use of your power over him and see what is the secret of his great strength, and how we may get the better of him, and put bands on him, so that we may make him feeble, and every one of us will give you 1,100 shekels of silver." So Delilah said to Samson, "Make clear to me now what is the secret of your great strength, and how you may be put in bands and made feeble." And Samson said to her, "If 7 new bow cords which have never been made dry are knotted round me, I will become feeble and will be like any other man." So the chiefs of the Philistines gave her 7 new bow cords which had never been made dry, and she had them tightly knotted round him. Now she had men waiting secretly in the inner room, and she said to him, "The Philistines are on you, Samson." And the cords were broken by him as a twist of thread is broken when touched by a flame. So the secret of his strength did not come to light. Then Delilah said to Samson, "See, you have been making sport of me with false words. Now, say truly, how may you be put in bands?" And he said to her, "If they only put round me new thick cords which have never been used, then I will become feeble and will be like any other man." So Delilah took new thick cords, knotting them tightly round him, and said to him, "The Philistines are on you, Samson." And men were waiting secretly in the inner room. And the cords were broken off his arms like threads. Then Delilah said to Samson, "Up to now you have made sport of me with false words, now say truly, how may you be put in bands?" And he said to her, "If you get the 7 twists of my hair worked into the cloth you are making and fixed with a pin, I will become feeble and will be like any other man." So while he was sleeping she got the 7 twists of his hair worked into her cloth and fixed with a pin, and said to him, "The Philistines are on you, Samson." Then awaking from his sleep, he got up quickly, pulling up cloth and machine together. And she said to him, "Why do you say you are my lover when your heart is not mine? 3 times you have made sport of me, and have not made clear to me the secret of your great strength." So day after day she gave him no peace, forever questioning him till his soul was troubled to death. And opening all his heart to her, he said to her, "My head has never been touched by a blade, for I have been separate to God from the day of my birth. If my hair is cut off, then my strength will go from me and I will become feeble, and will be like any other man." And when Delilah saw that he had let her see into his heart, she sent word to the chiefs of the Philistines saying, "Come up this time, for he has let out all his heart to me." Then the chiefs of the Philistines came to her, with the money in their hands. And she made him go to sleep on her knees, and she sent for a man and had his 7 twists of hair cut off, and while it was being done he became feeble and his strength went from him. Then she said, "The Philistines are on you, Samson." And awaking from his sleep, he said, "I will go out as at other times, shaking myself free." But he was not conscious that the Lord had gone from him. So the Philistines took him and put out his eyes. Then they took him down to Gaza, and, chaining him with bands of brass, put him to work crushing grain in the prison house. But the growth of his hair was starting again after it had been cut off. And the chiefs of the Philistines came together to make a great offering to Dagon their god, and to be glad, for they said, "Our God has given into our hands Samson our hater." And when the people saw him, they gave praise to their God, for they said, "Our God has given into our hands the one who was fighting against us, who made our country waste, and who put great numbers of us to death." Now when their hearts were full of joy, they said, "Send for Samson to make sport for us." And they sent for Samson out of the prison house, and he made sport before them, and they put him between the pillars. And Samson said to the boy who took him by the hand, "Let me put my hand on the pillars supporting the house, so that I may put my back against them." Now the house was full of men and women, and all the lords of the Philistines were there. And about 3,000 men and women were on the roof, looking on while Samson made sport. And Samson, crying out to the Lord, said, "O Lord God, do have me now in mind, and do make me strong only this once, O God, so that I may take one last payment from the Philistines for my 2 eyes." Then Samson put his arms round the 2 middle pillars supporting the house, putting his weight on them, on one with his right hand and on the other with his left. And Samson said, "Let death overtake me with the Philistines." And he put out all his strength, and the house came down on the chiefs and on all the people who were in it. So the dead whom he sent to destruction by his death were more than all those on whom he had sent destruction in his life. Then his brothers and his father's people came down and took him up and put his body to rest in the earth between Zorah and Eshtaol in the resting place of Manoah his father. And he had been judge of Israel for 20 years. Chapter 17. Now there was a man of the hill country of Ephraim named Micah. And he said to his mother, "The 1,100 shekels of silver which were taken from you, about which you took an oath and said in my hearing, I have given this silver to the Lord from my hand for myself, to make a pictured image and a metal image. See, I have the silver, for I took it. So now I will give it back to you." And his mother said, "May the blessing of the Lord be on my son." And he gave back the 1100 shekels of silver to his mother, and his mother said, "I have made the silver holy to the Lord for me for my son, to make a pictured image and a metal image." So he gave the silver back to his mother. Then his mother took 200 shekels of silver and gave them to a metal worker who made a pictured image and a metal image from them, and it was in the house of Micah. And the man Micah had a house of gods, and he made an ephod and family gods and put one of his sons in the position of priest. In those days there was no king in Israel, every man did as seemed right to him. Now there was a young man living in Bethlehem, Judah, of the family of Judah and a Levite, who was not a townsman of the place. And he went away from the town of Bethlehem, Judah, looking for somewhere to make his living place, and on his journey he came to the hill country of Ephraim, to the house of Micah. And Micah said to him, "Where do you come from?" And he said to him, "I am a Levite from Bethlehem, Judah, and I am looking for a living place." Then Micah said to him, "Make your living place with me, and be a father and a priest to me, and I will give you 10 shekels of silver a year and your clothing and food." And the Levite said he would make his living place with the man, and he became to him as one of his sons. And Micah gave the position to the Levite, and the young man became his priest, and was in the house of Micah. Then Micah said, "Now I am certain that the Lord will do me good, seeing that the Levite has become my priest." Chapter 18. In those days there was no king in Israel, and in those days the Danites were looking for a heritage for themselves, to be their living place, for up to that time no distribution of land had been made to them among the tribes of Israel. So the children of Dan sent 5 men from among their number, strong men, from Zorah and from Eshtaol, to take a look at the land and make a search through it. And they said to them, "Go and make a search through the land." And they came to the hill country of Ephraim, to the house of Micah, where they made a stop for the night. When they were near the house of Micah, hearing a voice which was not strange to them, that of the young Levite, they went out of their road to his place, and said to him, "How did you come here? And what are you doing in this place? And why are you here?" And he said to them, "This is what Micah did for me, and he gave me payment and I became his priest." Then they said, "Do get directions from God for us, to see if the journey on which we are going will have a good outcome." And the priest said to them, "Go in peace, your way is guided by the Lord." Then the 5 men went on their way and came to Lish and saw the people who were there, living without thought of danger, like the Zidonians, quiet and safe, for they had everything on earth for their needs, and they were far from the Zidonians and had no business with Aram. So they came back to their brothers in Zorah and Eshtaol, and their brothers said to them, "What news have you?" And they said, "Up, and let us go against Lish, for we have seen the land, and it is very good. Why are you doing nothing? Do not be slow to go in and take the land for your heritage. When you come there you will come to a people living without thought of danger, and the land is wide, and God has given it into your hands, a place where there is everything on earth for man's needs." So 600 men of the Danites from Zorah and Eshtaol went out armed with instruments of war. And they went up and put up their tents in Kiriath Jearim in Judah, so that place is named Mahane Dan to this day. It is to the west of Kiriath Jearim. From there they went on to the hill country of Ephraim and came to the house of Micah. Then the 5 men who had gone to make a search through the country of Lish, said to their brothers, "Have you knowledge that in these houses there is an ephod and family gods and a pictured image and a metal image? So now you see what to do." And turning from their road they came to the house of the young Levite, the house of Micah, and said to him, "Is it well with you?" And the 600 armed men of the Danites took their places by the doorway. Then the 5 men who had gone to make a search through the land, went in and took the pictured image and the ephod and the family gods and the metal image, and the priest was by the doorway with the 600 armed men. And when they went into Micah's house and took out the pictured image and the ephod and the family gods and the metal image, the priest said to them, "What are you doing?" And they said to him, "Be quiet, say nothing, and come with us and be our father and priest. Is it better for you to be priest to one man's house or to be priest to a tribe and a family in Israel?" Then the priest's heart was glad, and he took the ephod and the family gods and the pictured image and went with the people. So they went on their way again, putting the little ones and the oxen and the goods in front of them. When they had gone some way from the house of Micah, the men from the houses near Micah's house came together and overtook the children of Dan, crying out to them. And the Danites, turning round, said to Micah, "What is your trouble, that you have taken up arms?" And he said, "You have taken my gods which I made, and my priest, and have gone away. What is there for me now? Why then do you say to me, What is your trouble?" And the children of Dan said to him, "Say no more, or men of bitter spirit may make an attack on you, causing loss of your life and the lives of your people." Then the children of Dan went on their way, and when Micah saw that they were stronger than he went back to his house. And they took that which Micah had made, and his priest, and came to Laish, to a people living quietly and without thought of danger, and they put them to the sword without mercy, burning down their town. And they had no savior, because it was far from Zidon, and they had no business with Aram, and it was in the valley which is the property of Beth-rehob. And building up the town again they took it for their living place. And they gave the town the name of Dan, after Dan their father, who was the son of Israel, though the town had been named Laish at first. And the children of Dan put up the pictured image for themselves, and Jonathan, the son of Gershom, the son of Moses, and his sons were priests for the tribe of the Danites till the day when the ark was taken prisoner, and they put up for themselves the image which Micah had made, and it was there all the time that the house of God was in Shiloh. Chapter 19. Now in those days, when there was no king in Israel, a certain Levite was living in the inmost parts of the hill country of Ephraim, and he got for himself a servant wife from Bethlehem Judah. And his servant wife was angry with him, and went away from him to her father's house at Bethlehem Judah, and was there for 4 months. Then her husband got up and went after her, with the purpose of talking kindly to her, and taking her back with him. He had with him his young man and 2 asses, and she took him into her father's house, and her father, when he saw him, came forward to him with joy. And his father-in-law, the girl's father, kept him there for 3 days, and they had food and drink and took their rest there. Now on the 4th day they got up early in the morning and he made ready to go away, but the girl's father said to his son-in-law, "Take a little food to keep up your strength, and then go on your way." So seating themselves they had food and drink, the 2 of them together, and the girl's father said to the man, "If it is your pleasure, take your rest here tonight, and let your heart be glad." And the man got up to go away, but his father-in-law would not let him go, so he took his rest there again for the night. Then early on the morning of the 5th day he got up to go away, but the girl's father said, "Keep up your strength." So the 2 of them had a meal, and the man and his woman and his servant did not go till after the middle of the day. And when they got up to go away, his father-in-law, the girl's father, said to him, "Now evening is coming on, so do not go tonight. See, the day is almost gone. Take your rest here and let your heart be glad, and tomorrow early, go on your way back to your house." But the man would not be kept there that night, and he got up and went away and came opposite to Jebus, which is Jerusalem, and he had with him the 2 asses, ready for traveling, and his woman. When they got near Jebus the day was far gone, and the servant said to his master, "Now let us go from our road into this town of the Jebusites and take our night's rest there." But his master said to him, "We will not go out of our way into a strange town, whose people are not of the children of Israel, but we will go on to Gibeah." And he said to his servant, "Come, let us go on to one of these places, stopping for the night in Gibeah or Ramah." So they went on their way, and the sun went down when they were near Gibeah in the land of Benjamin. And they went off the road there with the purpose of stopping for the night in Gibeah, and he went in, seating himself in the street of the town, for no one took them into his house for the night. Now when it was evening they saw an old man coming back from his work in the fields. He was from the hill country of Ephraim and was living in Gibeah, but the men of the place were Benjamites. And when he saw the traveler in the street of the town, the old man said, "Where are you going? And where do you come from?" And he said to him, "We are on our way from Bethlehem Judah to the inmost parts of the hill country of Ephraim. I came from there and went to Bethlehem Judah. Now I am on my way back to my house, but no man will take me into his house. But we have dry grass and food for our asses, as well as bread and wine for me, and for the woman, and for the young man with us. We have no need of anything." And the old man said, "Peace be with you, let all your needs be my care, only do not take your rest in the street." So he took them into his house and gave the asses food, and after washing their feet they took food and drink. While they were taking their pleasure at the meal, The good-for-nothing men of the town came round the house, giving blows on the door, and they said to the old man, the master of the house, "Send out that man who came to your house, so that we may take our pleasure with him." So the man, the master of the house, went out to them, and said, "No, my brothers, do not this evil thing. This man has come into my house, and you are not to do him this wrong. See, here is my daughter, a virgin, and his servant wife. I will send them out for you to take them and do with them whatever you will. But do no such thing of shame to this man." But the men would not give ear to him, so the man took his woman and sent her out to them, and they took her by force, using her for their pleasure all night till the morning, and when dawn came they let her go. Then at the dawn of day the woman came, and, falling down at the door of the man's house where her master was stretched there till it was light. In the morning her master got up, and opening the door of the house went out to go on his way, and he saw his servant wife stretched on the earth at the door of the house with her hands on the step. And he said to her, "Get up and let us be going," but there was no answer, so he took her up and put her on the ass, and went on his way and came to his house. And when he had come to his house, he got his knife, and took the woman, cutting her up bone by bone into 12 parts, which he sent through all Israel. And he gave orders to the men whom he sent, saying, "This is what you are to say to all the men of Israel, has ever an act like this been done from the day when the children of Israel came out of Egypt to this day? Give thought to it, turning it over in your minds, and give your opinion of it." Chapter 20. Then all the children of Israel took up arms, and the people came together like one man, from Dan to Beersheba, and the land of Gilead, before the Lord at Mizpah. And the chiefs of the people, out of all the tribes of Israel, took their places in the meeting of the people of God, 400,000 footmen armed with swords. Now the children of Benjamin had word that the children of Israel had gone up to Mizpah, and the children of Israel said, "Make clear how this evil thing took place." Then the Levite, the husband of the dead woman, said in answer, "I came to Gibeah in the land of Benjamin, I and my servant wife, for the purpose of stopping there for the night. And the townsmen of Gibeah came together against me, going round the house on all sides by night. It was their purpose to put me to death, and my servant wife was violently used by them and is dead. So I took her, cutting her into parts which I sent through all the country of the heritage of Israel, for they have done an act of shame in Israel. Here you all are, you children of Israel, give now your suggestions about what is to be done." Then all the people got up as one man and said, "Not one of us will go to his tent or go back to his house, but this is what we will do to Gibeah, we will go up against it by the decision of the Lord, and we will take 10 men out of every 100, through all the tribes of Israel, 100 out of every 1,000, 1,000 out of every 10,000, to get food for the people, so that they may give to Gibeah of Benjamin the right punishment for the act of shame they have done in Israel." So all the men of Israel were banded together against the town, united like one man. And the tribes of Israel sent men through all the tribe of Benjamin saying, "What is this evil which has been done among you? Now give up those good-for-nothing persons in Gibeah so that we may put them to death, clearing away the evil from Israel." But the children of Benjamin would not give ear to the voice of their brothers, the children of Israel. And the children of Benjamin came together from all their towns to Gibeah, to go to war with the children of Israel. And the children of Benjamin who came that day from the towns were 26,000 men armed with swords, in addition to the people of Gibeah, numbering 700 of the best fighting men, who were left-handed, able to send a stone at a hair without error. And the men of Israel, other than Benjamin, were 400,000 in number, all armed with swords, they were all men of war. And they got up and went up to Bethel to get directions from God, and the children of Israel said, "Who is to be the first to go up to the fight against the children of Benjamin?" And the Lord said, "Judah is to go up first." So the children of Israel got up in the morning and put themselves in position against Gibeah. And the men of Israel went out to war against Benjamin, and the men of Israel put their forces in fighting order against them at Gibeah. Then the children of Benjamin came out from Gibeah, cutting down 22,000 of the Israelites that day. But the people, the men of Israel, taking heart again, put their forces in order and took up the same position as on the first day. Now the children of Israel went up, weeping before the Lord till evening, requesting the Lord and saying, "Am I to go forward again to the fight against the children of Benjamin my brother?" And the Lord said, "Go up against him." So the children of Israel went forward against the children of Benjamin the second day. And the second day Benjamin went out against them from Gibeah, cutting down 18,000 men of the children of Israel, all swordsmen. Then all the children of Israel, and all the people, went up to Bethel, weeping and waiting there before the Lord, going without food all day till evening, and offering burnt offerings and peace offerings before the Lord. And the children of Israel made request to the Lord, for the ark of the agreement of the Lord was there in those days, and Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, was in his place before it, and said, Am I still to go on with the fight against the children of Benjamin my brother, or am I to give it up? And the Lord said, Go on, for tomorrow I will give him into your hands. So Israel put men secretly all round Gibeah to make a surprise attack on it. And the children of Israel went up against the children of Benjamin on the third day, and put themselves in fighting order against Gibeah as before. And the children of Benjamin went out against the people, moving away from the town, and as before, at their first attack, they put to death about 30 men of Israel on the highways, of which one goes up to Bethel and the other to Gibeah, and in the open country. And the children of Benjamin said, They are giving way before us as at first. But the children of Israel said, Let us go in flight and get them away from the town, into the highways. So all the men of Israel got up and put themselves in fighting order at Baal-Tamar, and those who had been waiting secretly to make a surprise attack came rushing out of their place on the west of Geba. And they came in front of Gibeah, 10,000 of the best men in all Israel, and the fighting became more violent. But the children of Benjamin were not conscious that evil was coming on them. Then the Lord sent sudden fear on Benjamin before Israel, and that day the children of Israel put to death 25,100 men of Benjamin, all of them swordsmen. So the children of Benjamin saw that they were overcome, and the men of Israel had given way before Benjamin, putting their faith in the watchers who were to make the surprise attack on Gibeah. And the watchers, rushing on Gibeah and overrunning it, put all the town to the sword without mercy. Now the sign fixed between the men of Israel and those making the surprise attack was that when they made a pillar of smoke go up from the town, the men of Israel were to make a turnabout in the fight. And Benjamin had overcome and put to death about 30 of the men of Israel, and were saying, Certainly they are falling back before us as in the first fight. Then the sign went up out of the town and the pillar of smoke, and the Benjamites, turning back, saw all the town going up in smoke to heaven. And the men of Israel had made a turnabout, and the men of Benjamin were overcome with fear, for they saw that evil had overtaken them. So turning their backs on the men of Israel, they went in the direction of the wasteland, but the fight overtook them, and those who came out of the town were heading them off and putting them to the sword. And crushing Benjamin down, they went after them, driving them from Nohah as far as the east side of Gibeah. 18,000 men of Benjamin came to their death, all strong men of war. And turning, they went in flight to the rock of Rimmon in the wasteland, and on the highways 5,000 of them were cut off by the men of Israel, who, pushing on hard after them to Geba, put to death 2,000 more. So 25,000 of the swordsmen of Benjamin came to their end that day, all strong men of war. But 600 men, turning back, went in flight to the rock of Rimmon in the wasteland, and were living on the rock of Rimmon for 4 months. And the men of Israel, turning again against the children of Benjamin, put to the sword without mercy all the towns and the cattle and everything there was, burning every town which came into their hands. Chapter 21. Now the men of Israel had taken an oath in Mizpah, saying, Not one of us will give his daughter as a wife to Benjamin. And the people came to Bethel, waiting there till evening before God, and gave themselves up to bitter weeping. And they said, O Lord, the God of Israel, why has this fate come on Israel, that today one tribe has been cut off from Israel? Then on the day after, the people got up early and made an altar there, offering burnt offerings and peace offerings. And the children of Israel said, Who is there among all the tribes of Israel, who did not come up to the Lord at the meeting of all Israel? For they had taken a great oath that whoever did not come up to Mizpah to the Lord was to be put to death. And the children of Israel were moved with pity for Benjamin their brother, saying, Today one tribe has been cut off from Israel. What are we to do about wives for those who are still living? For we have taken an oath by the Lord that we will not give them our daughters for wives. And they said, Which one of the tribes of Israel did not come up to Mizpah to the Lord? And it was seen that no one had come from Jabesh Gilead to the meeting. For when the people were numbered, not one man of the people of Jabesh Gilead was present. So they, the meeting, sent 12,000 of the best fighting men, and gave them orders, saying, Go and put the people of Jabesh Gilead to the sword without mercy, with their women and their little ones. And this is what you are to do, every male, and every woman who has had sex relations with a man, you are to put to the curse, but you are to keep safe the virgins. And they did so. Now there were among the people of Jabesh Gilead 400 young virgins who had never had sex relations with a man. These they took to their tents in Shiloh in the land of Canaan. And all the meeting sent to the men of Benjamin who were in the rock of Rimmon, offering them peace. Then Benjamin came back, and they gave them the women whom they had kept from death among the women of Jabesh Gilead, but still there were not enough for them. And the people were moved with pity for Benjamin, because the Lord had let his wrath loose on the tribes of Israel. Then the responsible men of the meeting said, What are we to do about wives for the rest of them, seeing that the women of Benjamin are dead? And they said, How is the rest of Benjamin to be given offspring so that one tribe of Israel may not be put out of existence, seeing that we may not give them our daughters as wives? For the children of Israel had taken an oath, saying, Cursed is he who gives a wife to Benjamin. And they said, See, every year there is a feast of the Lord in Shiloh, which is to the north of Bethel, on the east side of the highway which goes up from Bethel to Shechem, and on the south of Lebonah. And they said to the men of Benjamin, Go into the vine gardens, waiting there secretly, and watching, and if the daughters of Shiloh come out to take part in the dances, then come from the vine gardens and take a wife for every one of you from among the daughters of Shiloh, and go back to the land of Benjamin. And when their fathers or their brothers come and make trouble, you are to say to them, Give them to us as an act of grace, for we did not take them as wives for ourselves in war, and if you yourselves had given them to us you would have been responsible for the broken oath. So the men of Benjamin did this, and got wives for themselves for every one of their number, taking them away by force from the dance. Then they went back to their heritage, building up their towns and living in them. Then the children of Israel went away from there, every man to his tribe and his family, every man went back to his heritage. In those days there was no king in Israel, every man did what seemed right to him. Bible in Basic English. The Book of Ruth. Chapter 1. Now there came a time, in the days of the judges, when there was no food in the land. And a certain man went from Bethlehem Judah, he and his wife and his 2 sons, to make a living place in the country of Moab. And the name of the man was Elimelech, and the name of his wife Naomi, and the name of his 2 sons Mahlon and Chilion, Ephrathites of Bethlehem Judah. And they came into the country of Moab, and were there for some time. And Elimelech, Naomi's husband, came to his end, and only her 2 sons were with her. And they took 2 women of Moab as their wives, the name of the one was Orpah, and the name of the other Ruth, and they went on living there for about 10 years. And Mahlon and Chilion came to their end, and the woman was without her 2 sons and her husband. So she and her daughters-in-law got ready to go back from the country of Moab, for news had come to her in the country of Moab that the Lord, in mercy for his people, had given them food. And she went out of the place where she was, and her 2 daughters-in-law with her, and they went on their way to go back to the land of Judah. And Naomi said to her 2 daughters-in-law, Go back to your mother's houses, may the Lord be good to you as you have been good to the dead and to me, may the Lord give you rest in the houses of your husbands. Then she gave them a kiss, and they were weeping bitterly. And they said to her, No, but we will go back with you to your people. But Naomi said, Go back, my daughters, why will you come with me? Have I more sons in my body, to become your husbands? Go back, my daughters, and go on your way. I am so old now that I may not have another husband. If I said, I have hopes, if I had a husband tonight, and might have sons, would you keep yourselves till they were old enough? Would you keep from having husbands for them? No, my daughters, but I am very sad for you that the hand of the Lord is against me. Then again they were weeping, and Orpah gave her mother-in-law a kiss, but Ruth would not be parted from her. And Naomi said, See, your sister-in-law has gone back to her people and to her gods, go back after your sister-in-law. But Ruth said, Give up requesting me to go away from you, or to go back without you, for where you go I will go, and where you take your rest I will take my rest, your people will be my people, and your God my God. Wherever death comes to you, death will come to me, and there will be my last resting place. The Lord do so to me and more if we are parted by anything but death. And when she saw that Ruth was strong in her purpose to go with her she said no more. So the two of them went on till they came to Bethlehem. And when they came to Bethlehem, all the town was moved about them, and they said, "Is this Naomi?" And she said to them, "Do not let my name be Naomi, but Mara, for the ruler of all has given me a bitter fate. I went out full, and the Lord has sent me back again with nothing. Why do you give me the name Naomi, seeing that the Lord has given witness against me, and the ruler of all has sent sorrow on me?" So Naomi came back out of the country of Moab, and Ruth the Moabitess, her daughter-in-law, with her, and they came to Bethlehem in the first days of the grain cutting. Chapter 2. And Naomi had a relation of her husband, a man of wealth, of the family of Elimelech, and his name was Boaz. And Ruth the Moabitess said to Naomi, "Now let me go into the field and take up the heads of grain after him in whose eyes I may have grace." And she said to her, "Go, my daughter." And she went, and came and took up the heads of grain in the field after the cutters, and by chance she went into that part of the field which was the property of Boaz, who was of the family of Elimelech. And Boaz came from Bethlehem, and said to the grain cutters, "The Lord be with you." And they made answer, "The Lord give you his blessing." Then Boaz said to a servant who was in authority over the cutters, "Whose girl is this?" And the servant who was in authority over the cutters said, "It is a Moabite girl who came back with Naomi out of the country of Moab, and she said to me, 'Let me come into the grain field and take up the grain after the cutters.' So she came, and has been here from morning till now, without resting even for a minute." Then said Boaz to Ruth, "Give ear to me, my daughter, do not go to take up the grain in another field, or go away from here, but keep here by my young women. Keep your eyes on the field they are cutting, and go after them. Have I not given orders to the young men not to put a hand on you? And when you are in need of drink, go to the vessels and take of what the young men have put there." Then she went down on her face to the earth, and said to him, "Why have I grace in your eyes, that you give attention to me, seeing I am from a strange people?" And Boaz answering said to her, "I have had news of everything you have done for your mother-in-law after the death of your husband, how you went away from your father and mother and the land of your birth, and came to a people who are strange to you. The Lord give you a reward for what you have done, and may a full reward be given to you by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take cover." Then she said, "May I have grace in your eyes, my lord, for you have given me comfort, and you have said kind words to your servant, though I am not like one of your servants." And at mealtime Boaz said to her, "Come here, and take some of the bread, and put your bit into the wine." And she took her seat among the grain cutters, and he gave her dry grain, and she took it, and there was more than enough for her meal. And when she got ready to take up the grain, Boaz gave his young men orders, saying, "Let her take it even from among the cut grain, and say nothing to her. And let some heads of grain be pulled out of what has been corded up, and dropped for her to take, and let no sharp word be said to her." So she went on getting together the heads of grain till evening, and after crushing out the seed it came to about an ephah of grain. And she took it up and went into the town, and she let her mother-in-law see what she had got, and after taking enough for herself she gave her the rest. And her mother-in-law said to her, "Where did you take up the grain today, and where were you working? May a blessing be on him who gave such attention to you." And she gave her mother-in-law an account of where she had been working, and said, "The name of the man with whom I was working today is Boaz." And Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, "May the blessing of the Lord, who has at all times been kind to the living and to the dead, be on him." And Naomi said to her, "The man is of our family, one of our near relations." And Ruth the Moabitess said, "Truly, he said to me, 'Keep near my young men till all my grain is cut.'" And Naomi said to Ruth, her daughter-in-law, "It is better, my daughter, for you to go out with his servant girls, so that no danger may come to you in another field." So she kept near the servant girls of Boaz to take up the grain till the cutting of the early grain and the cutting of the late grain were ended, and she went on living with her mother-in-law. Chapter 3. And Naomi, her mother-in-law, said to her, "My daughter, am I not to get you a resting place where you may be in comfort? And now, is there not Boaz, our relation, with whose young women you were? See, tonight he is separating the grain from the waste in his grain floor. So take a bath, and, after rubbing your body with sweet oil, put on your best robe, and go down to the grain floor, but do not let him see you till he has come to the end of his meal, but see to it, when he goes to rest, that you take note of the place where he is sleeping, and go in there, and, uncovering his feet, take your place by him, and he will say what you are to do." And she said, "I will do all you say." So she went down to the grain floor and did all her mother-in-law had said to her. Now when Boaz had taken meat and drink, and his heart was glad, he went to take his rest at the end of the mass of grain. Then she came softly and, uncovering his feet, went to rest. Now in the middle of the night, the man awaking from his sleep in fear, and lifting himself up, saw a woman stretched at his feet. And he said, "Who are you?" And she answering said, "I am your servant Ruth, take your servant as wife, for you were a near relation." And he said, "May the Lord give you his blessing, my daughter. Even better than what you did at the first is this last kind act you have done, in not going after young men, with or without wealth. And now, my daughter, have no fear, I will do for you whatever you say, for it is clear to all my townspeople that you are a woman of virtue. Now it is true that I am a near relation, but there is a relation nearer than I. Take your rest here tonight, and in the morning, if he will do for you what it is right for a relation to do, very well, let him do so. But if he will not, then by the living Lord I myself will do so." And she took her rest at his feet till the morning, and she got up before it was light enough for one to see another. And he said, "Let it not come to anyone's knowledge that the woman came to the grain floor." And he said, "Take your robe, stretching it out in your hands." And she did so, and he took 6 measures of grain and put them into it, and gave it her to take, and she went back to the town. And when she came back her mother-in-law said to her, "How did it go with you, my daughter?" And she gave her an account of all the man had done to her. And she said, "He gave me these 6 measures of grain, saying, 'Do not go back to your mother-in-law with nothing in your hands.'" Then she said, "Do nothing now, my daughter, till you see what will come of this, for the man will take no rest till he has put this thing through." Chapter 4. And Boaz went up to the public place of the town, and took his seat there, and the near relation of whom he had been talking came by, and Boaz, crying out to him by name, said, "Come and be seated here." And he came and was seated. Then he got 10 of the responsible men of the town, and said, "Be seated here." And they took their seats. Then he said to the near relation, "Naomi, who is come back from the country of Moab, is offering for a price that bit of land which was our brother Elimelech's, and it was in my mind to give you the chance of taking it, with the approval of those seated here and of the responsible men of my people. If you are ready to do what it is right for a relation to do, then do it, but if you will not do it, say so to me now, for there is no one who has the right to do it but you, and after you myself." And he said, "I will do it." Then Boaz said, "On the day when you take this field, you will have to take with the truth, the Moabitess, the wife of the dead, so that you may keep the name of the dead living in his heritage." And the near relation said, "I am not able to do the relation's part, for fear of damaging the heritage I have. You may do it in my place, for I am not able to do it myself." Now, in earlier times this was the way in Israel when property was taken over by a near relation, or when there was a change of owner. To make the exchange certain, one man took off his shoe and gave it to the other, and this was a witness in Israel. So the near relation said to Boaz, "Take it for yourself." And he took off his shoe. Then Boaz said to the responsible men and to all the people, "You are witnesses today that I have taken at a price from Naomi all the property which was Elimelech's, and everything which was Chilion's and Mahlon's. And, further, I have taken Ruth, the Moabitess, who was the wife of Mahlon, to be my wife, to keep the name of the dead man living in his heritage, so that his name may not be cut off from among his countrymen, and from the memory of his town. You are witnesses this day." And all the people who were in the public place, and the responsible men, said, "We are witnesses. May the Lord make this woman, who is about to come into your house, like Rachel and Leah, which two were the builders of the house of Israel, and may you have wealth in Ephrathah, and be great in Bethlehem. May your family be like the family of Perez, the son whom Tamar gave to Judah, from the offspring which the Lord may give you by this young woman." So Boaz took Ruth and she became his wife, and he went into her. And the Lord made her with child and she gave birth to a son. And the women said to Naomi, "A blessing on the Lord, who has not let you be this day without a near relation, and may his name be great in Israel. He will be a giver of new life to you, and your comforter when you are old, for your daughter-in-law, who, in her love for you, is better than 7 sons, has given birth to him." And Naomi took the child and put her arms round it, and she took care of it. And the women who were her neighbors gave it a name, saying, "Naomi has a child," and they gave him the name of Obed. He is the father of Jesse, the father of David. Now these are the generations of Perez. Perez became the father of Hezron, and Hezron became the father of Ram, and Ram became the father of Amminadab, and Amminadab became the father of Nahshon, and Nahshon became the father of Salmon, and Salmon became the father of Boaz, and Boaz became the father of Obed, and Obed became the father of Jesse, and Jesse became the father of David. Bible in Basic English, the First Book of Samuel. Chapter 1. Now there was a certain man of Ramathaim, a Zuphite of the hill country of Ephraim, named Elkanah. He was the son of Jeroham, the son of Elihu, the son of Tohu, the son of Zuph, an Ephraimite, and he had 2 wives, one named Hannah and the other Peninnah, and Peninnah was the mother of children, but Hannah had no children. Now this man went up from his town every year to give worship and to make offerings to the Lord of armies in Shiloh. And the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni, and Phinehas, the priests of the Lord, were there. And when the day came for Elkanah to make his offering, he gave to Peninnah his wife, and to all her sons and daughters, their part of the feast, but to Hannah he gave 1 part, though Hannah was very dear to him, but the Lord had not let her have children. And the other wife did everything possible to make her unhappy, because the Lord had not let her have children, and year by year, whenever she went up to the house of the Lord, she kept on attacking her, so that Hannah gave herself up to weeping and would take no food. Then her husband Elkanah said to her, "Hannah, why are you weeping? And why are you taking no food? Why is your heart troubled? Am I not more to you than 10 sons?" So after they had taken food and wine in the guest room, Hannah got up. Now Eli the priest was seated by the pillars of the doorway of the temple of the Lord. And with grief in her soul, weeping bitterly, she made her prayer to the Lord. And she made an oath, and said, "O Lord of armies, if you will truly take note of the sorrow of your servant, not turning away from me but keeping me in mind, and will give me a man-child, then I will give him to the Lord all the days of his life, and his hair will never be cut." Now while she was a long time in prayer before the Lord, Eli was watching her mouth. For Hannah's prayer came from her heart, and though her lips were moving she made no sound, so it seemed to Eli that she was overcome with wine. And Eli said to her, "How long are you going to be the worse for drink? Put away the effects of your wine from you." And Hannah, answering him, said, "No, my lord, I am a woman whose spirit is broken with sorrow. I have not taken wine or strong drink, but I have been opening my heart before the Lord. Do not take your servant to be a good-for-nothing woman, for my words have come from my stored-up sorrow and pain." Then Eli said to her, "Go in peace, and may the God of Israel give you an answer to the prayer you have made to him." And she said, "May your servant have grace in your eyes." So the woman went away, and took part in the feast, and her face was no longer sad. And early in the morning they got up, and after worshipping before the Lord they went back to Ramah, to their house, and Elkanah had connection with his wife, and the Lord kept her in mind. Now the time came when Hannah, being with child, gave birth to a son, and she gave him the name Samuel, because, she said, "I made a prayer to the Lord for him." And the man Elkanah with all his family went up to make the year's offering to the Lord, and to give effect to his oath. But Hannah did not go, for she said to her husband, "I will not go till the child has been taken from the breast, and then I will take him with me and put him before the Lord, where he may be forever." And her husband Elkanah said to her, "Do whatever seems right to you, but not till you have taken him from the breast, only may the Lord do as he has said." So the woman, waiting there, gave her son milk till he was old enough to be taken from the breast. Then when she had done so, she took him with her, with a 3-year-old ox and an ephah of meal and a skinful of wine, and took him to the house of the Lord at Shiloh. Now the child was still very young. And when they had made an offering of the ox, they took the child to Eli. And she said, "O my lord, as your soul is living, my lord, I am that woman who was making a prayer to the Lord here by your side. My prayer was for this child, and the Lord has given him to me in answer to my request, so I have given him to the Lord, for all his life he is the Lord's." Then he gave the Lord worship there. Chapter 2. And Hannah, in prayer before the Lord, said, My heart is glad in the Lord, my horn is lifted up in the Lord, my mouth is open wide over my haters, because my joy is in your salvation. No other is holy as the Lord, for there is no other God but you, there is no rock like our God. Say no more words of pride, let not uncontrolled sayings come out of your mouths, for the Lord is a God of knowledge, by him acts are judged. The bows of the men of war are broken, and the feeble are clothed with strength. Those who were full are offering themselves as servants for bread, those who are in need are at rest. Truly, she who had no children has become the mother of 7, and she who had a family is wasted with sorrow. The Lord is the giver of death and life, sending men down to the underworld and lifting them up. The Lord gives wealth and takes a man's goods from him, crushing men down and again lifting them up, lifting the poor out of the dust, and him who is in need out of the lowest place, to give them their place among rulers, and for their heritage the seat of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's and he has made them the base of the world. He will keep the feet of his holy ones, but the evildoers will come to their end in the dark night, for by strength no man will overcome. Those who make war against the Lord will be broken, against them he will send his thunder from heaven. The Lord will be judge of the ends of the earth, he will give strength to his king, lifting up the horn of him on whom the holy oil has been put. Then Elkanah went to Ramah to his house. And the child became the servant of the Lord under the direction of Eli the priest. Now the sons of Eli were evil and good-for-nothing men, having no knowledge of the Lord. And the priest's way with the people was this: when any man made an offering, the priest's servant came while the flesh was being cooked, having in his hand a meat hook with 3 teeth, this he put into the pot, and everything which came up on the hook the priest took for himself. This they did in Shiloh to all the Israelites who came there. And more than this, before the fat was burned, the priest's servant would come and say to the man who was making the offering, Give me some of the flesh to be cooked for the priest, he has no taste for meat cooked in water, but would have you give it uncooked. And if the man said to him, First let the fat be burned, then take as much as you will, then the servant would say, No, you are to give it to me now, or I will take it by force. And the sin of these young men was very great before the Lord, for they gave no honor to the Lord's offerings. But Samuel did the work of the Lord's house, while he was a child, dressed in a linen ephod. And his mother made him a little robe and took it to him every year when she came with her husband for the year's offering. And every year Eli gave Elkanah and his wife a blessing, saying, May the Lord give you offspring by this woman in exchange for the child you have given to the Lord. And they went back to their house. And the Lord had mercy on Hannah, and she gave birth to 3 sons and 2 daughters. And the young Samuel became older before the Lord. Now Eli was very old, and he had news from time to time of what his sons were doing to all Israel. And he said to them, Why are you doing such things? For from all this people I get accounts of your evil ways. No, my sons, the account which is given me, which the Lord's people are sending about, is not good. If one man does wrong to another, God will be his judge, but if a man sins against the Lord, who will take up his cause? But they gave no attention to the voice of their father, for it was the Lord's purpose to send destruction on them. And the young Samuel, becoming older, had the approval of the Lord and of men. And a man of God came to Eli and said to him, The Lord says, Did I let myself be seen by your father's people when they were in Egypt, servants in Pharaoh's house? Did I take him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest and to go up to my altar to make the smoke of the offerings go up and to take up the ephod? Did I give to your father's family all the offerings made by fire by the children of Israel? Why then are you looking with envy on my offerings of meat and of meal which were ordered by my word, honoring your sons before me, and making yourselves fat with all the best of the offerings of Israel, my people? For this reason the Lord God of Israel has said, Truly I did say that your family and your father's people would have their place before me forever, but now the Lord says, Let it not be so, I will give honor to those by whom I am honored, and those who have no respect for me will be of small value in my eyes. See, the days are coming when your arm and the arm of your father's people will be cut off, and never again will there be an old man in your family, but one man of your family will not be cut off by my hand, and his eyes will be made dark, and grief will be in his heart. And all the offspring of your family will come to their end by the sword of men. And this will be the sign to you, which will come on Hophni and Phinehas, your sons, death will overtake them on the same day. And I will make a true priest for myself, one who will do what is in my heart and in my mind, and I will make for him a family which will not come to an end, and his place will be before my Holy One forever. Then it will be that the rest of your family, anyone who has not been cut off, will go down on his knees to him for a bit of silver or a bit of bread, and say, Be pleased to put me into one of the priests' places so that I may have a little food. Chapter 3. Now the young Samuel was the servant of the Lord before Eli. In those days the Lord kept his word secret from men, there was no open vision. And at that time, when Eli was resting in his place, now his eyes were becoming clouded so that he was not able to see, and the light of God was still burning, while Samuel was sleeping in the temple of the Lord where the ark of God was. The voice of the Lord said Samuel's name, and he said, Here am I. And running to Eli he said, Here am I, for you said my name. And Eli said, I did not say your name, go to your rest again. So he went back to his bed. And again the Lord said, Samuel. And Samuel got up and went to Eli and said, Here am I, for you certainly said my name. But he said in answer, I said nothing, my son, go to your rest again. Now at that time Samuel had no knowledge of the Lord, and the revelation of the word of the Lord had not come to him. And for the third time the Lord said Samuel's name. And he got up and went to Eli and said, Here am I, for you certainly said my name. Then it was clear to Eli that the voice which had said the child's name was the Lord's. So Eli said to Samuel, Go back, and if the voice comes again, let your answer be, Say on, Lord, for the ears of your servant are open. So Samuel went back to his bed. Then the Lord came and said as before, Samuel, Samuel. Then Samuel made answer, Say on, Lord, for the ears of your servant are open. And the Lord said to Samuel, See, I will do a thing in Israel at which the ears of everyone hearing of it will be burning. In that day I will do to Eli everything which I have said about his family, from first to last. And you are to say to him that I will send punishment on his family forever, for the sin which he had knowledge of, because his sons have been cursing God and he had no control over them. So I have made an oath to the family of Eli that no offering of meat or of meal which they may make will ever take away the sin of his family. And Samuel kept where he was, not moving till the time came for opening the doors of the house of God in the morning. And fear kept him from giving Eli an account of his vision. Then Eli said, Samuel, my son. And Samuel answering said, Here am I. And he said, What did the Lord say to you? Do not keep it from me, may God's punishment be on you if you keep from me anything he said to you. Then Samuel gave him an account of everything, keeping nothing back. And he said, It is the Lord, let him do what seems good to him. And Samuel became older, and the Lord was with him and let not one of his words be without effect. And it was clear to all Israel from Dan to Beersheba that Samuel had been made a prophet of the Lord. And the Lord was seen again in Shiloh, for the Lord gave to Samuel in Shiloh the revelation of his word. Chapter 4. Now at that time the Philistines came together to make war against Israel. And the men of Israel went out to war against the Philistines and took up their position at the side of Ebenezer, and the Philistines put their forces in position in Aphek. And the Philistines put their forces in order against Israel, and the fighting was hard, and Israel was overcome by the Philistines, who put to the sword about 4,000 of their army in the field. And when the people came back to their tents, the responsible men of Israel said, Why has the Lord let the Philistines overcome us today? Let us get the ark of the Lord's agreement here from Shiloh, so that it may be with us and give us salvation from the hands of those who are against us. So the people sent to Shiloh and got the ark of the agreement of the Lord of armies, whose resting place is between the winged ones, and Hophni and Phinehas, the two sons of Eli, were there with the ark of God's agreement. And when the ark of the Lord's agreement came into the tent circle, all Israel gave a great cry, so that the earth was sounding with it. And the Philistines, hearing the noise of their cry, said, What is this great cry among the tents of the Hebrews? Then it became clear to them that the ark of the Lord had come to the tent circle. And the Philistines, full of fear, said, God has come into their tents. And they said, Trouble is ours. For never before has such a thing been seen. Trouble is ours. Who will give us salvation from the hands of these great gods? These are the gods who sent all sorts of blows on the Egyptians in the wasteland. Be strong, O Philistines, be men. "Do not be servants to the Hebrews as they have been to you, go forward to the fight without fear." So the Philistines went to the fight, and Israel was overcome, and every man went in flight to his tent, and great was the destruction, for 30,000 footmen of Israel were put to the sword. And the ark of God was taken, and Hophni and Phinehas, the sons of Eli, were put to the sword. And a man of Benjamin went running from the fight and came to Shiloh the same day with his clothing out of order and earth on his head. And when he came, Eli was seated by the wayside watching, and in his heart was fear for the ark of God. And when the man came into the town and gave the news, there was a great outcry. And Eli, hearing the noise and the cries, said, "What is the reason of this outcry?" And the man came quickly and gave the news to Eli. Now Eli was 98 years old, and his eyes were fixed so that he was not able to see. And the man said to Eli, "I have come from the army and have come in flight today from the fight." And he said, "How did it go, my son?" And the man said, "Israel went in flight from the Philistines, and there has been great destruction among the people, and your 2 sons, Hophni and Phinehas, are dead, and the ark of God has been taken." And at these words about the ark of God, Eli, falling back off his seat by the side of the doorway into the town, came down on the earth so that his neck was broken and death overtook him, for he was an old man and of great weight. He had been judging Israel for 40 years. And his daughter-in-law, the wife of Phinehas, was with child and near the time when she would give birth, and when she had the news that the ark of God had been taken and that her father-in-law and her husband were dead, her pains came on her suddenly and she gave birth. And when she was very near death the women who were with her said, "Have no fear, for you have given birth to a son." But she made no answer and gave no attention to it, and she gave the child the name of Ichabod, saying, "The glory has gone from Israel, because the ark of God was taken and because of her father-in-law and her husband." And she said, "The glory is gone from Israel, for the ark of God has been taken." Chapter 5 Now the Philistines, having taken the ark of God, took it with them from Ebenezer to Ashdod. They took the ark of God into the house of Dagon and put it by the side of Dagon. And when the people of Ashdod got up early on the morning after, they saw that Dagon had come down to the earth on his face before the ark of the Lord. And they took Dagon up and put him in his place again. And when they got up early on the morning after, Dagon had come down to the earth on his face before the ark of the Lord, and his head and his hands were broken off on the doorstep, only the base was in its place. So to this day no priest of Dagon, or any who come into Dagon's house, will put his foot on the doorstep of the house of Dagon in Ashdod. But the hand of the Lord was hard on the people of Ashdod and he sent disease on them through all the country of Ashdod. And when the men of Ashdod saw how it was, they said, "Let not the ark of the God of Israel be with us, for his hand is hard on us and on Dagon our God." So they sent for all the lords of the Philistines to come together there, and said, "What are we to do with the ark of the God of Israel?" And their answer was, "Let the ark of the God of Israel be taken away to Gath." So they took the ark of the God of Israel away, but after they had taken it away, the hand of the Lord was stretched out against the town for its destruction, and the signs of disease came out on all the men of the town, small and great. So they sent the ark of God to Ekron. And when the ark of God came to Ekron, the people of the town made an outcry, saying, "They have sent the ark of the God of Israel to us for the destruction of us and of our people." So they sent and got together all the lords of the Philistines, and they said, "Send away the ark of the God of Israel, and let it go back to its place, so that it may not be the cause of death to us and to our people," for there was a great fear of death through all the town, the hand of God was very hard on them there. And those men who were not overtaken by death were cruelly diseased, and the cry of the town went up to heaven. Chapter 6 Now the ark of the Lord was in the country of the Philistines for 7 months. And the Philistines sent for the priests and those who were wise in secret arts, and said to them, "What are we to do with the ark of the Lord? How are we to send it away to its place?" And they said, "If you send away the ark of the God of Israel, do not send it without an offering, but send him a sin offering with it, then you will have peace again, and it will be clear to you why the weight of his hand has not been lifted from you." Then they said, "What sin offering are we to send to him?" And they said, 5 gold images of the growths caused by your disease and 5 gold mice, one for every lord of the Philistines, for the same disease came on you and on your lords. So make images of the growths caused by your disease and of the mice which are damaging your land, and give glory to the God of Israel. It may be that the weight of his hand will be lifted from you and from your gods and from your land. Why do you make your hearts hard, like the hearts of Pharaoh and the Egyptians? When he had made sport of them, did they not let the people go, and they went away? So now, take and make ready a new cart, and 2 cows which have never come under the yoke, and have the cows yoked to the cart, and take their young ones away from them, and put the ark of the Lord on the cart, and the gold images which you are sending as a sin offering in a chest by its side, and send it away so that it may go. If it goes by the land of Israel to Beth-Shemesh, then this great evil is his work, but if not, then we may be certain that the evil was not his doing, but was the working of chance. And the men did so, they took 2 cows, yoking them to the cart and shutting up their young ones in their living place, and they put the ark of the Lord on the cart and the chest with the gold images. And the cows took the straight way, by the road to Beth-Shemesh, they went by the highway, not turning to the right or to the left, and the sound of their voices was clear on the road, and the lords of the Philistines went after them as far as the edge of Beth-Shemesh. And the people of Beth-Shemesh were cutting their grain in the valley, and lifting up their eyes they saw the ark and were full of joy when they saw it. And the cart came into the field of Joshua the Beth-Shemite, and came to a stop there by a great stone, and cutting up the wood of the cart they made a burnt offering of the cows to the Lord. Then the Levites took down the ark of the Lord and the chest in which were the gold images, and put them on the great stone, and the men of Beth-Shemesh made burnt offerings and gave worship that day before the Lord. And the 5 lords of the Philistines, having seen it, went back to Ekron the same day. Now these are the gold images which the Philistines sent as a sin offering to the Lord, 1 for Ashdod, 1 for Gaza, 1 for Ashkelon, 1 for Gath, 1 for Ekron, and the gold mice, 1 for every town of the Philistines, the property of the 5 lords, walled towns as well as country places. And the great stone where they put the ark of the Lord is still in the field of Joshua the Beth-Shemite to this day. But the Lord sent destruction on 70 men of the people of Beth-Shemesh for looking into the ark of the Lord, and great was the sorrow of the people for the destruction which the Lord had sent on them. And the men of Beth-Shemesh said, Who is able to keep his place before the Lord, this holy God? And to whom may he go from us? And they sent men to the people living in Kiriath-Jearim, saying, The Philistines have sent back the ark of the Lord, come and take it up to your country. Chapter 7. So the men of Kiriath-Jearim came and took the ark of the Lord to the house of Abinadab in Gibeah, and they made his son Eleazar holy and put the ark in his care. And the ark was in Kiriath-Jearim for a long time, as much as 20 years, and all Israel was searching after the Lord with weeping. Then Samuel said to all Israel, If with all your hearts you would come back to the Lord, then put away all the strange gods and the Astartes from among you, and let your hearts be turned to the Lord, and be servants to him only, and he will make you safe from the hands of the Philistines. So the children of Israel gave up the worship of Baal and Astarte, and became worshippers of the Lord only. Then Samuel said, Let all Israel come to Mizpah and I will make prayer to the Lord for you. So they came together to Mizpah, and got water, draining it out before the Lord, and they took no food that day, and they said, We have done evil against the Lord. And Samuel was judge of the children of Israel in Mizpah. Now when the Philistines had news that the children of Israel had come together at Mizpah, the lords of the Philistines went up against Israel. And the children of Israel, hearing of it, were full of fear. And the children of Israel said to Samuel, Go on crying to the Lord our God for us to make us safe from the hands of the Philistines. And Samuel took a young lamb, offering all of it as a burnt offering to the Lord, and Samuel made prayers to the Lord for Israel and the Lord gave him an answer. And while Samuel was offering the burnt offering, the Philistines came near for the attack on Israel, but at the thunder of the Lord's voice that day the Philistines were overcome with fear, and they gave way before Israel. And the men of Israel went out from Mizpah and went after the Philistines, attacking them till they came under Beth-kar. Then Samuel took a stone and put it up between Mizpah and Jeshanah, naming it Ebenezer, and saying, Up to now the Lord has been our help. So the Philistines were overcome, and did not come into the country of Israel again, and all the days of Samuel the hand of the Lord was against the Philistines. And the towns which the Philistines had taken were given back to Israel, from Ekron to Gath, and all the country round them Israel made free from the power of the Philistines. And there was peace between Israel and the Amorites. And Samuel was judge of Israel all the days of his life. From year to year he went and turned to Bethel and Gilgal and Mizpah, judging Israel in all those places. And his base was at Ramah, where his house was, there he was judge of Israel, and there he made an altar to the Lord. Chapter 8. Now when Samuel was old, he made his sons judges over Israel. The name of his first son was Joel, and the name of his second Abijah. They were judges in Beersheba. And his sons did not go in his ways, but moved by the love of money took rewards, and were not upright in judging. Then all the responsible men of Israel got together and went to Samuel at Ramah, and said to him, See now, you are old, and your sons do not go in your ways. Give us a king now to be our judge, so that we may be like the other nations. But Samuel was not pleased when they said to him, Give us a king to be our judge. And Samuel made prayer to the Lord. And the Lord said to Samuel, Give ear to the voice of the people and what they say to you. They have not been turned away from you, but they have been turned away from me, not desiring me to be king over them. As they have done from the first, from the day when I took them out of Egypt till this day, turning away from me and worshipping other gods, so now they are acting in the same way to you. Give ear now to their voice, but make a serious protest to them, and give them a picture of the sort of king who will be their ruler. And Samuel said all these words of the Lord to the people who were desiring a king. And he said, This is the sort of king who will be your ruler. He will take your sons and make them his servants, his horsemen, and drivers of his war carriages, and they will go running before his war carriages, and he will make them captains of thousands and of fifties. Some he will put to work plowing and cutting his grain and making his instruments of war and building his war carriages. Your daughters he will take to be makers of perfumes and cooks and bread makers. He will take your fields and your vine gardens and your olive gardens, all the best of them, and give them to his servants. He will take 1/10 of your seed and of the fruit of your vines and give it to his servants. He will take your men servants and your servant girls, and the best of your oxen and your asses and put them to his work. He will take 1/10 of your sheep, and you will be his servants. Then you will be crying out because of your king whom you have taken for yourselves, but the Lord will not give you an answer in that day. But the people gave no attention to the voice of Samuel, and they said, No, but we will have a king over us, so that we may be like the other nations, and so that our king may be our judge and go out before us to war. Then Samuel, after hearing all the people had to say, went and gave an account of it to the Lord. And the Lord said to Samuel, Give ear to their voice and make a king for them. Chapter 9. Now there was a man of Benjamin named Kish, the son of Abiel, the son of Zerah, the son of Bechorath, the son of Aphiah, a Benjamite, a man of wealth. He had a son named Saul, a specially good-looking young man. There was no one better looking among the children of Israel. He was taller by a head than any other of the people. Now the asses of Saul's father Kish had gone wandering away. And Kish said to his son Saul, Take one of the servants with you, and get up and go in search of the asses. So they went through the hill country of Ephraim and through the land of Shalisha, but they saw no sign of them. Then they went through the land of Salem, but they were not there, and they went through the land of the Benjamites, but they did not come across them. And when they had come to the land of Zuph, Saul said to the servant who was with him, Come, let us go back, or my father may give up caring about the asses and be troubled about us. But the servant said to him, See now, in this town there is a man of God, who is highly honored, and everything he says comes true. Let us go there now, it may be that he will give us directions about our journey. Then Saul said to his servant, But if we go, what are we to take the man? All our bread is gone, and we have no offering to take to the man of God. What are we to do? But the servant said in answer, I have here 1/4 part of a shekel of silver. I will give that to the man of God, and he will give us directions about our way. In the past in Israel, when a man went to get directions from God, he said, Come, let us go to the seer, for he who now is named prophet was in those days given the name of seer. Then Saul said to his servant, You have said well, come, let us go. So they went to the town where the man of God was. And when they were on the way up to the town, they saw some young girls going out to get water and said to them, Is the seer here? And they said, He is, in fact he is before you. Go quickly now, for he has come into the town today, for the people are making an offering in the high place today. When you come into the town you will see him straight away, before he goes up to the high place for the feast. The people are waiting for his blessing before starting the feast, and after that the guests will take part in it. So go up now and you will see him." So they went up to the town, and when they came inside the town, Samuel came face to face with him on his way to the high place. Now the day before Saul came, the word of God had come to Samuel, saying, "Tomorrow about this time I will send you a man from the land of Benjamin, and on him you are to put the holy oil, making him ruler over my people Israel, and he will make my people safe from the hands of the Philistines, for I have seen the sorrow of my people, whose cry has come up to me." And when Samuel saw Saul, the Lord said to him, "This is the man of whom I gave you word. He it is who is to have authority over my people." Then Saul came up to Samuel in the doorway of the town and said, "Give me directions, if you will be so good, to the house of the seer." Then Samuel said to Saul, "I am the seer, go up before me to the high place and take food with me today, and in the morning I will let you go, after opening to you all the secrets of your heart. As for your asses which have been wandering for 3 days, give no thought to them, for they have come back." "And for whom are all the desired things in Israel? Are they not for you and your father's family?" And Saul said, "Am I not a man of Benjamin, the smallest of all the tribes of Israel? And my family the least of the families of Benjamin? Why then do you say these words to me?" Then Samuel took Saul and his servant into the guest room, and made them take the chief place among all the guests who were there, about 30 persons. And Samuel said to the cook, "Give me that part which I gave you orders to keep by you." And the cook took up the leg with the fat tail on it, and put it before Saul. And Samuel said, "This is the part which has been kept for you, take it as your part of the feast, because it has been kept for you till the right time came until the guests were present." So that day Saul took food with Samuel. And when they had come down from the high place into the town, where a bed was made ready for Saul, he went to rest. And about dawn Samuel said to Saul on the roof, "Get up so that I may send you away." So Saul got up, and he and Samuel went out together. And on their way down to the end of the town, Samuel said to Saul, "Give your servant orders to go on in front of us." So he went on, "But you keep here, so that I may give you the word of God." Chapter 10. Then Samuel took the bottle of oil, and put the oil on his head and gave him a kiss and said, "Is not the Lord with the holy oil making you ruler over Israel, his people? And you will have authority over the people of the Lord, and you will make them safe from the hands of their attackers round about them. And this will be the sign for you, when you have gone away from me today, you will see 2 men by the resting place of Rachel's body, in the land of Benjamin at Zelzah, and they will say to you, 'The asses which you went in search of have come back,' and now your father, caring no longer for the asses, is troubled about you, saying, 'What am I to do about my son?' Then you are to go on from there. And when you come to the oak tree of Tabor, you will see 3 men going up to God to Bethel, one having with him 3 young goats and another 3 cakes of bread and another a skinful of wine. They will say, 'Peace be with you,' and will give you 2 cakes of bread, which you are to take from them. After that you will come to Gibeah, the hill of God, where an armed force of the Philistines is stationed, and when you come to the town, you will see a band of prophets coming down from the high place with instruments of music before them. And they will be acting like prophets, and the Spirit of the Lord will come on you with power, and you will be acting like a prophet with them, and will be changed into another man. And when these signs come to you, see that you take the chance which is offered you, for God is with you. Then you are to go down before me to Gilgal, where I will come to you, for the offering of burnt offerings and peace offerings. Go on waiting there for 7 days till I come to you and make clear to you what you have to do." And it came about, that when he went away from Samuel, God gave him a changed heart, and all those signs took place that day. And when they came to Gibeah, a band of prophets came face to face with him, and the Spirit of God came on him with power and he took his place among them as a prophet. Now when Saul's old friends saw him among the band of prophets, the people said to one another, "What has come to Saul, the son of Kish? Is even Saul among the prophets?" And one of the people of that place said in answer, "And who is their father?" So it became a common saying, "Is even Saul among the prophets?" Then going away from the prophets, he came to the house. And Saul's father's brother said to him and his servant, "Where have you been?" And he said, "Searching for the asses, and when we saw no sign of him, we came to Samuel." Then he said, And what did Samuel say to you?" And Saul, answering him, said, "He gave us word that the asses had come back." But he said nothing to him of Samuel's words about the kingdom. Then Samuel sent for the people to come together before the Lord at Mizpah, and he said to the children of Israel, "The Lord, the God of Israel, has said, I took Israel out of Egypt, and made you free from the hands of the Egyptians and from all the kingdoms which kept you down, but today you are turned away from your God, who himself has been your Savior from all your troubles and sorrows, and you have said to him, Put a king over us. So now, take your places before the Lord by your tribes and by your thousands." So Samuel made all the tribes of Israel come near, and the tribe of Benjamin was taken. Then he made the tribe of Benjamin come near by families, and the family of the Matrites was taken, and from them, Saul, the son of Kish, was taken, but when they went in search of him he was nowhere to be seen. So they put another question to the Lord, "Is the man present here?" And the answer of the Lord was, "He is keeping himself from view among the goods." So they went quickly and made him come out, and when he took his place among the people, he was taller by a head than any of the people. And Samuel said to all the people, "Do you see the man of the Lord's selection, how there is no other like him among all the people?" And all the people with loud cries said, "Long life to the king." Then Samuel gave the people the laws of the kingdom, writing them in a book which he put in a safe place before the Lord. And Samuel sent all the people away, every man to his house. And Saul went to Gibeah, to his house, and with him went the men of war whose hearts had been touched by God. But certain good-for-nothing persons said, "How is this man to be our Savior?" And having no respect for him, they gave him no offering. Chapter 11. Then about a month after this, Nahash the Ammonite came up and put his forces in position for attacking Jabesh-Gilead, and all the men of Jabesh said to Nahash, "Make an agreement with us and we will be your servants." And Nahash the Ammonite said to them, "I will make an agreement with you on this condition, that all your right eyes are put out, so that I may make it a cause of shame to all Israel." Then the responsible men of Jabesh said to him, "Give us 7 days, so that we may send men to every part of Israel, and then, if no one comes to our help, we will come out to you." So they sent representatives to Saul's town Gibeah, and these gave the news to the people, and all the people gave themselves to weeping. Now Saul came from the field, driving the oxen before him, and he said, "Why are the people weeping?" And they gave him word of what the men of Jabesh had said. And at their words, the Spirit of God came on Saul with power, and he became very angry. And he took 2 oxen and, cutting them up, sent them through all the land of Israel by the hand of runners, saying, "If any man does not come out after Saul and Samuel, this will be done to his oxen." And the fear of the Lord came on the people and they came out like one man. And he had them numbered in Bezek. The children of Israel were 300,000, and the men of Judah 30,000. Then he said to the representatives who had come, "Say to the men of Jabesh-Gilead, Tomorrow, by the time the sun is high, you will be made safe." And the representatives came and gave the news to the men of Jabesh, and they were glad. So the men of Jabesh said, "Tomorrow we will come out to you, and you may do to us whatever seems good to you." Now on the day after, Saul put the people into 3 bands, and in the morning watch they came to the tents of the Ammonites, and they went on attacking them till the heat of the day, and those who were not put to death were put to flight in every direction, so that no 2 of them were together. And the people said to Samuel, "Who is it who said, 'Is Saul to be our king?' Give the men up, so that we may put them to death." And Saul said, "Not a man is to be put to death today, for today the Lord has made Israel safe." Then Samuel said to the people, "Come, let us go to Gilgal and there make the kingdom strong in the hands of Saul." So all the people went to Gilgal, and there in Gilgal they made Saul king before the Lord, and peace offerings were offered before the Lord, and there Saul and all the men of Israel were glad with great joy. Chapter 12. And Samuel said to all Israel, "You see that I have given ear to everything you said to me, and have made a king over you. And now, see, the king is before you, and I am old and gray-headed, and my sons are with you. I have been living before your eyes from my early days till now. Here I am, give witness against me before the Lord and before the man on whom he has put the holy oil, whose ox or ass have I taken? To whom have I been untrue? Who has been crushed down by me? From whose hand have I taken a price for the blinding of my eyes? I will give it all back to you." And they said, "You have never been untrue to us or cruel to us, you have taken nothing from any man." Then he said, "The Lord is witness against you, and the man on whom he has put the holy oil is witness this day that you have seen no wrong in me." And they said, "He is witness." And Samuel said to the people, "The Lord is witness, who gave authority to Moses and Aaron, and who took your fathers up out of the land of Egypt. Keep your places now, while I take up the argument with you before the Lord, and give you the story of the righteousness of the Lord, which he has made clear by his acts to you and to your fathers. When Jacob and his sons had come into Egypt, and were crushed by the Egyptians, the prayers of your fathers came up to the Lord, and the Lord sent Moses and Aaron, who took your fathers out of Egypt, and he put them into this place, but they were false to the Lord their God, and he gave them up into the hands of Sisera, captain of the army of Jabin, king of Hazor, and into the hands of the Philistines, and into the hands of the king of Moab, who made war against them. Then crying out to the Lord, they said, "We have done evil, because we have been turned away from the Lord, worshipping the Baals and the Astartes, but now, make us safe from those who are against us and we will be your servants." So the Lord sent Jerubbaal and Barak and Jephthah and Samuel and took you out of the power of those who were fighting against you on every side, and made you safe. And when you saw that Nahash, the king of the Ammonites, was coming against you, you said to me, "No more of this, we will have a king for our ruler, when the Lord your God was your king." Here, then, is the king marked out by you, the Lord has put a king over you. If in the fear of the Lord you are his servants, hearing his voice and not going against the orders of the Lord, but being true to the Lord your God, you and the king ruling over you, then all will be well. But if you do not give ear to the voice of the Lord, but go against his orders, then the hand of the Lord will be against you and against your king for your destruction, as it was against your fathers. Now keep where you are and see this great thing which the Lord will do before your eyes. Is it not now the time of the grain cutting? My cry will go up to the Lord and he will send thunder and rain, so that you may see and be conscious of your great sin which you have done in the eyes of the Lord in desiring a king for yourselves. So Samuel made prayer to the Lord, and the Lord sent thunder and rain that day, and all the people were in fear of the Lord and of Samuel. And all the people said to Samuel, "Make prayer for us to the Lord your God so that death may not overtake us, for in addition to all our sins we have done this evil, in desiring a king." Then Samuel said to the people, "Have no fear, truly you have done evil, but do not be turned away from the Lord, be his servants with all your heart, and do not go from the right way turning to those false gods in which there is no profit and no salvation, for they are false. For the Lord will not give his people up, because of the honor of his name, for it was the Lord's pleasure to make of you a people for himself. And as for me, never will I go against the orders of the Lord by giving up my prayers for you, but I will go on teaching you the good and right way. Only go in the fear of the Lord, and be his true servants with all your heart, keeping in mind what great things he has done for you. But if you still do evil, destruction will overtake you and your king." Chapter 13. And Saul took for himself 3,000 men of Israel, of whom he kept 2,000 with him in Michmash and in the mountain of Bethel, and 1,000 were with Jonathan in Gibeah in the land of Benjamin. The rest of the people he sent back to their tents. And Jonathan made an attack on the armed force of the Philistines stationed at Gibeah, and news was given to the Philistines that the Hebrews were turned against them. And Saul had a horn sounded through all the land, and all Israel had the news that Saul had made an attack on the Philistines, and that Israel was bitterly hated by the Philistines. And the people came together after Saul to Gilgal. And the Philistines came together to make war on Israel, 3,000 war carriages and 6,000 horsemen and an army of people like the sands of the sea in number. They came up and took up their position in Michmash, to the east of Beth-aven. When the men of Israel saw the danger they were in, for the people were troubled, they took cover in cracks in the hillsides and in the woods and in rocks and holes and hollows. And a great number of the people had gone over Jordan to the land of Gad and Gilead, but Saul was still in Gilgal, and all the people went after him shaking in fear. And he went on waiting there for 7 days, the time fixed by Samuel, but Samuel did not come to Gilgal, and the people were starting to go away from him. Then Saul said, "Come here and give me the burnt offering and the peace offerings." And he made a burnt offering to the Lord. And when the burnt offering was ended, Samuel came, and Saul went out to see him and to give him a blessing. And Samuel said, "What have you done?" And Saul said, "Because I saw that the people were going away from me, and you had not come at the time which had been fixed, and the Philistines had come together at Michmash, I said, Now the Philistines will come down on me at Gilgal, and I have made no prayer for help to the Lord, and so, forcing myself to do it, I made a burnt offering." And Samuel said to Saul, "You have done a foolish thing, you have not kept the rules which the Lord your God gave you. It was the purpose of the Lord to make your authority over Israel safe forever. But now, your authority will not go on. The Lord, searching for a man who is pleasing to him in every way, has given him the place of ruler over his people, because you have not done what the Lord gave you orders to do." Then Samuel went up from Gilgal, and the rest of the people went up after Saul against the men of war, and they came from Gilgal to Gibeah in the land of Benjamin, and Saul took the number of the people who were with him, about 600 men. And Saul, with Jonathan his son and the people who were with them, was waiting in Geba in the land of Benjamin, but the tents of the Philistines were in Michmash. And 3 bands of men came out from the Philistines to make an attack. One band went by the road which goes to Ophrah, into the land of Shul, and another went in the direction of Beth-horon, and another went by the hill looking down on the valley of Zeboim, in the direction of the wasteland. Now there was no iron worker in all the land of Israel, for the Philistines said, "For fear the Hebrews make themselves swords or spears," but all the Israelites had to go to the Philistines to get their plows and blades and axes and hooks made sharp, for they had instruments for putting an edge on their plows and blades and forks and axes, and for putting iron points on their ox-driving rods. So on the day of the fight at Michmash, not a sword or a spear was to be seen in the hands of any of the people with Saul and Jonathan, only Saul and his son Jonathan had them. And the armed force of the Philistines went out to the narrow way of Michmash. Chapter 14. Now one day Jonathan, the son of Saul, said to the young man who was with him, looking after his arms, "Come, let us go over to the Philistine force over there." But he said nothing to his father. And Saul was still waiting in the farthest part of Geba, under the fruit tree in Migron. There were about 600 men with him, and Ahijah, the son of Ahitub, brother of Ichabod, the son of Phinehas, the son of Eli, the priest of the Lord in Shiloh, who had the ephod. And the people had no idea that Jonathan had gone. Now between the narrow roads over the mountains by which Jonathan was making his way to the Philistines' forces, there was a sharp overhanging rock on one side, and a sharp rock on the other side. One was named Boz and the other Seneh. The one rock went up on the north in front of Michmash and the other on the south in front of Geba. And Jonathan said to his young servant who had his arms, "Come, let us go over to the armies of these men who have no circumcision. It may be that the Lord will give us help, for there is no limit to his power. The Lord is able to give salvation by a great army or by a small band." And his servant said to him, "Do whatever is in your mind. See, I am with you in every impulse of your heart." Then Jonathan said, "Now we will go over to these men and let them see us. If they say to us, 'Keep quiet where you are till we come to you,' then we will keep our places and not go up to them. But if they say, 'Come up to us,' then we will go up, for the Lord has given them into our hands, and this will be the sign to us." And they let the Philistine force see the 2 of them, and the Philistines said, "Look! The Hebrews are coming out of the holes where they have taken cover." And the armed men of the force gave Jonathan and his servant their answer, saying, "Come up here to us, and we will let you see something." Then Jonathan said to his servant, "Come up after me, for the Lord has given them up into the hands of Israel." And Jonathan went up, gripping with his hands and his feet, his servant going up after him. And the Philistines gave way before Jonathan when he made an attack on them, and his servant put them to death after him. And at their first attack, Jonathan and his servant put to the sword about 20 men, all inside the space of half an acre of land. And there was great fear in the tents and in the field and among all the men of the armed force, and the attackers were shaking with fear, even the earth was moved with a great shaking, and there was a fear as from God. And the watchmen of Saul, looking out from Geba in the land of Benjamin, saw all the army flowing away and running here and there. Then Saul said to the people who were with him, "Let everyone be numbered and let us see who has gone from us." And when they had been numbered, it was seen that Jonathan and his servant were not there. And Saul said to Ahijah, "Let the ephod come here," for he went before Israel with the ephod at that time. Now while Saul was talking to the priest, the noise in the tents of the Philistines became louder and louder, and Saul said to the priest, take back your hand." And Saul and all the people with him came together and went forward to the fight, and every man's sword was turned against the man at his side, and there was a very great noise. Then the Hebrews who had been with the Philistines for some time, and had gone up with them to their tents, turning round were joined to those who were with Saul and Jonathan. And all the men of Israel who had taken cover in the hill country of Ephraim, hearing that the Philistines had been put to flight, went after them, attacking them. So the Lord made Israel safe that day, and the fight went over to Bethaven. And all the people were with Saul, about 20,000 men, and the fight was general through all the hill country of Ephraim. But Saul made a great error that day, by putting the people under an oath, saying, "Let that man be cursed who takes food before evening comes, and I have given punishment to those who are against me." So the people had not a taste of food. And there was honey on the face of the field, and all the people came to the honey, the bees having gone from it, but not a man put his hand to his mouth for fear of the curse. But Jonathan, having no knowledge of the oath his father had put on the people, stretching out the rod which was in his hand, put the end of it in the honey, and put it to his mouth. Then his eyes were made bright. Then one of the people said to him, "Your father put the people under an oath, saying, 'Let that man be cursed who takes any food this day.' And the people were feeble, needing food." Then Jonathan said, "My father has made trouble come on the land. Now see how bright my eyes have become because I have taken a little of this honey. How much more if the people had freely taken their food from the goods of those who were fighting against them? Would there not have been much greater destruction among the Philistines?" That day they overcame the Philistines from Michmash to Aijalon, and the people were feeble from need of food. And rushing at the goods taken in the fight, the people took oxen and sheep and young oxen, and put them to death there on the earth, and had a meal, taking the flesh with the blood in it. Then it was said to Saul, "See, the people are sinning against the Lord, taking the blood with the flesh." And he said to those who gave him the news, "Now let a great stone be rolled to me here." And Saul said, "Go about among the people and say to them, Let every man come here to me with his ox and his sheep, and put them to death here, and take his meal. Do no sin against the Lord by taking the blood with the flesh." So all the people took their oxen with them that night and put them to death there. And Saul put up an altar to the Lord. This was the first altar which he put up to the Lord. And Saul said, "Let us go down after the Philistines by night, attacking them till the morning, till there is not a man of them living." And they said, "Do whatever seems right to you." Then the priests said, "Let us come nearer to God." And Saul, desiring directions from God, said, "Am I to go down after the Philistines? Will you give them up into the hands of Israel?" But he gave him no answer that day. And Saul said, "Come near, all you chiefs of the people, and let us get word from God and see in whom is this sin today. For, by the living Lord, the Savior of Israel, even if the sinner is Jonathan, my son, death will certainly be his fate." But not a man among all the people gave him any answer. Then he said to all Israel, "You be on one side, and I with Jonathan my son will be on the other side." And the people said to Saul, "Do whatever seems good to you." Then Saul said to the Lord, the God of Israel, "Why have you not given me an answer today? If the sin is in me or in Jonathan my son, O Lord God of Israel, give Aram, and if it is in your people Israel, give Thummim." And by the decision of the Lord, Saul and Jonathan were marked out, and the people went free. And Saul said, "Give your decision between my son Jonathan and me." And Jonathan was taken. Then Saul said to Jonathan, "Give me an account of what you have done." And Jonathan gave him the story and said, "Certainly I took a little honey on the end of my rod, and now death is to be my fate." And Saul said, "May God's punishment be on me if death is not your fate, Jonathan." And the people said to Saul, "Is death to come to Jonathan, the worker of this great salvation for Israel? Let it not be so, by the living Lord, not one hair of his head is to be touched, for he has been working with God today." So the people kept Jonathan from death. Then Saul, turning back, went after the Philistines no longer, and the Philistines went back to their place. Now when Saul had taken his place as ruler of Israel, he made war on those who were against him on every side, Moab and the Ammonites and Edom and the kings of Zobah and the Philistines, and whichever way he went, he overcame them. And he did great things, and overcame the Amalekites, and made Israel safe from the hands of their attackers. Now the sons of Saul were Jonathan and Ishvi and Malchishua, and these are the names of his daughters. The older was named Merab and the younger Mihal. The name of Saul's wife was Ahinoam, the daughter of Ahimaaz. The captain of his army was Abner, the son of Ner, brother of Saul's father. Kish, the father of Saul, and Ner, the father of Abner, were sons of Abiel. All through the life of Saul there was bitter war against the Philistines, and whenever Saul saw any strong man or any good fighting man, he kept him near himself. Chapter 15. And Samuel said to Saul, "The Lord sent me to put the holy oil on you and to make you king over his people, over Israel, so give ear now to the words of the Lord. The Lord of armies says, I will give punishment to Amalek for what he did to Israel, fighting against him on the way when Israel came out of Egypt. Go now and put Amalek to the sword, putting to the curse all they have, without mercy, put to death every man and woman, every child and baby at the breast, every ox and sheep, camel and ass." And Saul sent for the people and had them numbered in Telaim, 200,000 footmen and 10,000 men of Judah. And Saul came to the town of Amalek, and took up his position in the valley secretly. And Saul said to the Kenites, "Go away, take yourselves out from among the Amalekites, or destruction will overtake you with them, for you were kind to the children of Israel when they came out of Egypt." So the Kenites went away from among the Amalekites. And Saul made an attack on the Amalekites from Havilah on the road to Shur, which is before Egypt. He took Agag, king of the Amalekites, prisoner, and put all the people to the sword without mercy. But Saul and the people did not put Agag to death, and they kept the best of the sheep and the oxen and the fat beasts and the lambs, and whatever was good, not desiring to put them to the curse, but everything which was bad and of no use they put to the curse. Then the Lord said to Samuel, "It is no longer my pleasure for Saul to be king, for he has turned back from going in my ways, and has not done my orders." And Samuel was very sad, crying to the Lord in prayer all night. And early in the morning he got up and went to Saul, and word was given to Samuel that Saul had come to Carmel and put up a pillar, and had gone from there down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said to him, "May the blessing of the Lord be with you, I have done what was ordered by the Lord." And Samuel said, "What then is this sound of the crying of sheep and the noise of oxen which comes to my ears?" And Saul said, "They have taken them from the Amalekites, for the people have kept the best of the sheep and of the oxen as an offering to the Lord your God, all the rest we have given up to destruction." Then Samuel said to Saul, "Say no more. Let me give you word of what the Lord has said to me this night." And he said to him, "Say on." And Samuel said, "Though you may seem little to yourself, are you not head of the tribes of Israel? For the Lord with the holy oil made you king over Israel, and the Lord sent you on a journey and said, Go and put to the curse those sinners, the Amalekites, fighting against them till every one is dead. Why then did you not do the orders of the Lord, but by violently taking their goods did evil in the eyes of the Lord?" And Saul said, "Truly, I have done the orders of the Lord and have gone the way the Lord sent me. I have taken Agag, the king of Amalek, and have given the Amalekites up to destruction, but the people took some of their goods, sheep and oxen, the chief of the things which were put to the curse, to make an offering of them to the Lord your God in Gilgal." And Samuel said, "Has the Lord as much delight in offerings and burnt offerings as in the doing of his orders? Truly, to do his pleasure is better than to make offerings, and to give ear to him than the fat of sheep. For to go against his orders is like the sin of those who make use of secret arts, and pride is like giving worship to images. Because you have put away from you the word of the Lord, he has put you from your place as king." And Saul said to Samuel, "Great is my sin, for I have gone against the orders of the Lord and against your words, because, fearing the people, I did what they said. So now, let my sin have forgiveness, and go back with me to give worship to the Lord." And Samuel said to Saul, "I will not go back with you, for you have put away from you the word of the Lord, and the Lord has put you from your place as king over Israel." And when Samuel was turning round to go away, Saul took the skirt of his robe in his hand, and the cloth came away. And Samuel said to him, "The Lord has taken away the kingdom of Israel from you this day by force, and has given it to a neighbor of yours who is better than you. And further, the glory of Israel will not say what is false, and his purpose may not be changed, for he is not a man, whose purpose may be changed." Then he said, "Great is my sin, but still, give me honor now before the heads of my people and before Israel, and come back with me so that I may give worship to the Lord your God." So Samuel went back after Saul, and Saul gave worship to the Lord. Then Samuel said, "Make Agag, the king of the Amalekites, come here to me." And Agag came to him shaking with fear. And Agag said, "Truly the pain of death is past." And Samuel said, "As your sword has made women without children, so now your mother will be without children among women." And Agag was cut up by Samuel, bone from bone, before the Lord in Gilgal. Then Samuel went to Ramah, and Saul went up to his house in Gibeah, in the land of Saul. And Samuel never saw Saul again till the day of his death, but Samuel was sorrowing for Saul, and it was no longer the Lord's pleasure for Saul to be king over Israel. Chapter 16. And the Lord said to Samuel, "How long will you go on sorrowing for Saul, seeing that I have put him from his place as king over Israel? Take oil in your vessel and go, I will send you to Jesse, the Bethlehemite, for I have got a king for myself among his sons." And Samuel said, "How is it possible for me to go? If Saul gets news of it he will put me to death." And the Lord said, "Take a young cow with you and say, I have come to make an offering to the Lord. And send for Jesse to be present at the offering, and I will make clear to you what you are to do, and you are to put the holy oil on him whose name I give you." And Samuel did as the Lord said and came to Bethlehem. And the responsible men of the town came out to him in fear and said, "Do you come in peace?" And he said, "In peace, I have come to make an offering to the Lord. Make yourselves clean and come with me to make the offering." And he made Jesse and his sons clean, and sent for them to be present at the offering. Now when they came, looking at Eliab, he said, "Clearly the man of the Lord's selection is before him." But the Lord said to Samuel, "Do not take note of his face or how tall he is, because I will not have him, for the Lord's view is not man's. Man takes note of the outer form, but the Lord sees the heart." Then Jesse sent for Abinadab and made him come before Samuel. And he said, "The Lord has not taken this one." Then Jesse made Shammah come before him. And he said, "The Lord has not taken this one." And Jesse made his 7 sons come before Samuel. And Samuel said to Jesse, "The Lord has not taken any of these." Then Samuel said to Jesse, "Are all your children here?" And he said, "There is still the youngest, and he is looking after the sheep." And Samuel said to Jesse, "Send and make him come here, for we will not take our seats till he is here." So he sent and made him come in. Now he had red hair and beautiful eyes and pleasing looks. And the Lord said, "Come, put the oil on him, for this is he." Then Samuel took the bottle of oil, and put the oil on him there among his brothers, and from that day the Spirit of the Lord came on David with power. So Samuel went back to Ramah. Now the Spirit of the Lord had gone from Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord was troubling him. And Saul's servants said to him, "See now, an evil spirit from God is troubling you. Now give orders to your servants who are here before you to go in search of a man who is an expert player on a corded instrument, and it will be that when the evil spirit from God is on you, he will make music for you on his instrument, and you will get well." And Saul said to his servants, "Then get me a man who is an expert player, and make him come to me." Then one of the servants in answer said, "I have seen a son of Jesse, the Bethlehemite, who is expert at playing, and a strong man and a man of war, and he is wise in his words, and pleasing in looks, and the Lord is with him." So Saul sent his servants to Jesse and said, "Send me your son David who is with the sheep." And Jesse took 5 cakes of bread and a skin of wine and a young goat and sent them to Saul by David. And David came to Saul, waiting before him, and he became very dear to Saul, who made him his servant, giving him the care of his arms. And Saul sent to Jesse saying, "Let David be with me, for he is pleasing to me." And whenever the evil spirit from God came on Saul, David took his instrument and made music, so new life came to Saul, and he got well, and the evil spirit went away from him. Chapter 17. Now the Philistines got their armies together for war, and came together at Soko in the land of Judah, and took up their position between Soko and Azekah and Ephes-dammim. And Saul and the men of Israel came together and took up their position in the valley of Elah, and put their forces in order against the Philistines. The Philistines were stationed on the mountain on one side and Israel on the mountain on the other side, and there was a valley between them. And a fighter came out from the tents of the Philistines, named Goliath of Gath. He was more than 6 cubits tall. And he had a headdress of brass on his head, and he was dressed in a coat of metal, the weight of which was 5,000 shekels of brass. His legs were covered with plates of brass, and hanging on his back was a javelin of brass. The stem of his spear was as long as a cloth worker's rod, and its head was made of 600 shekels weight of iron, and one went before him with his body cover. He took up his position and in a loud voice said to the armies of Israel, "Why have you come out to make war? Am I not a Philistine and you servants of Saul? Send out a man for yourselves and let him come down to me. If he is able to have a fight with me and overcome me, then we will be your servants, but if I am able to overcome him, then you will be our servants and do work for us." And the Philistine said, "I have put to shame the armies of Israel this day, give me a man so that we may have a fight together." And Saul and all Israel, hearing those words of the Philistine, were troubled and full of fear. Now David was the son of that Ephrathite of Bethlehem Judah named Jesse, who had 8 sons, and he was an old man in Saul's day, and far on in years. And the 3 oldest sons of Jesse had gone with Saul to the fight. The names of the 3 who went to the fight were Eliab, the oldest, and Abinadab the second, and Shammah the third. And David was the youngest, and the 3 oldest were with Saul's army. Now David went to and from Saul, looking after his father's sheep at Bethlehem. And the Philistine came near every morning and evening for 40 days. And Jesse said to his son David, "Take now for your brothers an ephah of this dry grain and these 10 cakes of bread, and go quickly with them to the tents to your brothers, and take these 10 cheeses to the captain of their 1,000, and see how your brothers are and come back with a sign to say how they are." Now Saul, and they, and all the men of Israel were in the valley of Elah, fighting with the Philistines. And David got up early in the morning, and, giving the sheep into the care of a keeper, took the things and went as Jesse had said, and he came to the lines where the carts were, when the army was going out to the fight giving their war cry. And Israel and the Philistines had put their forces in position, army against army. And David gave his parcels into the hands of the keeper of the army stores, and went running to the army and came to his brothers to get knowledge about them. And while he was talking to them, the fighter, the Philistine of Gath, Goliath by name, came out from the Philistines' lines and said the same words, in David's hearing. And all the men of Israel, when they saw him, went in flight, overcome with fear. And the men of Israel said, "Have you seen this man? Clearly he has come out to put shame on Israel, and it is certain that if any man overcomes him, the king will give that man great wealth, and will give him his daughter, and make his father's family free in Israel." And David said to the men near him, "What will be done to the man who overcomes this Philistine and takes away the shame from Israel? For who is this Philistine, a man without circumcision, that he has put shame on the armies of the living God?" And the people gave him this answer, "So it will be done to the man who overcomes him." And Eliab, his oldest brother, hearing what David said to the men, was moved to wrath against David, and said, "Why have you come here? Into whose care have you given that little flock of sheep in the wasteland? I have knowledge of your pride and the evil of your heart, you have come down to see the fight." And David said, "What have I done now? Was it not only a word?" And turning away from him to one of the other men, he said the same words, and the people gave him the same answer. And, hearing what David said, they gave Saul word of it, and he sent for him. And David said to Saul, "Let no man's heart become feeble because of him. I, your servant, will go out and have a fight with this Philistine." And Saul said to David, "You are not able to go out against this Philistine and have a fight with him, for you are only a boy, and he has been a man of war from his earliest days." And David said to Saul, "Your servant has been keeper of his father's sheep, and if a lion or a bear came and took a lamb from the flock, I went out after him, and overcame him, and took it out of his mouth, and if, turning on me, he came at me, I took him by the hair and overcame him and put him to death. Your servant has overcome lion and bear, and the fate of this Philistine, who is without circumcision, will be like theirs, seeing that he has put shame on the armies of the living God." And David said, "The Lord, who kept me safe from the grip of the lion and the bear, will be my savior from the hands of this Philistine." And Saul said to David, "Go. And may the Lord be with you." Then Saul gave David his clothing of war, and put a headdress of brass on his head and had him clothed with a coat of metal. And David took Saul's sword and put the band round him over the metal coat, and was unable to go forward, for he was not used to them. Then David said to Saul, "It is not possible for me to go out with these, for I am not used to them." So David took them off. Then he took his stick in his hand, and got 5 smooth stones from the bed of the stream and put them in a bag such as is used by sheep keepers, and in his hand was a leather band used for sending stones, and so he went in the direction of the Philistine. And the Philistine came nearer to David, and the man who had his body cover went before him. And when the Philistine, taking note, saw David, he had a poor opinion of him, for he was only a boy, red-haired and good-looking. And the Philistine said to David, "Am I a dog, that you come out to me with sticks?" And the Philistine put curses on David by all his gods. And the Philistine said to David, "Come here to me, and I will give your flesh to the birds of the air and the beasts of the field." Then David said to the Philistine, "You come to me with a sword and a spear and a javelin, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of armies, the God of the armies of Israel, on which you have put shame. This day the Lord will give you up into my hands, and I will overcome you, and take your head off you, and I will give the bodies of the Philistine army to the birds of the air and the beasts of the earth today, so that all the earth may see that Israel has a God, and all these people who are here today may see that the Lord does not give salvation by sword and spear, for the fight is the Lord's, and he will give you up into our hands." Now when the Philistine made a move and came near to David, David quickly went at a run in the direction of the army, meeting the Philistine face to face. And David put his hand in his bag and took out a stone and sent it from his leather band straight at the Philistine, and the stone went deep into his brow, and he went down to the earth, falling on his face. So David overcame the Philistine with his leather band and a stone, wounding the Philistine and causing his death, but David had no sword in his hand. So running up to the Philistine and putting his foot on him, David took his sword out of its cover, and put him to death, cutting off his head with it. And when the Philistines saw that their fighter was dead, they went in flight. And the men of Israel and of Judah got up, and gave a cry, and went after the Philistines as far as Gath and the town doors of Ekron. And the wounded of the Philistines were falling down by the road from Shaaraim all the way to Gath and Ekron. Then the children of Israel came back from going after the Philistines, and took their goods from the tents. And David took the head of the Philistine to Jerusalem, but the metal war dress and the arms he put in his tent. And when Saul saw David going out against the Philistine, he said to Abner, the captain of the army, "Abner, whose son is this young man?" And Abner said, "On your life, O king, I have no idea." And the king said, "Make search and see whose son this young man is." And when David was coming back after the destruction of the Philistine, Abner took him to Saul, with the head of the Philistine in his hand. And Saul said to him, "Young man, whose son are you?" And David in answer said, "I am the son of your servant Jesse of Bethlehem." Chapter 18. Now after David's talk with Saul was ended, the soul of Jonathan was joined with the soul of David, and David became as dear to him as his very life. And that day Saul took David and would not let him go back to his father's house. Then Jonathan and David made an agreement together, because of Jonathan's love for David. And Jonathan took off the robe he had on and gave it to David, with all his military dress, even to his sword and his bow and the band round his body. And David went wherever Saul sent him, and did wisely, and Saul put him at the head of his men of war, and this was pleasing to all the people as well as to Saul's servants. Now on their way, when David came back after the destruction of the Philistine, the women came out of all the towns of Israel, with songs and dances, meeting David with melody and joy and instruments of music. And the women, answering one another in their song, said, "Saul has put to death his thousands and David his tens of thousands." And Saul was very angry, and this saying was unpleasing to him, and he said, "They have given David credit for tens of thousands, and to me for only thousands. What more is there for him but the kingdom?" And from that day Saul was looking with envy on David. Now on the day after, an evil spirit from God came on Saul with great force, and he was acting like a prophet among the men of his house, while David was making music for him, as he did day by day, and Saul had his spear in his hand. And Saul, balancing the spear in his hand, said, "I will give David a blow," pinning him to the wall. And David got away from him twice. And Saul went in fear of David, because the Lord was with David and had gone away from Saul. So Saul sent him away, and made him a captain over 1,000, and he went about his business before the people. And in all his undertakings David did wisely, and the Lord was with him. And when Saul saw how wisely he did, he was in fear of him. But David was loved by all Israel and Judah, for he went out and came in before them. And Saul said to David, Here is my oldest daughter Merab, whom I will give you for your wife, only be strong for me, fighting in the Lord's wars." For Saul said, "Let it not be through me that his fate comes to him, but through the Philistines." And David said to Saul, "Who am I, and what is my father's family in Israel, that I am to be son-in-law to the king?" But when the time came to give Merab, Saul's daughter, to David, she was given to Adriel of Mahalath. And Saul's daughter Michal was in love with David, and Saul had word of it and was pleased. And Saul said, "I will give her to him, so that she may be a cause of danger to him, and so that the hands of the Philistines may be against him." So Saul said to David, "Today you are to become my son-in-law for the second time." And Saul gave his servants orders saying, "Have talk with David secretly and say to him, See how the king has delight in you, and how you are loved by all his servants, then be the king's son-in-law." And Saul's servants said these things to David. And David said, "Does it seem to you a small thing to be the king's son-in-law, seeing that I am a poor man, of no great name?" And the servants of Saul gave him an account of what David had said. And Saul said, "Then say to David, the king has no desire for any bride price, but only for the private parts of 100 Philistines, so that the king may get the better of his haters." But it was in Saul's mind that David might come to his end by the hands of the Philistines. And when his servants said these words to David, he was well pleased to be the son-in-law of the king. And the days were still not past. So David and his men got up and went, and put to death 200 of the Philistines, and David took their private parts and gave the full number of them to the king, so that he might be the king's son-in-law. And Saul gave him his daughter Michal for his wife. And it was clear to Saul that the Lord was with David, and he was loved by all Israel. And Saul's fear of David became all the greater, and he went on hating him, day by day. Then the rulers of the Philistines went out to war, and whenever they went out, David did more wisely than all the other servants of Saul, so that his name became greatly honored. Chapter 19. And Saul gave orders to his son Jonathan and to all his servants to put David to death. But Saul's son Jonathan had great delight in David. And Jonathan said to David, "Saul, my father, is purposing your death, so now, take care in the morning, and keep yourself safe in a secret place, and I will go out and take my place by my father's side in the field near where you are, and I will get into talk with my father about you, and when I see how things are, I will give you word." And Jonathan gave his father Saul a good account of David, and said to him, "Let not the king do wrong against his servant, against David, because he has done you no wrong, and all his acts have had a good outcome for you, for he put his life in danger and overcame the Philistine, and the Lord gave all Israel salvation. You saw it and were glad. Why then are you sinning against him who has done no wrong, desiring the death of David without cause?" And Saul gave ear to the voice of Jonathan, and said with an oath, "By the living Lord, he is not to be put to death." Then Jonathan sent for David and gave him word of all these things. And Jonathan took David to Saul, who kept him by his side as in the past. And there was war again, and David went out fighting the Philistines, causing great destruction among them, and they went in flight before him. And an evil spirit from the Lord came on Saul, when he was seated in his house with his spear in his hand, and David made music for him. And Saul would have sent his spear through him, pinning him to the wall, but he got away and the spear went into the wall, and that night David went in flight and got away. Then in the night Saul sent men to David's house to keep watch on him so as to put him to death in the morning, and David's wife Michal said to him, "If you do not go away to a safe place tonight you will be put to death in the morning." So Michal let David down through the window, and he went in flight and got away. Then Michal took the image and put it in the bed, with a cushion of goat's hair at its head, and she put clothing over it. And when Saul sent men to take David, she said, "He is ill." And Saul sent his men to see David, saying, "Do not come back without him, take him in his bed, so that I may put him to death." And when the men came in, there was the image in the bed, with the cushion of goat's hair at its head. And Saul said to Michal, "Why have you been false to me, letting my hater go and get safely away?" And in answer Michal said to Saul, "He said to me, 'Let me go, or I will put you to death.'" So David went in flight and got away and came to Ramah, to Samuel, and gave him an account of all Saul had done to him. And he and Samuel went and were living in Naioth. And word was given to Saul that David was at Naioth in Ramah. And Saul sent men to take David, and when they saw the band of prophets at work, with Samuel in his place at their head, the Spirit of God came on Saul's men, and they became like prophets. And Saul, having news of this, sent other men, who in the same way became like prophets. And a third time Saul sent men, and they like the others became like prophets. Then he himself went to Ramah, and came to the great water spring in Secu, and questioning the people he said, Where are Samuel and David? And one said, They are at Naioth in Ramah. And he went on from there to Naioth in Ramah, and the Spirit of God came on him, and he went on, acting like a prophet, till he came to Naioth in Ramah. And he took off his clothing, acting like a prophet before Samuel, and falling down he was stretched out, without his clothing, all that day and all that night. This is the reason for the saying, Is even Saul among the prophets? Chapter 20. And David went in flight from Naioth in Ramah and came to Jonathan and said, What have I done? What is my crime and my sin against your father that he is attempting to take my life? And he said to him, Far be the thought, you will not be put to death. See, my father does nothing, great or small, without giving me word of it. Would he keep this secret from me? It is not so. But David took his oath again and said, Your father sees that I am dear to you, so he says to himself, Let Jonathan have no idea of this, for it will be a grief to him. But as the Lord is living, and as your soul is living, there is only a step between me and death. Then Jonathan said to David, Whatever your desire is, I will do it for you. And David said to Jonathan, Tomorrow is the new moon, and I will not be seated with the king at his table, but let me go to a safe place in the country till the evening. And if your father takes note of the fact that I am away, say, David made a request to me for himself that he might go to Bethlehem, to his town, for it is the time when his family make their offering year by year. If he says, It is well, your servant will be at peace, but if he is angry, then it will be clear to you that he has an evil purpose in mind against me. So, then, be kind to your servant, for you have been united with your servant in an agreement made before the Lord. But if there is any wrongdoing in me, put me to death yourself. Why take me to your father? And Jonathan said, Do not have such a thought, for if I saw that my father was designing evil against you, would I not give you word of it? Then David said to Jonathan, Who will give me word if your father gives you a rough answer? And Jonathan said to David, Come, let us go out into the country. And the two of them went out together into the open country. And Jonathan said to David, May the Lord, the God of Israel, be witness, when I have had a chance of talking to my father, about this time tomorrow, if his feelings to David are good, will I not send and give you the news? May the Lord's punishment be on Jonathan, if it is my father's pleasure to do you evil and I do not give you word of it and send you away so that you may go in peace, and may the Lord be with you, as he has been with my father. And may you, while I am still living, may you be kind to me, as the Lord is kind, and keep me from death. And let not your mercy ever be cut off from my family, even when the Lord has sent destruction on all David's haters, cutting them off from the face of the earth. And if it comes about that the name of Jonathan is cut off from the family of David, the Lord will make David responsible. And Jonathan again took an oath to David, because of his love for him, for David was as dear to him as his very soul. Then Jonathan said to him, Tomorrow is the new moon, and it will be seen that you are not present, for there will be no one in your seat. And on the third day it will be specially noted, and you will go to the place where you took cover when the other business was in hand, waiting by the hill over there. And on the third day I will send arrows from my bow against its side as if at a mark. And I will send my boy to have a look for the arrow. And if I say to him, See, the arrow is on this side of you, take it up. Then you may come, for there is peace for you and no evil, by the living Lord. But if I say to the boy, See, the arrow has gone past you, then go on your way, for the Lord has sent you away. As for what you and I were talking of, the Lord is between you and me forever. So David went to a secret place in the country, and when the new moon came, the king took his place at the feast. And the king took his seat, as at other times, by the wall, and Jonathan was in front, and Abner was seated by Saul's side, but there was no one in David's seat. But Saul said nothing that day, for his thought was, Something has taken place making him unclean, it is clear that he is not clean. And on the day after the new moon, that is, the second day, there was still no one in David's seat, and Saul said to his son Jonathan, Why has the son of Jesse not come to the feast yesterday or today? And answering Saul, Jonathan said, He made a request to me that he might go to Bethlehem, saying, Our family is making an offering in the town, and my brothers have given me orders to be there, so now, if I have grace in your eyes, let me go away and see my brothers. This is why he has not come to the king's table. Then Saul was moved to wrath against Jonathan, and he said to him, You son of an evil and uncontrolled woman, have I not seen how you have given your love to the son of Jesse, to your shame and the shame of your mother? For while the son of Jesse is living on the earth, your position is unsafe and your kingdom is in danger. So make him come here to me, for it is certainly right for him to be put to death. And Jonathan, answering his father Saul, said to him, Why is he to be put to death? What has he done? And Saul, pointing his spear at him, made an attempt to give him a wound, from which it was clear to Jonathan that his father's purpose was to put David to death. So Jonathan got up from the table, burning with wrath, and took no part in the feast the second day of the month, being full of grief for David because his father had put shame on him. Now in the morning, Jonathan went out into the fields at the time he had said to David, and he had a little boy with him. And he said to the boy, Go and get the arrow I let loose from my bow. And while the boy was running, he sent an arrow past him. And when the boy came to the place where the arrow was, Jonathan, crying out after the boy, said, Has it not gone past you? And Jonathan went on crying out after the boy, Be quick, do not keep waiting about, go quickly. And Jonathan's boy got the arrow and came back to his master, but the boy had no idea what was going on, only Jonathan and David had knowledge of it. And Jonathan gave his bow and arrows to the boy, and said to him, Take these and go back to the town. And when the boy had gone, David came from his secret place by the hill, and falling to the earth went down on his face 3 times, and they gave one another a kiss, weeping together, till David's grief was the greater. And Jonathan said to David, Go in peace, for we two have taken an oath, in the name of the Lord, saying, The Lord will be between me and you, and between my seed and your seed forever. Chapter 21. Then David came to Nob, to Ahimelech the priest, and Ahimelech was full of fear at meeting David, and said to him, Why are you by yourself, having no man with you? And David said to Ahimelech the priest, The king has given me orders and has said to me, Say nothing to anyone about the business on which I am sending you and the orders I have given you, and a certain place has been fixed to which the young men are to go. So now, if you have here 5 cakes of bread, give them into my hand, or whatever you have. And the priest, answering David, said, I have no common bread here but there is holy bread, if only the young men have kept themselves from women. And David in answer said to the priest, Certainly women have been kept from us, and as has been done before when I have gone out the arms of the young men were made holy, even though it was a common journey, how much more today will their arms be made holy? So the priest gave him the holy bread, there was no other, only the holy bread which had been taken from before the Lord, so that new bread might be put in its place on the day when it was taken away. Now a certain man of the servants of Saul was there that day, kept back before the Lord, his name was Doeg, an Edomite, the strongest of Saul's runners. And David said to Ahimelech, Have you no sword or spear with you here? For I have come without my sword and other arms, because the king's business had to be done quickly. And the priest said, The sword of Goliath the Philistine, whom you put to death in the valley of Elah, is here folded in a cloth at the back of the ephod, take that, if you will, for there is no other sword here. And David said, There is no other sword like that, give it to me. Then David got up and went in flight that day for fear of Saul, and went to Achish, the king of Gath. And the servants of Achish said to him, Is not this David, the king of the land? Did they not make songs about him in their dances, saying, Saul has put to death thousands, and David tens of thousands? And David took these words to heart, fearing Achish, the king of Gath. So changing his behavior before them, he made it seem as if he was off his head, hammering on the doors of the town, and letting the water from his mouth go down his chin. Then Achish said to his servants, Look, the man is clearly off his head, why have you let him come before me? Are there not enough unbalanced men about me, that you have let this person come and do such tricks before me? Is such a man to come into my house? Chapter 22. So David went away from there and took cover in a strong place at Adullam, and his brothers and all his father's people, hearing of it, went down to him there. And everyone who was in trouble, and everyone who was in debt, and everyone who was bitter in soul, came together to him, and he became captain over them. About 400 men were joined to him. And from there David went to Mizpeh in the land of Moab, and he said to the king of Moab, "Let my father and mother come and make their living place with you till it is clear to me what God will do for me." And he took them to the king of Moab, and they went on living with him while David was in his safe place. And the prophet Gad said to David, "Do not go on living in this place but go into the land of Judah." Then David went away and came to the woodland of Hereth. And news was given to Saul that David had been seen, and the men who were with him. Now Saul was in Gibeah, seated under the tree in the high place, with his spear in his hand, and all his servants were in their places before him. Then Saul said to his servants who were there about him, "Give ear now, you Benjamites. Will the son of Jesse give to every one of you fields and vine gardens? Will he make you all captains of hundreds and captains of thousands, that all of you have made designs against me, and not one of you gave me word when my son made an agreement with the son of Jesse, and not one of you has pity for me or has made my eyes open to the fact that my servant has been moved by my son against me, as at this day?" Then Doeg, the Edomite, who was by the side of the servants of Saul, in answer said, "I saw the son of Jesse coming to Nob, to Ahimelech, the son of Ahitub, and he got directions from the Lord for him, and gave him food, and put in his hand the sword of Goliath the Philistine." Then the king sent for Ahimelech the priest, the son of Ahitub, and for all the men of his father's family who were priests in Nob, and they all came to the king. And Saul said, "Give ear now, O son of Ahitub." And answering he said, "Here I am, my lord." And Saul said to him, "Why have you made designs against me with the son of Jesse, giving him food and a sword and getting directions from the Lord for him, and helping him to take up arms against me, and to be on the watch to make a secret attack on me as he is doing now?" Then Ahimelech answering said to the king, "Who among all your servants is so true to you as David, who is the king's son-in-law, and is a captain of your armed men, and has a place of honor in your house? Is this the first time I have got directions from God for him? Far be the thought. Let the king make no such statement against his servant or my father's family, for your servant has no knowledge, great or small, of this thing." And the king said, "You will certainly be put to death, Ahimelech, you and all your father's family." Then the king said to the runners who were waiting near him, "Put the priests of the Lord to death, because they are on David's side, and having knowledge of his flight, did not give me word of it." But the king's servants would not put out their hands to make an attack on the Lord's priests. Then the king said to Doeg, "You are to put the priests to death." And Doeg the Edomite, turning on the priests and attacking them, put to death that day 85 men who took up the ephod. And Nob, the town of the priests, he put to the sword, all the men and women, children and babies at the breast, and oxen and asses and sheep. And Abiathar, one of the sons of Ahimelech, the son of Ahitub, got away and went in flight after David, and gave him the news of how Saul had put to death the Lord's priests. And David said to Abiathar, "I was certain that day, when Doeg the Edomite was there, that he would take the news to Saul. I am responsible for the lives of all your father's family. Keep here with me and have no fear, for he who has designs on my life has designs on yours, but with me you will be safe." Chapter 23. And they sent word to David, saying, "The Philistines are fighting against Keilah and taking the grain from the grain floors." So David, questioning the Lord, said, "Am I to go and make an attack on these Philistines?" And the Lord said to David, "Go and make an attack on the Philistines so that Keilah may be kept from falling into their hands." And David's men said to him, "Even here in Judah we are full of fear, how much more then if we go to Keilah against the armies of the Philistines?" Then David put the question to the Lord again, and the Lord answering said, "Up. Go down to Keilah, for I will give the Philistines into your hands." So David and his men went to Keilah, and had a fight with the Philistines, and took away their cattle, and put them to the sword with great destruction. So David was the savior of the people of Keilah. Now when Abiathar, the son of Ahimelech, went in flight to David, he came down to Keilah with the ephod in his hand. And news was given to Saul that David had come to Keilah. And Saul said, "Now God has given him into my hands, for by going into a walled town with locked doors, he has let himself be shut in." And Saul sent for all the people to come to the fight, and go down to Keilah to make an attack on David and his men. And it was clear to David that Saul had evil designs against him, and he said to Abiathar the priest, "Come here with the ephod." Then David said, "O Lord, the God of Israel, news has been given to your servant that it is Saul's purpose to come to Keilah and send destruction on the town because of me. And now, is it true, as they have said to me, that Saul is coming? O Lord, the God of Israel, give ear to your servant, and say if these things are so." And the Lord said, "He is coming down." Then David said, "Will the men of Keilah give me and my men up to Saul?" And the Lord said, "They will give you up." Then David and his men, about 600 of them, went out of Keilah, and got away wherever they were able to go. And Saul, hearing that David had got away from Keilah, did not go there. And David kept in the wasteland, in safe places, waiting in the hill country in the wasteland of Ziph. And Saul was searching for him every day, but God did not give him up into his hands. And David was full of fear, in the knowledge that Saul had come out to take his life, and David was in the wasteland of Ziph, in Haresh. And Saul's son Jonathan went to David in Haresh, and made his hands strong in God, and said to him, "Have no fear, for Saul my father will not get you into his power, and you will be king of Israel, and I will be by your side, and my father Saul is certain of this." And the two of them made an agreement before the Lord, and David went on living in Haresh, and Jonathan went back to his house. Then the Ziphites came up to Gibeah to see Saul, and said, "Is not David living secretly among us in the strong places in Haresh, in the hill of Hachilah to the south of the wasteland? So now, O king, have your soul's desire and come down, and we, for our part, will give him up into the king's hands." And Saul said, "The Lord's blessing will be yours, for you have had pity on me. Go now, and take more steps, and see where he is living, for they say that he is expert in deceit. So take care to get knowledge of all the secret places where he is taking cover, and be certain to come back to me, and I will go with you, and without doubt, if he is anywhere in the land, I will get him, among all the families of Judah." And they went back and came to Ziph before Saul, but David and his men were in the wasteland of Maon, in the dry land south of the wasteland. And Saul and his men went in search of him. And David had word of it, so he came down to the rock in the wasteland of Maon. And Saul, hearing of this, went after David into the wasteland of Maon. And Saul and his men went on one side of the mountain, and David and his men went on the other, and David's purpose was to get away as quickly as possible, for fear of Saul, for Saul and his men were making a circle round David and his men in order to take them. But a man came to Saul saying, "Be quick and come, for the Philistines have made an attack on the land." So turning back from going after David, Saul went against the Philistines, so that place was named Selah-Hameleketh. And from there, David went up and took cover in the safe place of En-Gedi. Chapter 24. Now when Saul came back from fighting the Philistines, news was given him that David was in the wasteland of En-Gedi. Then Saul took 3,000 of the best men out of all Israel, and went in search of David and his men on the rocks of the mountain goats. And on the way he came to a place where sheep were kept, where there was a hollow in the rock, and Saul went in for a private purpose. Now David and his men were in the deepest part of the hollow. And David's men said to him, "Now is the time when the Lord says to you, I will give up your hater into your hands to do with him whatever seems good to you." Then David, getting up, took the skirt of Saul's robe in his hand, cutting off the end of it without his knowledge. And later, David was full of regret for cutting off Saul's skirt. And David said to his men, "Before the Lord, never let it be said that my hand was lifted up against my Lord, the man of the Lord's selection, for the Lord's holy oil has been put on him." So with these words David kept his servants back, and did not let them make an attack on Saul. And Saul got up and went on his way. And after that David came out of the hollow rock, and crying after Saul said, "My lord the king." And when Saul gave a look back, David went down on his face and gave him honor. And David said to Saul, "Why do you give any attention to those who say that it is my desire to do you wrong? Look, you have seen today how the Lord gave you up into my hands even now in the hollow of the rocks, and some would have had me put you to death. But I had pity on you, for I said, Never will my hand be lifted up against my Lord, who has been marked with the holy oil. And see, my father, see the skirt of your robe in my hand, for the fact that I took off the skirt of your robe and did not put you to death is witness that I have no evil purpose, and I have done you no wrong, though you are waiting for my life to take it." May the Lord be judge between me and you, and may the Lord give me my rights against you, but my hand will never be lifted up against you. There is an old saying, from the evildoer comes evil, but my hand will never be lifted up against you. After whom has the king of Israel come out? For whom are you searching? For a dead dog, an insect. So let the Lord be judge, and give a decision between me and you, and see and give support to my cause, and keep me from falling into your hands." Now when David had said these words to Saul, Saul said, "Is this your voice, David, my son?" And Saul was overcome with weeping. And he said to David, "You are right and I am wrong, for you have given me back good, but I have given you evil. And you have made clear to me how good you have been to me today, because, when the Lord gave me up into your hands, you did not put me to death. If a man comes across his hater, will he let him get away safe? So may you be rewarded by the Lord for what you have done for me today. And now I am certain that you will be king, and that the kingdom of Israel will be made strong under your authority. So give me your oath by the Lord, that you will not put an end to my seed after me or let my name be cut off from my father's family." And David gave Saul his oath. And Saul went back to his house, but David and his men went up to their safe place. Chapter 25. And death came to Samuel, and all Israel came together, weeping for him, and put his body in its resting place in his house at Ramah. Then David went down to the wasteland of Maon. Now there was a man in Maon whose business was in Carmel. He was a great man and had 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats, and he was cutting the wool of his sheep in Carmel. Now this man was named Nabal, and his wife's name was Abigail. She was a woman of good sense and pleasing looks, but the man was cruel and evil in his ways. He was of the family of Caleb. And David had word in the wasteland that Nabal was cutting the wool of his sheep. And David sent 10 young men, and said to them, "Go up to Carmel and go to Nabal, and say kind words to him in my name, and say this to my brother, may all be well for you, peace be to you and your house and all you have. I have had word that you have wool cutters. Now the keepers of your sheep have been with us, and we have done them no evil, and taken nothing of theirs while they were in Carmel. If your young men are questioned they will say the same thing. So now, let my young men have grace in your eyes, for we are come at a good time. Please give anything you may have by you to your servants and to your son David." And when David's young men came, they said all this to Nabal, in David's name, and said nothing more. And Nabal gave them his answer and said, "Who is David? Who is the son of Jesse?" There are a number of servants in these days running away from their masters. Am I to take my bread and my wine and the meat I have got ready for my wool cutters and give it to men coming from I have no idea where? So David's young men, turning away, went back and gave him an account of everything he had said. And David said to his men, "Put on your swords, every one of you." And every man put on his sword, and David did the same, and about 400 men went up with David, and 200 kept watch over their goods. But one of the young men said to Nabal's wife Abigail, "David sent men from the wasteland to say kind words to our master, and he gave them a rough answer. But these men have been very good to us, they did us no wrong and nothing of ours was touched while we were with them in the fields, but day and night they were like a wall round us while we were with them, looking after the sheep. So now, give thought to what you are going to do, for evil is in store for our master and all his house, for he is such a good-for-nothing person that it is not possible to say anything to him." Then Abigail quickly took 200 cakes of bread and 2 skins full of wine and 5 sheep ready for cooking and 5 measures of dry grain and 100 parcels of dry grapes and 200 cakes of figs, and put them on asses. And she said to her young men, "Go on in front of me and I will come after you." But she said nothing to her husband Nabal. Now while she was going down under cover of the mountain on her ass, David and his men came down against her, and suddenly she came face to face with them. Now David had said, "What was the use of my taking care of this man's goods in the wasteland, so that there was no loss of anything which was his? He has only given me back evil for good. May God's punishment be on David, if when morning comes there is so much as one male of his people still living." And when Abigail saw David, she quickly got off her ass, falling down on her face before him. And falling at his feet she said, "May the wrong be on me, my lord, on me. Let your servant say a word to you, and give ear to the words of your servant. Let my lord give no attention to Nabal, that good-for-nothing, for as his name is, so is he, a man without sense, But I, your servant, did not see the young man whom my lord sent. So now, my lord, by the living God and by your living soul, seeing that the Lord has kept you from the crime of blood and from taking into your hands the punishment for your wrongs, may all your haters, and those who would do evil to my lord, be like Nabal. And let this offering, which your servant gives to my lord, be given to the young men who are with my lord. And may the sin of your servant have forgiveness, for the Lord will certainly make your family strong, because my lord is fighting in the Lord's war, and no evil will be seen in you all your days. And though a man has taken up arms against you, putting your life in danger, still the soul of my lord will be kept safe among the band of the living with the Lord your God, and the souls of those who are against you he will send violently away from him, like stones from a bag. And when the Lord has done for my lord all those good things which he has said he will do for you, and has made you a ruler over Israel, then you will have no cause for grief, and my lord's heart will not be troubled because you have taken life without cause and have yourself given punishment for your wrongs. And when the Lord has been good to you, then give a thought to your servant. And David said to Abigail, May the Lord, the God of Israel, be praised, who sent you to me today, a blessing on your good sense and on you, who have kept me today from the crime of blood and from taking into my hands the punishment for my wrongs. For truly, by the living Lord, the God of Israel, who has kept me from doing you evil, if you had not been so quick in coming to me and meeting me, by dawn there would not have been in Nabal's house so much as one male living. Then David took from her hands her offering, and he said to her, Go back to your house in peace. See, I have given ear to your voice, and taken your offering with respect. And Abigail went back to Nabal, and he was feasting in his house like a king, and Nabal's heart was full of joy, for he had taken much wine. So she said nothing to him till dawn came. And in the morning, when the effect of the wine was gone, Nabal's wife gave him an account of all these things, and all the heart went out of him, and he became like stone. And about 10 days after, the Lord sent disease on Nabal and death came to him. And David, hearing that Nabal was dead, said, May the Lord be praised, who has taken up my cause against Nabal for the shame which he put on me, and has kept back his servant from evil, and has set on Nabal's head the reward of his evil doing. And David sent word to Abigail, desiring to take her as his wife. And when David's servants came to Carmel, to Abigail, they said to her, David has sent us to you to take you to him as his wife. And she got up, and going down on her face to the earth, said, See, I am ready to be a servant girl, washing the feet of the servants of my lord. Then Abigail got up quickly and went on her ass, with 5 of her young women, after the men whom David had sent, and she became David's wife. And David had taken Ahinoam of Jezreel, to be his wife. These 2 were his wives. Now Saul had given his daughter Michal, David's wife, to Palti the son of Lish of Gallim. Chapter 26. And the Ziphites came to Saul at Gibeah, and said, Is not David waiting secretly near us in the hill of Hachilah, before the wasteland? Then Saul went down to the wasteland of Ziph, taking with him 3,000 of the best men of Israel, to make search for David in the wasteland of Ziph. And Saul put up his tents on the hill of Hachilah, which is in front of the wasteland on the road. But David was in the wasteland, and he saw that Saul was coming after him. And so David sent out watchers, and got word from them that Saul was certainly coming. And David got up and came to the place where Saul's tents were, and David had a view of the place where Saul was sleeping with Abner, the son of Ner, the captain of his army, and Saul was sleeping inside the ring of carts, and the tents of the people were all round him. Then David said to Ahimelech the Hittite, and to Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, brother of Joab, who will go down with me to the tents of Saul? And Abishai said, I will go down with you. So David and Abishai came down to the army by night, and Saul was sleeping inside the ring of carts with his spear planted in the earth by his head, and Abner and the people were sleeping round him. Then Abishai said to David, God has given up your hater into your hands today, now let me give him 1 blow through to the earth with his spear, and there will be no need to give him a second. And David said to Abishai, Do not put him to death, for who, without sin, may put out his hand against the man on whom the Lord has put the holy oil? And David said, By the living Lord, the Lord will send destruction on him, the natural day of his death will come, or he will go into the fight and come to his end. Never will my hand be stretched out against the man marked with the holy oil, but take the spear which is by his head and the vessel of water, and let us go." So David took the spear and the vessel of water from Saul's head, and they got away without any man seeing them, or being conscious of their coming, or awaking, for they were all sleeping because a deep sleep from the Lord had come on them. Then David went over to the other side, and took his place on the top of the mountain some distance away, with a great space between them, and crying out to the people and to Abner, the son of Ner, David said, "Have you no answer to give, Abner?" Then Abner said, "Who is that crying out to the king?" And David said to Abner, "Are you not a man of war? Is there any other like you in Israel? Why then have you not kept watch over your lord the king? For one of the people came in to put the king your lord to death. What you have done is not good. By the living Lord, death is the right fate for you, because you have not kept watch over your lord, the man on whom the Lord has put the holy oil. Now see, where is the king's spear, and the vessel of water which was by his head?" And Saul, conscious that the voice was David's, said, "Is that your voice, David, my son?" And David said, "It is my voice, O my lord king." And he said, "Why does my lord go armed against his servant? What have I done? Or what evil is there in me? Let my lord the king give ear now to the words of his servant. If it is the Lord who is moving you against me, let him take an offering, but if it is the children of men, may they be cursed before the Lord, for driving me out today and keeping me from my place in the heritage of the Lord, saying, 'Go, be the servant of other gods.' Then do not let my blood be drained out on the earth away from the face of the Lord, for the king of Israel has come out to take my life, like one going after birds in the mountains." Then Saul said, "I have done wrong, come back to me, David my son, I will do you no more wrong, because my life was dear to you today. Truly, I have been foolish and my error is very great." Then David said, "Here is the king's spear. Let one of the young men come over and get it. And the Lord will give to every man the reward of his righteousness and his faith, because the Lord gave you into my hands today, and I would not put out my hand against the man who has been marked with the holy oil. And so, as your life was dear to me today, may my life be dear to the Lord, and may he make me free from all my troubles." Then Saul said to David, "May a blessing be on you, David, my son, you will do great things and without doubt you will overcome." Chapter 27. And David said to himself, "Some day death will come to me by the hand of Saul, the only thing for me to do is to get away into the land of the Philistines, then Saul will give up hope of taking me in any part of the land of Israel, and so I may be able to get away from him." So David and the 600 men who were with him went over to Achish, the son of Mauch, king of Gath. And David and his men were living with Achish at Gath, every man had his family with him, and David had his 2 wives, Ahinoam of Jezreel, and Abigail of Carmel, who had been the wife of Nabal. And Saul, hearing that David had gone to Gath, went after him no longer. Then David said to Achish, "If now I have grace in your eyes, let me have a place in one of the smaller towns of your land, to be my living place, for it is not right for your servant to be living with you in the king's town." So Achish straightway gave him Ziklag, and for that reason Ziklag has been the property of the kings of Judah to this day. And David was living in the land of the Philistines for the space of 1 year and 4 months. And David and his men went up and made attacks on the Geshurites and the Gersites and the Amalekites, for these were the people who were living in the land from Telem on the way to Shur, as far as Egypt. And David again and again made attacks on the land till not a man or a woman was still living, and he took away the sheep and the oxen and the asses and the camels and the clothing, and he came back to Achish. And every time Achish said, "Where have you been fighting today?" David said, "Against the south of Judah and the south of the Jerahmeelites and the south of the Kenites." Not one living man or woman did David ever take back with him to Gath, fearing that they might give an account of what had taken place, and say, "This is what David did, and so has he been doing all the time while he has been living in the land of the Philistines." And Achish had belief in what David said, saying, "He has made himself hated by all his people Israel, and so he will be my servant forever." Chapter 28. Now in those days the Philistines got their forces together to make war on Israel. And Achish said to David, "Certainly you and your men are to go out with me to the fight." And David said to Achish, "You will see now what your servant will do." And Achish said to David, "Then I will make you keeper of my head forever." Now Samuel was dead, and all Israel, after weeping for him, had put his body in its last resting place in Ramah, his town. And Saul had put away from the land all those who had control of spirits and who made use of secret arts. And the Philistines came together and put their forces in position in Shunem, and Saul got all Israel together and they took up their positions in Gilboa. And when Saul saw the Philistine army he was troubled, and his heart was moved with fear. And when Saul went for directions to the Lord gave him no answer, by a dream or by the Urim or by the prophets. Then Saul said to his servants, "Get me a woman who has control of a spirit so that I may go to her and get directions." And his servants said to him, "There is such a woman at Endor." So Saul, putting on other clothing, so that he might not be seen to be the king, took 2 men with him and went to the woman by night, and he said, "Now, with the help of the spirit which you have, make the person whose name I will give you come up." And the woman said to him, "But you have knowledge of what Saul has done, how he has put away out of the land those who have control of spirits and the users of secret arts. Why would you, by a trick, put me in danger of death?" And Saul made an oath to her by the Lord, saying, "By the living Lord, no punishment will come to you for this." Then the woman said, "Who am I to let you see?" And he said, "Make Samuel come up for me." And the woman saw that it was Saul, and she gave a loud cry, and said to Saul, "Why have you made use of deceit? For you are Saul." And the king said to her, "Have no fear, what do you see?" And the woman said to Saul, "I see a god coming up out of the earth." And he said to her, "What is his form?" And she said, "It is an old man coming up covered with a robe." And Saul saw that it was Samuel, and with his face bent down to the earth he gave him honor. And Samuel said to Saul, "Why have you made me come up, troubling my rest?" And Saul in answer said, "I am in great danger, for the Philistines are making war on me, and God has gone away from me and will no longer give me any answer, by the prophets or by dreams, so I have sent for you to make clear to me what I am to do." And Samuel said, "Why do you put your questions to me, seeing that God has gone away from you and is on the side of him who is against you? And the Lord himself has done what I said, the Lord has taken the kingdom out of your hand and given it to your neighbor David, because you did not do what the Lord said, and did not give effect to his burning wrath against Amalek. So the Lord has done this thing to you today. And more than this, the Lord will give Israel up with you into the hands of the Philistines, and tomorrow you and your sons will be with me, and the Lord will give up the army of Israel into the hands of the Philistines." Then Saul went down flat on the earth, and was full of fear because of Samuel's words, and there was no strength in him, for he had taken no food all that day or all that night. And the woman came to Saul and saw that he was in great trouble, and said to him, "See now, your servant has given ear to your words, and I have put my life in danger by doing what you said. So now, give ear to the voice of your servant, and let me give you a little bread, and take some food to give you strength when you go on your way." But he would not, saying, "I have no desire for food." But his servants, together with the woman, made him take food, and he gave way to them. So he got up from the earth, and took his seat on the bed. And the woman had in the house a young cow, made fat for food, and she put it to death straightway. And she took meal and got it mixed and made unleavened bread, and she put it before Saul and his servants, and they had a meal. Then they got up and went away the same night. Chapter 29. Now the Philistines got all their army together at Aphek, and the Israelites put their forces in position by the fountain in Jezreel. And the lords of the Philistines went on with their hundreds and their thousands, and David and his men came after with Achish. Then the rulers of the Philistines said, "What are these Hebrews doing here?" And Achish said to the rulers of the Philistines, "Is this not David, the servant of Saul the king of Israel, who has been with me for a year or two, and I have never seen any wrong in him from the time when he came to me till now?" But the rulers of the Philistines were angry with him, and said to him, "Make the man go back to the place you have given him, do not let him go down with us to the fight, or he may be turned against us and be false to us, for how will this man make peace with his Lord? Will it not be with the heads of these men? Is this not David, who was named in their songs, when in the dance they said to one another, Saul has put to death thousands, and David tens of thousands?" Then Achish sent for David and said to him, "By the living Lord, you are upright, and everything you have done with me in the army has been pleasing to me. I have seen no evil in you from the day when you came to me till now. But still, the lords are not pleased with you. So now go back, and go in peace, so that you do not make the lords of the Philistines angry." And David said to Achish, "But what have I done? What have you seen in your servant while I have been with you till this day, that I may not go and take up arms against those who are now making war on my lord the king?" And Achish in answer said, "It is true that in my eyes you are good, like an angel of God, but still, the rulers of the Philistines have said, 'He is not to go up with us to the fight.' So get up early in the morning, with the servants of your lord who are with you, and go to the place I have given you, and have no evil design in your heart, for you are good in my eyes. But when there is light enough in the morning, go away." So David and his men got up early in the morning to go back to the land of the Philistines. And the Philistines went up to Jezreel. Chapter 30. Now when David and his men came to Ziklag on the third day, the Amalekites had made an attack on the south and on Ziklag, and had overcome Ziklag and put it on fire, and had made the women and all who were there, small and great, prisoners. They had not put any of them to death, but had taken them all away. And when David and his men came to the town, they saw that it had been burned down, and their wives and their sons and daughters had been made prisoners. Then David and the people who were with him gave themselves up to weeping till they were able to go on weeping no longer. And David's two wives, Ahinoam of Jezreel and Abigail, the wife of Nabal of Carmel, had been made prisoners. And David was greatly troubled, for the people were talking of stoning him, because their hearts were bitter, every man sorrowing for his sons and his daughters. But David made himself strong in the Lord his God. And David said to Abiathar the priest, the son of Ahimelech, "Come here to me with the ephod." And Abiathar took the ephod to David. Then David, questioning the Lord, said, "Am I to go after this band? Will I be able to overtake them?" And in answer he said, "Go after them, for you will certainly overtake them, and get back everything." So David went, and his 600 men went with him, and they came to the stream Besser. And David, with 400 men, went on, but 200 of them were overcome with weariness, and not able to go across the stream. And in the fields they saw an Egyptian whom they took to David, and they gave him bread, and he had a meal, and they gave him water for drink, and they gave him part of a cake of figs and some dry grapes. And after the food, his spirit came back to him, for he had had no food or drink for 3 days and nights. And David said to him, "Whose man are you and where do you come from?" And he said, "I am a young man of Egypt, servant to an Amalekite, and my master went on without me because 3 days back I became ill." We made an attack on the south part of the country of the Cherethites, and on the land which is Judah's, and on the south of Caleb, and we put Ziklag on fire. And David said to him, "Will you take me down to this band?" And he said, "If you give me your oath that you will not put me to death or give me up to my master, I will take you to them." And when he had taken him down, they saw them all, seated about on all sides, feasting and drinking among all the mass of goods which they had taken from the land of the Philistines and the land of Judah. And David went on fighting them from evening till the evening of the day after, and not one of them got away but only 400 young men who went in flight on camels. And David got back everything the Amalekites had taken, and he got back his 2 wives. There was no loss of anything, small or great, sons or daughters or goods or anything which they had taken away. David got it all back. And they took all the flocks and herds, and driving them in front of him, said, "These are David's." And David came to the 200 men, who because of weariness had not gone with him, but were waiting at the stream Besser, and they went out, meeting David and the people who were with him, and when they came near them, they said, "How are you?" Then the bad and good-for-nothing men among those who went with David said, "Because they did not go with us, we will give them nothing of the goods which we have got back, but only to every man his wife and children, so that he may take them and go." Then David said, "You are not to do this, my brothers, after what the Lord has given us, who has kept us safe and given up the band which came against us into our hands. Who is going to give any attention to you in this question? For an equal part will be given to him who went to the fight and to him who is waiting by the goods, they are all to have the same." And so he made it a rule and an order for Israel from that day till now. And when David came to Ziklag, he sent some of the goods to the responsible men of Judah, and to his friends, saying, "Here is an offering for you from the goods of those who were fighting against the Lord." He sent to those who were in Bethel, and in Ramah of the south, and in Jair, and to those in Arara and Eshtemoa and Carmel and in the towns of the Jerahmeelites, and in the towns of the Kenites, and to those who were in Hormah and in Borishan and in Athch, and in Hebron, and to all the places where David and his men had been living. Chapter 31. Now the Philistines were fighting against Israel, and the men of Israel went in flight before the Philistines, falling down wounded in Mount Gilboa. And the Philistines overtook Saul and his sons, and they put to death Jonathan and Abinadab and Malchishua, the sons of Saul. And the fight was going badly for Saul, and the archers came across him, and he was wounded by the archers. Then Saul said to the servant who had the care of his arms, "Take out your sword and put it through me, before these men without circumcision come and make sport of me." But his servant, full of fear, would not do so. Then Saul took out his sword, and falling on it, put an end to himself. And when his servant saw that Saul was dead, he did the same, and was united with him in death. So death overtook Saul and his 3 sons and his servant on the same day. And when the men of Israel across the valley and on the other side of Jordan saw that the army of Israel was in flight and that Saul and his sons were dead, they came out of their towns and went in flight, and the Philistines came and took them for themselves. Now on the day after, when the Philistines came to take their goods from the dead, they saw Saul and his 3 sons dead on the earth in Mount Gilboa. And cutting off his head and taking away his war dress, they sent word into the land of the Philistines round about, to take the news to their gods and to the people. His war dress they put in the house of Astarte, and his body was fixed on the wall of Bethshan. And when the people of Jabesh Gilead had news of what the Philistines had done to Saul, all the fighting men got up and, traveling all night, took Saul's body and the bodies of his sons from the wall of Bethshan, and they came to Jabesh and had them burned there. And their bones they put in the earth under a tree in Jabesh, and for 7 days they took no food. The Bible in Basic English. The Second Book of Samuel. Chapter 1. Now after the death of Saul, when David, having come back from the destruction of the Amalekites, had been in Ziklag for 2 days, on the 3rd day a man came from Saul's tents, with his clothing out of order and earth on his head, and when he came to David, he went down on the earth and gave him honor. And David said to him, "Where have you come from?" And he said, "I have come in flight from the tents of Israel." And David said to him, "How did things go? Give me the news." And in answer he said, "The people have gone in flight from the fight, and a great number of them are dead, and Saul and his son Jonathan are dead." And David said to the young man who gave him the news, "Why are you certain that Saul and his son Jonathan are dead?" And the young man said, "I came by chance to Mount Gilboa, and I saw Saul supporting himself on his spear, and the war carriages and horsemen overtook him. And looking back, he saw me and gave a cry to me. And answering him I said, 'Here am I.' And he said to me, 'Who are you?' And I said, 'I am an Amalekite.' Then he said to me, 'Come here to my side, and put me to death, for the pain of death has me in its grip but my life is still strong in me.' So I put my foot on him and gave him his death blow, because I was certain that he would not go on living after his fall, and I took the crown from his head and the band from his arm, and I have them here for my lord." Then David gave way to bitter grief, and so did all the men who were with him, and till evening they gave themselves to sorrow and weeping, and took no food, weeping for Saul and for Jonathan, his son, and for the people of the Lord and for the men of Israel, because they had come to their end by the sword. And David said to the young man who had given him the news, "Where do you come from?" And he said, "I am the son of a man from a strange land, I am an Amalekite." And David said to him, "Had you no fear of stretching out your hand to put to death the one marked with the holy oil?" And David sent for one of his young men and said, "Go near and put an end to him." And he put him to death. And David said to him, "May your blood be on your head, for your mouth has given witness against you, saying, 'I have put to death the man marked with the holy oil.'" Then David made this song of grief for Saul and Jonathan, his son. It is recorded in the book of Jashar for teaching to the sons of Judah. And he said, "The glory, O Israel, is dead on your high places. How have the great ones been made low? Give no news of it in Gath, let it not be said in the streets of Ashkelon, or the daughters of the Philistines will be glad, the daughters of men without circumcision will be uplifted in joy. O mountains of Gilboa, let there be no dew or rain on you, you fields of death, for there the arms of the strong have been shamed, the arms of Saul, as if he had not been marked with the holy oil. From the blood of the dead, from the fat of the strong, the bow of Jonathan was not turned back, the sword of Saul did not come back unused. Saul and Jonathan were loved and pleasing, in their lives and in their death they were not parted, they went more quickly than eagles, they were stronger than lions. O daughters of Israel, have sorrow for Saul, by whom you were delicately clothed in robes of red, with ornaments of gold on your dresses. How have the great ones been made low in the fight? Jonathan is dead on your high places. I am full of grief for you, my brother Jonathan, very dear have you been to me, your love for me was a wonder, greater than the love of women. How have the great ones been made low, and the arms of war broken? Chapter 2. Now after this, David, questioning the Lord, said, Am I to go up into any of the towns of Judah? And the Lord said to him, Go up. And David said, Where am I to go? And he said, To Hebron. So David went there, taking with him his 2 wives, Ahinoam of Jezreel, and Abigail, the wife of Nabal of Carmel. And David took all his men with him, every man with his family, and they were living in the towns round Hebron. And the men of Judah came there, and with the holy oil made David king over the people of Judah. And word came to David that it was the men of Jabesh-Gilead who put Saul's body in its last resting place. And David sent to the men of Jabesh-Gilead and said to them, May the Lord give you his blessing, because you have done this kind act to Saul your lord, and have put his body to rest. May the Lord be good and true to you, and I myself will see that your kind act is rewarded, because you have done this thing. Then let your hands be strong, and have no fear, though Saul your lord is dead, the people of Judah have made me their king. Now Abner, the son of Ner, captain of Saul's army, had taken Saul's son Ishbosheth over to Mahanaim, and made him king over Gilead and the Asherites and over Jezreel and Ephraim and Benjamin, that is, over all Israel. Saul's son Ishbosheth was 40 years old when he became king over Israel, and he was ruler for 2 years, but Judah was on the side of David. And the time when David was king in Hebron over the people of Judah was 7 years and 6 months. And Abner, the son of Ner, with the servants of Saul's son Ishbosheth, went out from Mahanaim to Gibeon. And Joab, the son of Zeruiah, and the servants of David, went out and came face to face with them by the pool of Gibeon, and they took up their position, facing one another on opposite sides of the pool. And Abner said to Joab, Let the young men give a test of their strength before us. And Joab said, Let them do so. So they got up and went over by number, 12 for Benjamin and Ishbosheth and 12 of the servants of David. And every one got the other by the head, driving his sword into the other side, so they all went down together, and that place was named the Field of Sides, and it is in Gibeon. And there was hard fighting that day, and Abner and the men of Israel gave way before the servants of David. There were 3 sons of Zeruiah there, Joab and Abishai and Asahel, and Asahel was as quick-footed as a roe of the fields. Asahel went running after Abner, not turning to the right or to the left. Then Abner, looking back, said, Is it you, Asahel? And he said, It is I. And Abner said, Then go to the right or to the left and put your hands on one of the fighting men and take his arms. But Asahel would not be turned away from going after Abner. Then again Abner said to Asahel, Go to one side, do not keep on coming after me, why will you make me put an end to you, for then I will be shamed before your brother Joab. But still he did not go to one side. So Abner gave him a back blow in the stomach with his spear, so that the spear came out at his back, and he went down on the earth, wounded to death. And all those who came to the place where Asahel went down dead, came to a stop. But Joab and Abishai went after Abner, and the sun went down when they came to the hill of Ammah, which is to the east of the road through the wasteland of Geba. And the men of Benjamin came together after Abner in one band, and took their places on the top of a hill. Then crying out to Joab, Abner said, Are fighting and destruction to go on forever? Do you not see that the end will only be bitter? How long will it be before you send the people back and make them give up attacking their countrymen? And Joab said, By the living God, if you had not given the word, the people would have gone on attacking their countrymen till the morning. So Joab had a horn sounded, and all the people came to a stop, and gave up going after Israel and fighting them. And all that night Abner and his men went through the Arabah. They went over Jordan and through all Bithron and came to Mahanaim. And Joab came back from fighting Abner, and when he had got all his men together, it was seen that 19 of David's men, in addition to Asahel, were not with them. But David's men had put to death 360 of the men of Benjamin and of Abner's men, and they took Asahel's body and put it in the last resting place of his father in Bethlehem. And Joab and his men, traveling all night, came to Hebron at dawn. Chapter 3. Now there was a long war between Saul's people and David's people, and David became stronger and stronger, but those on Saul's side became more and more feeble. While David was in Hebron, he became the father of sons. The oldest was Amnon, son of Ahinoam of Jezreel, and the second, Chileab, whose mother was Abigail, the wife of Nabal the Carmelite, and the third, Absalom, son of Maacah, the daughter of Talmai, king of Geshur, and the fourth, Adonijah, the son of Haggith, and the fifth, Shephatiah, the son of Abital, and the sixth, Ithream, whose mother was David's wife Eglah. These were the sons of David, whose birth took place in Hebron. Now while there was war between Saul's people and David's people, Abner was making himself strong among the supporters of Saul. Now Saul had among his wives a woman named Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, and Ishbosheth said to Abner, "Why have you taken my father's wife?" And Abner was very angry at the words of Ishbosheth, and he said, "Am I a dog's head of Judah? I am this day doing all in my power for the cause of your father Saul and for his brothers and his friends, and have not given you up into the hands of David, and now you say I have done wrong with a woman. May God's punishment be on Abner, if I do not for David as the Lord in his oath has said, and if I do not take away the kingdom from the family of Saul and make David ruler over Israel and Judah from Dan as far as Beersheba." And so great was Ishbosheth's fear of Abner that he was not able to say a word in answer. And Abner sent men to David at Hebron, saying, "Make an agreement with me, and I will give you my support in getting all Israel on your side." And he said, "It is well, I will make an agreement with you, but on one condition, which is, that when you come before me, Saul's daughter Michal is to come with you. Till she comes you will not see my face." And David sent men to Saul's son Ishbosheth, saying, "Give me back Michal, my wife, whom I made mine for the price of the private parts of 100 Philistines." So Ishbosheth sent and took her from her husband Paltiel, the son of Lish. And her husband went with her as far as Bahurim, weeping while he went. Then Abner said to him, "Go back." And he went back. Then Abner had a talk with the chief men of Israel, saying, "In the past it was your desire to make David your king, so now, do it, for the Lord has said of David, 'By the hand of my servant David the first will make my people Israel safe from the Philistines, and from all who are against them.'" And Abner said the same things to Benjamin, and he went to David in Hebron to make clear to him what seemed good to Israel and to all the people of Benjamin. So Abner, with 20 men, came to Hebron, to David. And David made a feast for Abner and the men who were with him. And Abner said to David, "Now I will go, and make all Israel come to my lord the king, so that they may make an agreement with you, and your kingdom may be as wide as your heart's desire." Then David sent Abner away and he went in peace. Now the servants of David and Joab had been out attacking a band of armed men, and they came back with a great store of goods taken in the fight, but Abner was no longer in Hebron with David, for he had sent him away and he had gone in peace. When Joab and his men came, news was given them that Abner, the son of Ner, had come to the king, who had let him go away again in peace. Then Joab came to the king, and said, "What have you done? When Abner came to you, why did you send him away and let him go? Is it not clear to you that Abner, the son of Ner, came with deceit to get knowledge of your going out and your coming in and of all you are doing?" And when Joab had come out from David, he sent men after Abner, and they overtook him at the water spring of Sirah, and made him come back with them, but David had no knowledge of it. And when Abner was back in Hebron, Joab took him on one side by the doorway of the town to have a word with him quietly, and there he gave him a wound in the stomach, causing his death in payment for the death of his brother Asahel. And when David had word of it, he said, "May I and my kingdom be clear forever in the eyes of the Lord from the blood of Abner, the son of Ner. May it come on the head of Joab and all his father's family. Among the men of Joab's family may there ever be some who are diseased or lepers, or who do the work of women, or are put to the sword, or are wasted from need of food." So Joab and Abishai his brother put Abner to death, because he had put to death their brother Asahel in the fight at Gibeon. And David said to Joab and all the people who were with him, Go in grief and put haircloth about you, in sorrow for Abner." And King David went after the dead body. And they put Abner's body to rest in Hebron, and the king and all the people were weeping loudly by the resting place of Abner's body. And the king made a song of grief for Abner and said, "Was the death of Abner to be like the death of a foolish man? Your hands were free, your feet were not chained, like the downfall of a man before evil men, so was your fall." And the weeping of the people over him went on again. And the people came to make David take food, while it was still day, but David with an oath said, "May God's punishment be on me if I take a taste of bread or any other thing till the sun has gone down." And all the people took note of it and were pleased, like everything the king did, it was pleasing to the people. So it was clear to Israel and to all the people on that day that the king was not responsible for the death of Abner, the son of Ner. And the king said to his servants, "Do you not see that a chief and a great man has come to his end today in Israel? While I, though I am crowned king, have little strength, and these men, the sons of Zeruiah, are out of my control. May the Lord give to the evildoer the reward of his evil doing." Chapter 4. And when Saul's son Ishbosheth had news that Abner was dead in Hebron, his hands became feeble, and all the Israelites were troubled. And Saul's son had 2 men, captains of bands, one named Baanah and the other Rechab, sons of Rimmon the Beerothite, of the tribe of Benjamin, for Beeroth was at one time taken to be part of Benjamin, but the people of Beeroth had gone in flight to Jotaim, where they have been living to this day. Now Jonathan, Saul's son, had a son whose feet were damaged. He was 5 years old when news of the death of Saul and Jonathan came from Jezreel, and the woman who took care of him took him up and went in flight, and while she was getting him away as quickly as she was able, he had a fall and his feet were damaged. His name was Mephibosheth. And Rechab and Baanah, the sons of Rimmon the Beerothite, went out and came to the house of Ishbosheth in the heat of the day, when he was resting in the middle of the day. Now the woman who kept the door was cleaning grain, and sleep overcame her. And Rechab and his brother Baanah got in without being seen. And when they came into the house, Ishbosheth was stretched on his bed in his bedroom, and they made an attack on him and put him to death, and, cutting off his head, they took it with them and went by the road through the Arabah all night. And they took the head of Ishbosheth to David in Hebron, and said to the king, "Here is the head of Ishbosheth, the son of Saul your hater, who would have taken your life. The Lord has taken payment for the wrongs of my lord the king from Saul and his seed today." And David made answer to Rechab and his brother Baanah, the sons of Rimmon the Beerothite, and said to them, "By the living Lord, who has kept me safe from all my trouble, when one came to me with the news of Saul's death, in the belief that it would be good news, I took him and put him to death in Ziklag, which was the reward I gave him for his news. How much more, when evil men have put an upright person to death, in his house, sleeping on his bed, will I take payment from you for his blood, and have you cut off from the earth?" And David gave orders to his young men and they put them to death, cutting off their hands and their feet and hanging them up by the side of the pool in Hebron. But they took the head of Ishbosheth and put it in its last resting place with Abner's body in Hebron. Chapter 5. Then all the tribes of Israel came to David in Hebron and said, "Truly, we are your bone and your flesh. In the past when Saul was king over us, it was you who went at the head of Israel when they went out or came in, and the Lord said to you, 'You are to be the keeper of my people Israel and their ruler.'" So all the responsible men of Israel came to the king at Hebron, and King David made an agreement with them in Hebron before the Lord, and they put the holy oil on David and made him king over Israel. David was 30 years old when he became king, and he was king for 40 years, ruling over Judah in Hebron for 7 years and 6 months, and in Jerusalem, over all Israel and Judah, for 33 years. And the king and his men went to Jerusalem against the Jebusites, the people of the land, and they said to David, "You will not come in here, but the blind and the feeble-footed will keep you out," for they said, "David will not be able to come in here." But David took the strong place of Zion, which is the town of David. And that day David said, "Whoever makes an attack on the Jebusites, let him go up by the water pipe, and put to death all the blind and feeble-footed who are hated by David." And this is why they say, "The blind and feeble-footed may not come into the house." So David took the strong tower for his living place, naming it the town of David. And David took in hand the building of the town all round, starting from the Millo. And David became greater and greater, for the Lord, the God of armies, was with him. And Hiram, king of Tyre, sent men to David, with cedar trees and woodworkers and stoneworkers, and they made David a house. And David saw that the Lord had made his position safe as king over Israel, and that he had made his kingdom great because of his people Israel. And David took more women and wives in Jerusalem, after he had come from Hebron, and he had more sons and daughters. These are the names of those whose birth took place in Jerusalem: Shammua and Shobab and Nathan and Solomon and Devorah and Elishua and Nephi and Japhia and Elishama and Eliada and Eliphalet. And when the Philistines had news that David had been made king over Israel, they all went up in search of David, and David, hearing of it, went down to the strong place. And when the Philistines came, they went in every direction in the valley of Rephaim. And David, desiring directions from the Lord, said, Am I to go up against the Philistines? Will you give them up into my hands? And the Lord said, Go up, for I will certainly give up the Philistines into your hands. And David went to Baal-perazim, and overcame them there, and he said, The Lord has let the forces fighting against me be broken before me as a wall is broken by rushing waters. So that place was named Baal-perazim. And the Philistines, when they went in flight, did not take their images with them, and David and his men took them away. And the Philistines came up again, and went in every direction in the valley of Rephaim. And when David went for directions to the Lord, he said, You are not to go up against them in front, but make a circle round them from the back and come on them opposite the spice trees. Then at the sound of footsteps in the tops of the trees, go forward quickly, for the Lord has gone out before you to overcome the army of the Philistines. And David did as the Lord had said, and he overcame the Philistines, attacking them from Gibeon to near Gezer. Chapter 6. And David got together all the fighting men of Israel to the number of 30,000, and David, and all the people who were with him, went to Baal of Judah to get the ark of God, over which the holy name is named, the name of the Lord of armies, whose place is between the winged ones. And they put the ark of God on a new cart and took it out of the house of Abinadab which was on the hill, and Uzzah and Ahio, the sons of Abinadab, were the drivers of the cart. And Uzzah went by the side of the ark, while Ahio went before it. And David and all the men of Israel made melody before the Lord with all their power, with songs and with corded instruments and instruments of brass. And when they came to Nachon's grain floor, Uzzah put his hand on the ark of God to keep it safe in its place, for the oxen were out of control. And the wrath of the Lord, burning against Uzzah, sent destruction on him because he had put his hand on the ark, and death came to him there by the ark of God. And David was angry because of the Lord's outburst of wrath against Uzzah, and he gave that place the name Perez Uzzah, which is its name to this day. And such was David's fear of the Lord that day, that he said, How may I let the ark of God come to me? So David did not let the ark of the Lord come back to him to the town of David, but had it turned away and put into the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite. And the ark of the Lord was in the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite for 3 months, and the Lord sent a blessing on Obed-Edom and all his family. And they said to King David, The blessing of the Lord is on the family of Obed-Edom and on all he has, because of the ark of God. And David went and took the ark of God from the house of Obed-Edom into the town of David with joy. And when those who were lifting the ark of the Lord had gone 6 steps, he made an offering of an ox and a fat young beast. And David, clothed in a linen ephod, was dancing before the Lord with all his strength. So David and all the men of Israel took up the ark of the Lord with cries of joy and sounding of horns. And when the ark of the Lord came into the town of David, Michal, Saul's daughter, looking out of the window, saw King David dancing and jumping before the Lord, and to her mind he seemed foolish. And they took in the ark of the Lord, and put it in its place inside the tent which David had put up for it, and David made burnt offerings and peace offerings to the Lord. And after David had made the burnt offerings and the peace offerings, he gave the people a blessing in the name of the Lord of armies. And he gave to every man and woman among all the people, among all the masses of Israel, a cake of bread and a measure of wine and a cake of dry grapes. Then all the people went away, every man to his house. Then David came back to give a blessing to his family. And Michal, Saul's daughter, came out to him and said, How full of glory was the king of Israel today, who let himself be seen uncovered by his servant girls like a foolish person uncovering himself without shame. And David said to Michal, I was dancing before the Lord, who put me over your father and all his sons, to make me a ruler over the people of the Lord, over his people Israel, and I will go on playing before the Lord, and I will do even worse than this, and make myself even lower in your eyes, but the servant girls of whom you were talking will give me honor." And Michal, Saul's daughter, had no child till the day of her death. Chapter 7. Now when the king was living in his house, and the Lord had given him rest from war on every side, the king said to Nathan the prophet, "See now, I am living in a house of cedar, but the ark of God is housed inside the curtains of a tent." And Nathan said to the king, "Go and do whatever is in your heart, for the Lord is with you." Now that night the word of the Lord came to Nathan, saying, "Go and say to my servant David, the Lord says, are you to be the builder of a house, a living place for me? For from the day when I took the children of Israel up out of Egypt till this day, I have had no house, but have gone from place to place in a tent. In all the places where I went with all the children of Israel, did I ever say to any of the judges of Israel, to whom I gave the care of my people Israel, why have you not made me a house of cedar? Then say these words to my servant David, the Lord of armies says, I took you from the fields, from keeping the sheep, so that you might be a ruler over my people Israel, and I have been with you wherever you went, cutting off before you all those who were against you, and I will make your name great, like the name of the greatest ones of the earth. And I will make a resting place for my people Israel, planting them there, so that they may be living in the place which is theirs, and never again be moved, and never again will they be troubled by evil men as they were at the first, from the time when I put judges over my people Israel, and I will give you peace from all who are against you. And the Lord says to you that he will make you the head of a line of kings. And when the time comes for you to go to rest with your fathers, I will put in your place your seed after you, the offspring of your body, and I will make his kingdom strong. He will be the builder of a house for my name, and I will make the seat of his authority certain forever. I will be to him a father and he will be to me a son. If he does wrong, I will give him punishment with the rod of men and with the blows of the children of men, but my mercy will not be taken away from him, as I took it from him who was before you. And your family and your kingdom will keep their place before me forever. The seat of your authority will never be overturned. So Nathan gave David an account of all these words and this vision. Then David the king went in and took his seat before the Lord, and said, Who am I, O Lord God, and what is my family, that you have been my guide till now? And this was only a small thing to you, O Lord God, but your words have even been about the far-off future of your servant's family, O Lord God. What more may David say to you, for you have knowledge of your servant, O Lord God? Because of your word and from your heart, you have done all this great work, and let your servant see it. Truly you are great, O Lord God, there is no one like you and no other God but you, as is clear from everything which has come to our ears. And what other nation in the earth, like your people Israel, did a God go out to take for himself, to be his people, and to make a name for himself, and to do great and strange things for them, driving out a nation and its gods from before his people? But you took and made strong for yourself your people Israel, to be your people forever, and you, Lord, became their God. And now, O Lord God, may the word which you have said about your servant and about his family, be made certain forever, and may you do as you have said. And let your name be made great forever, and let men say, The Lord of armies is God over Israel, and let the family of David your servant be made strong before you. For you, O Lord of armies, the God of Israel, have clearly said to your servant, I will make you the head of a family of kings, and so it has come into your servant's heart to make this prayer to you. And now, O Lord God, you are God and your words are true and you have said you will give your servant this good thing, so may it be your pleasure to give your blessing to the family of your servant, so that it may go on forever before you, for you, O Lord God, have said it, and may your blessing be on your servant's family line forever. Chapter 8. And it came about after this that David made an attack on the Philistines and overcame them, and David took the authority of the mother town from the hands of the Philistines. And he overcame the Moabites, and he had them measured with a line when they were stretched out on the earth, marking out 2 lines for death and 1 full line for life. So the Moabites became servants to David and gave him offerings. And David overcame Hadadezer, the son of Rehob, king of Zobah, when he went to make his power seen by the river. And David took from him 1,000, 700 horsemen and 20,000 footmen, and David had the leg muscles of the horses cut, only keeping enough of them for 100 war carriages. And when the Arameans of Damascus came to the help of Hadadezer, king of Zobah, David put to the sword 22,000 of the Arameans. And David put armed forces in Aram of Damascus, and the Arameans became servants to David and gave him offerings. And the Lord made David overcome wherever he went. And David took their gold body covers from the servants of Hadadezer and took them to Jerusalem. And from Tebah and Berothai, towns of Hadadezer, King David took a great store of brass. And when Tou, king of Hamath, had news that David had overcome all the army of Hadadezer, he sent his son Hadoram to David, with words of peace and blessing, because he had overcome Hadadezer in the fight, for Hadadezer had wars with Tou, and Hadoram took with him vessels of silver and gold and brass. These King David made holy to the Lord, together with the silver and gold which he had taken from the nations he had overcome, the nations of Edom and Moab, and the children of Ammon and the Philistines and the Amalekites, and the goods he had taken from Hadadezer, the son of Rehob, king of Zobah. And David got great honor for himself, when he came back, by the destruction of Edom in the valley of Salt, to the number of 18,000 men. And he put armed forces in Edom, all through Edom he had armed forces stationed, and all the Edomites became servants to David. And the Lord made David overcome wherever he went. And David was king over all Israel, judging and giving right decisions for all his people. And Joab, the son of Zeruiah, was chief of the army, and Jehoshaphat, the son of Ahilud, was keeper of the records, and Zadok and Abiathar, the son of Ahimelech, the son of Ahitub, were priests, and Sariah was the scribe, and Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was over the Cherethites and the Pelethites, and David's sons were priests. Chapter 9. And David said, Is there still anyone of Saul's family living, so that I may be a friend to him, because of Jonathan? Now there was of Saul's people a servant named Ziba, and they sent him to David, and the king said to him, Are you Ziba? And he said, I am. And the king said, Is there anyone of Saul's family still living, to whom I may be a friend in God's name? And Ziba said, There is a son of Jonathan, whose feet are damaged. And the king said to him, Where is he? And Ziba said to the king, He is in the house of Machir, the son of Ammiel, in Lo-debar. Then King David sent, and had him taken from Lo-debar, from the house of Machir, the son of Ammiel. And Mephibosheth, the son of Jonathan, came to David, and falling down on his face, gave him honor. And David said, Mephibosheth. And answering he said, Your servant is here. And David said to him, Have no fear, for truly I will be good to you, because of your father Jonathan, and I will give back to you all the land which was Saul's, and you will have a place at my table at all times. And he went down on his face before the king, and said, What is your servant, for you to take note of a dead dog such as I am? Then the king sent for Ziba, Saul's servant, and said to him, All the property of Saul and of his family I have given to your master's son, and you and your sons and your servants are to take care of the land for him, and get in the fruit of it, so that your master's son may have food. But Mephibosheth, your master's son, will have a place at my table at all times. Now Ziba had 15 sons and 20 servants. Then Ziba said to the king, Every order which you have given to your servant will be done. As for Mephibosheth, he had a place at David's table, like one of the king's sons. And Mephibosheth had a young son named Micah. And all the people living in the house of Ziba were servants to Mephibosheth. So Mephibosheth went on living in Jerusalem, for he took all his meals at the king's table, and he had not the use of his feet. Chapter 10. Now after this, death came to the king of the children of Ammon, and Hanun, his son, became king in his place. And David said, I will be a friend to Hanun, the son of Nahash, as his father was a friend to me. So David sent his servants, to give him words of comfort on account of his father. And David's servants came into the land of the children of Ammon, but the chiefs of the children of Ammon said to Hanun their lord, Does it seem to you that David is honoring your father by sending comforters to you? Has he not sent his servants to go through the town and make secret observation of it, and overcome it? So Hanun took David's servants, and after cutting off half the hair on their chins, and cutting off the skirts of their robes up to the middle, he sent them away. When David had news of it, he sent men out with the purpose of meeting them on their way, for the men were greatly shamed. And the king said, "Go to Jericho till your hair is long again, and then come back." And when the children of Ammon saw that they had made themselves hated by David, they sent to the Arameans of Beth-rehob and Zobah, and got for payment 20,000 footmen, and they got from the king of Maacah 1,000 men, and from Tob 12,000. And hearing of this, David sent Joab and all the army and the best fighting men. And the children of Ammon came out and put their forces in position at the way into the town, and the Arameans of Zobah and of Rehob, with the men of Tob and Maacah, were by themselves in the field. Now when Joab saw that their forces were in position against him in front and at his back, he took the best of the men of Israel and put them in line against the Arameans, and the rest of the people he put in position against the children of Ammon, with Abishai, his brother, at their head. And he said, "If the Arameans are stronger and get the better of me, then you are to come to my help, but if the children of Ammon get the better of you, I will come to your help. Take heart, and let us be strong for our people and for the towns of our God, and may the Lord do what seems good to him." Then Joab and the people with him went forward to the fight against the Arameans, and they went in flight before him. And when the children of Ammon saw the flight of the Arameans, they themselves went in flight from Abishai, and came into the town. So Joab went back from fighting the children of Ammon and came to Jerusalem. And when the Arameans saw that Israel had overcome them, they got themselves together. And Hadadezer sent for the Arameans who were on the other side of the river, and they came to Helam, with Shobach, the captain of Hadadezer's army, at their head. And word of this was given to David, and he got all Israel together and went over Jordan and came to Helam. And the Arameans put their forces in position against David, and made an attack on him. And the Arameans went in flight before Israel, and David put to the sword the men of 700 Aramean war carriages and 40,000 footmen, and Shobach, the captain of the army, was wounded, and came to his death there. And when all the kings who were servants of Hadadezer saw that they were overcome by Israel, they made peace with Israel and became their servants. So the Arameans, in fear, gave no more help to the children of Ammon. Chapter 11. Now in the spring, at the time when kings go out to war, David sent Joab and his servants and all Israel with him, and they made waste the land of the children of Ammon, and took up their position before Rabbah, shutting it in. But David was still at Jerusalem. Now one evening, David got up from his bed, and while he was walking on the roof of the king's house, he saw from there a woman bathing, and the woman was very beautiful. And David sent to get knowledge who the woman was. And one said, "Is this not Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam and wife of Uriah the Hittite?" And David sent and took her, and she came to him, and he took her to his bed, for she had been made clean. Then she went back to her house. And the woman became with child, and she sent word to David that she was with child. And David sent to Joab saying, "Send Uriah the Hittite to me." And Joab sent Uriah to David. And when Uriah came to him, David put questions to him about how Joab and the people were, and how the war was going. And David said to Uriah, "Go down to your house and let your feet be washed." And Uriah went away from the king's house, and an offering from the king was sent after him. But Uriah took his rest at the door of the king's house, with all the servants of his lord, and did not go down to his house. And when word was given to David that Uriah had not gone down to his house, David said to Uriah, "Have you not come from a journey? Why did you not go down to your house?" And Uriah said to David, "Israel and Judah with the ark are living in tents, and my lord Joab and the other servants of my lord are sleeping in the open field, and am I to go to my house and take food and drink, and go to bed with my wife? By the living Lord, and by the life of your soul, I will not do such a thing." And David said to Uriah, "Be here today, and after that I will let you go." So Uriah was in Jerusalem that day and the day after. And when David sent for him, he took meat and drink with him, and David made him the worse for drink. And when evening came, he went to rest on his bed with the servants of his lord, but he did not go down to his house. Now in the morning, David gave Uriah a letter to take to Joab. And in the letter he said, "Take care to put Uriah in the very front of the line, where the fighting is most violent, and go back from him, so that he may be overcome and put to death." So while Joab was watching the town, he put Uriah in the place where it was clear to him the best fighters were. And the men of the town went out and had a fight with Joab, and a number of David's men came to their death in the fight, and with them Uriah the Hittite. Then Joab sent David news of everything which had taken place in the war, And he gave orders to the man who took the news, saying, "After you have given the king all the news about the war, if the king is angry and says, 'Why did you go so near the town for the fight? Was it not certain that their archers would be on the wall? Who put Abimelech, the son of Jerubbaal, to death? Did not a woman send a great stone down on him from the wall, putting him to death at Thebez? Why did you go so near the wall? Then say to him, Your servant Uriah the Hittite is among the dead.'" So the man went, and came to David, and gave him all the news which Joab had sent him to give. Then David was angry with Joab and said, "Why did you go so near the town for the fight? Was it not certain that their archers would be on the wall? Who put Abimelech, the son of Jerubbaal, to death? Did not a woman send a great stone down on him from the wall, putting him to death at Thebez? Why did you go so near the wall?" And the man said to David, "Truly the men got the better of us, and came out against us into the open country, but we sent them back to the very doors of the town. And the archers sent their arrows at your servants from the wall, and some of the king's servants are dead, and among them is your servant Uriah the Hittite." Then David said to the man, "Go and say to Joab, Do not let this be a grief to you, for one man may come to his death by the sword like another. Put up an even stronger fight against the town, and take it, and do you put heart into him." And when the wife of Uriah had news that her husband was dead, she gave herself up to weeping for him. And when the days of weeping were past, David sent for her, and took her into his house, and she became his wife and gave him a son. Chapter 12. And the Lord sent Nathan to David. And Nathan came to him and said, "There were two men in the same town, one a man of great wealth, and the other a poor man. The man of wealth had great numbers of flocks and herds, but the poor man had only one little she-lamb, which he had got and taken care of. From its birth it had been with him like one of his children, his meat was its food, and from his cup it took its drink, resting in his arms, and it was like a daughter to him. Now a traveler came to the house of the man of wealth, but he would not take anything from his flock or his herd to make a meal for the traveler who had come to him, but he took the poor man's lamb and made it ready for the man who had come. And David was full of wrath against that man, and he said to Nathan, "By the living Lord, death is the right punishment for the man who has done this, and he will have to give back 4 times the value of the lamb, because he has done this and because he had no pity." And Nathan said to David, "You are that man. The Lord God of Israel says, I made you king over Israel, putting holy oil on you, and I kept you safe from the hands of Saul. I gave you your master's daughter and your master's wives for yourself, and I gave you the daughters of Israel and Judah, and if that had not been enough, I would have given you such and such things. Why then have you had no respect for the word of the Lord, doing what is evil in his eyes? You have put Uriah the Hittite to death with the sword, and have taken his wife to be your wife. You have put him to death with the sword of the children of Ammon. So now the sword will never be turned away from your family, because you have had no respect for me, and have taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your wife. The Lord says, From those of your family I will send evil against you, and before your very eyes I will take your wives and give them to your neighbor, and he will take your wives to his bed by the light of this sun. You did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel and in the light of the sun." And David said to Nathan, "Great is my sin against the Lord." And Nathan said to David, "The Lord has put away your sin, death will not come on you. But still, because you have had no respect for the Lord, death will certainly overtake the child who has newly come to birth." Then Nathan went back to his house. And the hand of the Lord was on David's son, the child of Uriah's wife, and it became very ill. So David made prayer to God for the child, and he took no food day after day, and went in and, stretching himself out on the earth, was there all night. And the chief men of his house got up and went to his side to make him get up from the earth, but he would not, and he would not take food with them. And then on the 7th day the child's death took place. And David's servants were in fear of giving him the news of the child's death, for they said, "Truly, while the child was still living he gave no attention when we said anything to him. What will he do to himself if we give him word that the child is dead?" But when David saw that his servants were talking together quietly, he was certain that the child was dead, and he said to his servants, "Is the child dead?" And they said, "He is." Then David got up from the earth, and after washing and rubbing himself with oil and changing his clothing, he went into the house of the Lord and gave worship. Then he went back to his house, and at his order they put food before him and he had a meal. Then his servants said to him, "Why have you been acting in this way? You were weeping and going without food while the child was still living, but when the child was dead, you got up and had a meal." And he said, "While the child was still living I went without food and gave myself up to weeping, for I said, 'Who is able to say that the Lord will not have mercy on me and give the child life?' But now that the child is dead there is no reason for me to go without food. Am I able to make him come back to life? I will go to him, but he will never come back to me." And David gave comfort to his wife Bathsheba, and he went into her and had connection with her, and she had a son to whom she gave the name Solomon. And he was dear to the Lord. And he sent word by Nathan the prophet, who gave him the name Yedidiah, by the word of the Lord. Now Joab was fighting against Rabbah, in the land of the children of Ammon, and he took the water town. And Joab sent men to David, saying, "I have made war against Rabbah and have taken the water town. So now, get the rest of the people together, and put them in position against the town and take it, for if I take it, it will be named after my name." Then David got all the people together and went to Rabbah and made war on it and took it. And he took the crown of Milcom from his head, the weight of it was a talent of gold, and in it were stones of great price, and it was put on David's head. And he took a great store of goods from the town. And he took the people out of the town and put them to work with wood-cutting instruments, and iron grain crushers, and iron axes, and at brick-making. This he did to all the towns of the children of Ammon. Chapter 13. Now after this, it came about that Absalom, David's son, had a beautiful sister, whose name was Tamar, and David's son Amnon was in love with her. And he was so deeply in love that he became ill because of his sister Tamar, for she was a virgin, and so it seemed hard to Amnon to do anything to her. But Amnon had a friend whose name was Jonadab, the son of Shimea, David's brother, and Jonadab was a very wise man. And he said to him, "O son of the king, why are you getting thinner day by day? Will you not say what your trouble is?" And Amnon said to him, "I am in love with Tamar, my brother Absalom's sister." Then Jonadab said to him, "Go to your bed, and let it seem that you are ill, and when your father comes to see you, say to him, 'Let my sister Tamar come and give me bread, and get the food ready before my eyes, so that I may see it and take it from her hand.'" So Amnon went to bed and made himself seem ill, and when the king came to see him, Amnon said to the king, "Please let my sister Tamar come and make me 1 or 2 cakes before my eyes, so that I may take food from her hand." Then David sent to the house for Tamar and said, "Go now to your brother Amnon's house and get a meal for him." So Tamar went to her brother Amnon's house, and he was in bed. And she took paste and made cakes before his eyes, cooking them over the fire. And she took the cooking pot, and put the cakes before him, but he would not take them. And Amnon said, "Let everyone go away from me." So they all went out. Then Amnon said to Tamar, "Take the food and come into my bedroom, so that I may take it from your hand." So Tamar took the cakes she had made and went with them into her brother Amnon's bedroom. And when she took them to give them to him, he put his arms round her and said, "Come to bed, my sister." And answering him, she said, "O my brother, do not put shame on me, it is not right for such a thing to be done in Israel, do not this evil thing, what will become of me and my shame? And as for you, you will be looked down on with disgust by all Israel. Now then, go and make your request to the king, for he will not keep me from you." But he would not give attention to what she said, but being stronger than she, he took her by force, and had connection with her. Then Amnon was full of hate for her, hating her with a hate greater than his earlier love for her. And he said to her, "Get up and be gone." And she said to him, "Not so, my brother, for this great wrong in sending me away is worse than what you did to me before." But he gave no attention to her. Then he gave a cry to the servant who was waiting on him and said, "Put this woman out, and let the door be locked after her." Now she had on a long robe, such as in past times the king's virgin daughters were dressed in. Then the servant put her out, locking the door after her. And Tamar, in her grief, put dust on her head, and she put her hand on her head and went away crying loudly. And her brother Absalom said to her, "Has your brother Amnon been with you? But now, let there be an end to your crying, my sister, he is your brother, do not take this thing to heart." So Tamar went on living uncomforted in her brother's house. But when King David had news of all these things he was very angry, But he did not make trouble for Amnon his son, for he was dear to David, being his oldest son. But Absalom said nothing to his brother Amnon, good or bad, for he was full of hate for him, because he had taken his sister Tamar by force. Now after 2 full years, Absalom had men cutting the wool of his sheep in Baal-hazor, which is near Ephraim, and he sent for all the king's sons to come to his feast. And Absalom came to the king and said, "See now, your servant is cutting the wool of his sheep, will the king and his servants be pleased to come?" And the king said to Absalom, "No, my son, let us not all go, or the number will be over great for you." And he made his request again, but he would not go, but he gave him his blessing. Then Absalom said, "If you will not go, then let my brother Amnon go with us." And the king said to him, "Is there any reason for him to go with you?" But Absalom went on requesting him till he let Amnon and all the king's sons go with him. And Absalom made a great feast